night watchmen, they're a gamble, and it works, doesn't. Abdullah Shafiq is not having the best of the series. So if you look at it like an aerial view, Pakistan haven't really lost much.
No, look,
The batters they're looking at are still around.
Yeah, they've lost a player who's been out of form, and they've lost a tail ender or a lower order batsman. Sorry, I know we don't like to call it. We don't like to call ourselves tail enders.
Being called tail ender.
So the players that have been their chief contributors, Imam, Baba, Saud Shakil, they are still to come. Sarfaraz. So I think that's the key. Salman as well, after that century in the first innings. So that's the key that Pakistan will look at. They'll say, yes, 2 down, but in all honesty, they're 2 that we not expect to lose, but they're 2 that we have lost already in the series and still been successful. So I think they'll be okay about it. At some stage, they're going to have a partnership. They're going to have a big partnership at some stage through the day. New Zealand have to remain patient, but I think if Pakistan get defensive right from the outset, I think that's the wrong way to go. I think they've got to be not attacking and overly attacking, but I think they have to think about this as a winning opportunity.
Yeah, that would have been my next question to Waqar, that what kind of approach would you like Pakistan to have? They shouldn't really shut off 319. Keep playing session by session?
Yeah, Dooley is 100% right. If you start looking of drawing the game from the beginning, you're going to lose the game. It's not going to be easy to sort of defend 90 overs. Yes, our batsmen are in great nick. Babar hasn't really in a good nick just recently, but all the others have really scored runs. They've scored hundreds. Imam is going to be very crucial. So for the left-handers, it might be a little bit difficult against the spinners, but I think they have got the capability, they have got the capacity, and this game can be won. I mean, you don't go in a shell. That's the key for me.
Let's find out what is Pakistan up against. Uruj will tell us about Day 5 pitch. Pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Day 5 and an intriguing day of Test cricket lies ahead, and we keep talking about the surface, and we expect and hope for it to sort of crumble a little bit, but it hasn't. Still looks a very good batting track. There are a few cracks that have been spoken about throughout the length of this test. There's a few here, if you just sort of look here, where the edges of them sort of seem like they're crumbling, and that does cause a little bit of variable bounce and nip off the surface. The other thing, it's been the spin. It's been the spin all the way through. 16 of the 21 wickets have fallen to spin, and if you just have a look at this pitch map here, 15 out of those from one end, just the pavilion end, but the grouping more so around the more towards the fuller and good length mark. So if you sort of have that length in mind with the ball turning and even the new ball turning from Sodhi, it definitely is going to be a good watch this Day 5.
Pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. What does this tell you, Waqar?
This will kill the pitch for a little while, not for too long.
I thought it was already dead.
I mean, further, I meant. This pitch is bone dry now. I mean, all you will probably get with this heavy roll is just a little bit of compactness, and I think it's not going to last for that long. More worry is the cracks, which you've only been mentioning all these last 3 days, that they will come into play sometimes, and that I think will come to be shown yesterday also, that one odd delivery from Tim Southee just kept low and just hit the stumps. So that is a worry, and more worry for me is the right arm leg spinner. Pakistan have not played right arm leg spinner that well in the past. Just recently, I mean. I was looking at it, Rehan picking up 5 wickets for 48 in 15 overs. So he finished the game very quickly. So that is a biggest worry for me if Pakistan really need to win this game.
Quick one before we let you go. Who, according to you, would be the spearhead, the leader of this bowling attack?
Well, I think Ish Sodhi is going to have to do play a big role today, but I think Matt Henry as well. I think Matt Henry, with that little bit of extra pace and a little bit of reverse swing, might come into play around about lunchtime or just after.
Okay. We'll let you go and give us the masterclass. Thanks for joining us, Simon. Time for us to take a break. And also, before we head to the break, have a look at this. If you want to come here and join us for the ODIs, then this is where you need to go. Buy e-tickets now, pcb.bookme.pk, and grab your tickets. Welcome back once again to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Time for us to join the masterclass. We've got Simon Dool and Uruj Mumtaz talking about some decisions that had a huge impact on the game through the series. Let's have a look. Expert advice brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Well, it's been an exciting few months of Test cricket and plenty of other franchise cricket going around. But one thing that just has popped up is a number of controversial catch decisions that have gone around. And I've been joined by Dooley in the middle here. Dooley, what is going on?
Well, I don't know what's going on. There has been plenty of controversy. And look, we're just going to talk a little bit more about the grounding of the ball, the Michael Neser situation down in Australia the other day. I've got some fairly strong opinion on that. I don't think that should be out in the future. I know by the letter of the law that was out, and what he did was correct by the laws, but I don't think in the future it should be. I don't know, where do you sit on that catch? Like, it was dancing around outside the boundary with ball in hand and throwing it in the air. Where do you sit on that one?
I mean, like you said, by the letter of the law, it's out, because at any point when he is making contact with the ball, he is not making contact with the ground outside the playing field. So by that, it's out. But I know where you're coming from, is that both him and the ball were outside the playing field. So it's a bit of a give and take, and something where I think the ICC can look at.
Yeah, I think we may be able to look at the laws around that. The other one that I really want to talk about, there was in the test match, it was a slip catch in the test match. Now, grounded is the key here, all right? Grounded. What happened in that Australian test match the other day, there was one off Marnus Labuschagne, and the grass was poking through the ball, and you can see the figure. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to come down and show you. The key here is grounded. Now, the grass is poking through my fingers here, right? So the ball comes in here, fingers are underneath it, but yep, grass is touching the ball. Grass is touching the ball. That is out all day, every day. All right, because this is the ground, under the grass. That's the ground. That's what we call grounded. This, if it's poking through my fingers and touching the ball, that's still out, because my fingers are underneath there. And a lot of people will sit and they'll think at home, and oh, the grass is touching the ball. Who cares? The grass is not the ground. The ground is underneath the grass. Okay, so that's one thing about the law of catching. Just remember that when you are watching those situations. Ollie Pope, that was not out. I'm sorry, we had that situation against England, didn't we, in Pakistan here. This was just not out. I mean, this ball definitely, as we see here, you can see the ball, you can see the seam, you can see it on the ground. Absolutely. Not just the grass.
Absolutely.
Well, you'd agree. We've got to be on the same page.
100%. 100%. And I think what's so clear in that is his hands or fingers are not curled up underneath the ball. They're parallel to the side of the ball, and the ball and the fingers have brushed the ground. Basically, the ball has touched the ground because he had nothing underneath the ball. So for me and you, and I guess a lot of people in Pakistan, that was not out.
Yeah, exactly.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Okay, welcome back, and we welcome Scott Styris, one of the honest cricketers. What happened to the good old days when the fielder would just put his hand up and say, listen, I didn't catch it?
Look, professionalism is what happened, and people are playing for their careers. They want a long opportunity at this level. Sometimes you only might get 1 or 2 games, so you can understand why players stand around. Now, I found that interesting because I just assumed that the grass was the ground, but no, apparently Simon Dool says that they've checked that, and it is correct. The ground is the ground, and the grass is simply sitting on top of it. It's semantics to many people, but the fact of the matter remains. So it's a great little bit of advice there for people at home and for us, that what is actually out in those situations.
Okay, time for us to find out from Scott Styris and Waqar Younis, what is their prediction about Day 5? Expert prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. So let me start with Waqar Younis. This is prediction only, so you're just predicting. Is Pakistan going to survive?
Ooh, that's a hard one. I mean, it's a very difficult question you ask.
Well, it's not me. It's people want to know. So it's more like a prediction.
That's my wish. I think Pakistan can. It's not about surviving. I think Pakistan can win this game if they play, the way they play, the BB positive. Because if you look to draw this game, you're not going to win.
I shouldn't say are we having lunch in the hotel, but maybe tea?
Oh, no, I don't think that's the case. If New Zealand are to get up and win this, it's going to take the whole day's effort. It's going to take a phenomenal bowling performance. I still think this wicket is a good batting surface. So I think we've seen character from Pakistan throughout. New Zealand, no question, are in front in this match right now. But character has been at the forefront of the Pakistan game. I don't expect that to change today. New Zealand have to work very, very hard for these last 8 wickets.
Look, I want to take you back the game against Australia. Pakistan were 192 for 2 at the end of the fourth day, and then they came and they lost only 5 wickets. I mean, they were chasing 5 or 6. That was sort of out of reach, but they survived. Babar scored 194. Rizwan scored, who's not playing this game, but Sarfraz is playing really well. So there is plenty of positives for Pakistan. So all they got to do is just go out there, apply themselves, and look to win this game.
You heard the predictions. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, so time for us now to take a break, and then on the other side we'll have action to keep you guys glued to the TV sets. 100 runs per session is possible. Not ruling out any result.
I agree, and that's the best part about this game.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. Time for us now to take you to the break, as I said. 319 to get for Pakistan to win 8 wickets for New Zealand. It's all to play for.
was a tough old day of Test match cricket.
Well, that's got to be out, does it? Yeah, it is. Alim Dar
He says that's it, so New Zealand do strike early. He's got one now. Oh, that's nicely guided. That should run away as well. And that will be 50 once more for Tom Latham, and the 100 up for New Zealand.
Catch it was the call, and what a catch that is. And it's Abroad who takes it.
And will run away for a boundary.
There is 9th 50, and Blundell an important innings. Goes back into the offside. That'll go to the fence, and that's his maiden Test match 50.
Got him! Picked him up, it's not bounced. And Southey takes the off stump, and New Zealand have struck early. Got him! There's that delivery through the bat and pad. Beautiful delivery from the leg spinner. And they will end the day 0 for 2. 4 days of hard-fought cricket, and we are down to day number 5. All 3 results possible, maybe even 4. KFC presents Duffer News, Pakistan, New Zealand Test Series. It is day number 5, and both sides every opportunity to take the spoils in this Test Series here at the National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi. New Zealand 449 in their first innings. Pakistan responded with 408. New Zealand declared 277 for 5, and it meant that Pakistan needed 319 runs to win the Test match and win the series. A magnificent cricket arena here, the National Bank Cricket Arena in Karachi. It has provided some enthralling cricket at times, and at times a little less than that. What has today got to offer? Let's check the pitch report. Chris Harris and Waqar Younis.
Well, day 5, it's not often you get into day 5 and all 3 results are still possible. Obviously a draw. Pakistan need 319 runs. New Zealand need 8 wickets. So if we bring Waqar Younis in, he's picked up a couple of spots on the surface that might have an impact on this game.
Look, I think the New Zealand picked up those spots, and one for the spinner and one for the pace. And I thought, Tim Southey was excellent. The length was perfect, and I think all you need to do is just bowl a little bit of back of the length, and the ball have started keeping low. And that is from the media stand end. Normally, fast bowler, we've seen they all love bowling from the other end, the university end, but it's the media end which is causing problem. And another problem, which is the spinners. I mean, right arm leg spinners, we had a lot of success over here. And we saw yesterday the one to meet Hamza, which kept low and spun sharp from that area, which is outside the, left-handers off stump. So that is going to be a crucial. But all is not really done for Pakistan. Pakistan have survived before. Pakistan's got to stay positive. If they stay positive, first session, they bat well and they don't lose too many wickets, I think the game will be on.
Well, there you have it from the middle. All 3 results still possible. Got to watch those seamers, the one staying down. But everyone knows the spinners are still going to have a massive role in this outcome.
Waqar Younis says stay positive. One man who was very positive in the first innings but didn't bat for long enough was very kind to join Buzzard Khan just a little while ago. He's got to bat soon, but Shan Masood looking forward to it.
It's all about Pakistan's batting today, and I've got the man for it. Shan, batting number 3, you batted number 1, number 2 all your career. How difficult is that?
I look at the brighter side. I think it gives you that 10-minute changeover, which as an opener you always found tough. It takes care of that a bit. It gives you that little time to sort of assess the conditions and the pitch. And when you go inside, I mean, you start from ball 1 most of the time. So I haven't found number 3 that different in this format. And I have played number 3 in South Africa before. So it hasn't been something that has been alien or very new to me.
You talked about intent. When you were out of the team, you talked about trying to get that strike rate up, even in 4-day cricket. You've stayed true to that.
Look, I think you have to look at the way you've scored runs. And when I was dropped from the team and I went back to domestic cricket, to county cricket, I found that I played my best cricket when I was looking to score runs. Obviously, you have to have a fine balance because test cricket is hard. There are going to be patches where the bowlers will test you and you can't really take them on. So when I came back, I think I came back deciding that I will play the way that I have played. I'll play the way that sort of allows me to score the most. At the end of the day, it's about runs. And there will be times where you get off to starts, you get a few shots away, and then you'll get out because, I mean, that's the nature of the game. So sometimes you just have to accept it, and you have to plan whenever you get your next chance. You have to plan that you play with the same intent, but you try and play for as long as possible.
Just quickly, conditions today and Pakistan's chances upbeat of chasing this down?
Look, you're always upbeat. You play this game to win the game. We'll look to score. Obviously, losing the 2 wickets didn't help us yesterday. I think it was a very tactically a good declaration by them just to put us under pressure. But we'll go out there, we'll assess the conditions, and hopefully we'll get our time where we can put some runs on the board and put pressure in terms of chasing the target.
Thank you, Shan. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, very nice of Shan Masood to join us this morning before he walks out to bat. Yeah, thanks to him, and he'll want to put in a contribution today, I'm sure, for Pakistan. 3 good contributions for New Zealand yesterday. 3 half centuries, Latham, Blundell and Bracewell. And this was Tom Blundell, 74 off 135 balls. They needed to consolidate things in this partnership after New Zealand lost wickets in a hurry. And Tom Blundell played the perfect innings to do that. Was aggressive towards the back end when New Zealand was searching for runs. Might have done himself some damage though late in the piece with a slight groin injury. And his partnership along with Michael Bracewell was one of the keys that allowed New Zealand to declare their second innings at 277 for 5. Chris Harris, welcome back. You're feeling better today. It was a good innings.
It was a good innings, and it's great to be back. He played really well. I was really pleased for Michael Bracewell. Hasn't had a great time of it with the bat in Test cricket. And a wonderful opportunity yesterday to show off his skills.
New Zealand's huddle, and it'll be about patience, I'm sure. At some stage today, you just know that Pakistan will have a partnership, possibly 2, possibly 3, but there's 90 overs to bowl. New Zealand have to first and foremost, I think, make sure they get through their overs quickly so that they do bowl those 90 overs. They do not want to be worried about bad light later on this evening if that comes to fruition. And for Pakistan, I guess, Ruj, good morning to you. Start well and give that dugout and that changing room a little bit of confidence.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any other way Pakistan can approach this. For them, it's a matter of absorbing the pressure up front here on a day where New Zealand, well, with the 2 wickets it took yesterday, Pakistan yet to get off the mark. And for Shan Masood, I think it'll be important for himself as well as the team to get in there and take his time. He spoke about improving his scoring rate when he spoke to Baz earlier in the morning, but at the moment, I think he can take his time, get in. Wicket, saw that in the morning. The surface still looks a very good batting track. And we've seen throughout this test match, you play yourself in and you can pile on those runs. 156, that came back in of 2019, in December 2019 or early 2020, and since then it's been a lean patch for Shan Masood. Well, he's got one more opportunity here.
And Mazza was telling us yesterday as well, this is the last test match that Pakistan play this year at home, which is quite phenomenal. No more test matches in Pakistan in 2023. They've got an away tour to Sri Lanka and then Australia later this year. So probably think, without trying to play selector, that Shan might be playing for his spot.
Yeah, it's been 7 matches so far. He hasn't had a score of more than 30. And he spoke about the position of being put in at number 3. For him, in no difference to him, which is a good sign. But he's got a huge opportunity here.
Last ball of Ish Sodhi's over after picking up that wicket last evening. So Pakistan will remain none for 2 after 3. You just feel that confidence for Ish Sodhi is there, and it's been there pretty much since that 61 in the first innings of the first test match. The batting brought about the confidence with the ball. Slight change of run up for him of late, and that was a beauty last night.
Staying nice and loose, Sodhi. Good sign that I think he will continue. Had a terrific tour, 65 in that first test, gave him that confidence. And then into his legs.
And Henry starting, and Imam starts with a lovely drive.
Well, that was a lovely shot first up. Well, runs because it's well fielded by Henry, but wonderful full face. Just a nice little punch down the ground. Henry did well. I think the players that have played well here have tended to play that more, that punch drive. Just raced away.
Edged, and I think it's gone through the gap and down. First runs on the board. Not sure if it carried.
Looked like he moved late. They are standing very close. And just short. That ball went quickly, and it went down quickly as well. Perfectly in the gap.
Those who missed yesterday afternoon, or late yesterday afternoon, Tom Blundell did himself a little bit of damage late in the afternoon, late in his innings in fact. Had to get the upper part of his leg strapped, so Tom Latham has taken the gloves. Glenn Phillips on the field. That's New Zealand's point of view. They're very fortunate they had a couple of very worthy replacements available. Tom Latham, who's the one-day international wicket-keeper. Devon Conway, the T20 wicket-keeper. I joked with Luke Ronke last night when he came on our show afterwards. I said, if it came down to it, would it have been Devon Conway or you? He said, me. So go back to 2017 where that law was changed. Oh, lovely. Really nice quality from Imam.
Yeah, wonderful shot from Imam. We saw that outside edge a couple of balls ago, but looks in total control. Wonderful shot. This wicket looks certainly good for batting against the seamers.
It is nice and positive from Imam to get things underway this morning. 10 for 2. And just to finish off on that, substitute can wicket keep if required. That law was changed back in 2017. Of course, Tom Latham not a substitute. He's in the starting 11. And Glenn Phillips, substitute fielder, who also was a wicket keeper and could have kept. skipper, to take over. This morning he bowled 1 over last night, got one to stay a little bit low to Abdullah Shafiq, and picked up that wicket. Two slips in place, and again, they're very close. Glenn Phillips is incredibly close at second slip.
Sure, there must have been some talk about maybe keeping Ish Sodhi going, especially with two left-handers out in the middle, but I guess with the newer ball, Tim Southey got that one to stay down yesterday. Probably thought just for a couple of overs while the ball's nice and new and hard, still might better get it to stay down. It's worth a couple of overs.
Oh, it's very close. Might have been just outside the line, I think. How was the height?
Yeah, I think he had the best view of the line here, Southey, and deciding against the DRS, not going up. Has hit him outside the line.
Confirmation of the line outside the line of off stump. There, Tim Southey just saying outside. No issue there. Last thing New Zealand want to do is waste reviews. They wasted one in the first innings, at least. Oh, it's just flirted with the outside edge.
He bowled wonderful lines. His first over this morning, Tim Southey. Just around that fourth or fifth stump, forcing Masood to play. See a few nerves, a little bit anxious, very keen to get off the mark.
Better from Shan, left alone. 10 for 2. Some great shots from high above the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi. Drone camera. Two slips in a gully, a short cover. Catching cover. Man at point, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and Sodhi down at long leg. Henry back over the wicket. Oh, another good drive, but Henry gets a good hand on that as well.
Another lovely stroke. Right under his eyes, lets the ball come so close to the body, and he's got control over that. Henry on both occasions has done well to get down in time. From Sean's point of view, just have a look at the dismissals. All 3 times to spin with the new ball. Again, trying to force the issue, not getting to the pitch of the ball. He played on the back foot to Ish Sodhi. First innings of this test, again, trying to force the issue, muscle the ball through. Yes, it's been good bowling, but I think sitting back, he will probably question himself in terms of decision-making or execution of those shots. First innings, 1 brand new ball, and even the first innings of this test, it already hit 3 boundaries to Ijaz Patel when he rocked onto the back foot and hit it to point. It's been about 14 innings now for him where he hasn't scored a score of 50. I think Imam on the other end, who's got runs under his belt, has a measure of the surface, can provide that sense of calm to Shan in terms of allowing him to get in.
Plenty of Pakistan rupee given away. The Osaka boundary contest, whenever a boundary is hit while the Osaka display is on the LED boards, as it is right now around the grounds. That will be awarded Pakistan rupee of 10,000. And there it is. Well done, Shan. You've just got yourself 10,000 Pakistan rupee. 15 for 2.
Yeah, that'll instill some confidence in him. Good timing, a good way to get off the mark. You can see in the background Osaka as well. So all over good timing.
It's a good feeling that to get underway with a lovely off drive for 4. That'll do the confidence the world of good for Shan Masood.
Southey's found a really nice line and length this morning already. Just looking at the bounce difference from day 1 down to Abdullah Shafiq's dismissal last night. And the average on day 1, and that one hit a crack, and I wouldn't say it rolled along the ground, but it stayed very low with a brand new ball. A tough one for Abdullah Shafiq. The last thing you need when you're not having a great run of form as well as one of those types of deliveries.
71 centimeters the difference. Mind you, that's not the average bounce in the second innings. That's just the one to Shafiq's dismissal. Yeah, not easy when you're in a bad patch and the new ball skids under your bat.
The heavy roller out this morning, did Pakistan, just trying to really put anything back into place, kill the surface completely.
He's found a very good, nice line and length, Tim Southee, this morning. The one thing for me that is missing is just a little bit of swing. Generally would orthodox swing it back into the left-hander. At the moment, it's just angle.
They played the patience game very well in the first innings, did Southee and Matt Henry. That's an option, I think, if New Zealand find themselves just drifting behind the game later in the piece. Tim Southee's just trying to draw Imam into something outside the line of off stump. $15 for 2. $15 for 2. And don't forget the e-ticket sales from the 5th of January. Buy your e-tickets now. PCB.bookme.pk. 3 one-day internationals at this venue, 9th, 11th and 13th of January. Don't forget to jump online, get your tickets, get out here and support Pakistan in this one-day international series. PCB.bookme.pk.
Be interesting to see from a New Zealand's point of view. So far, both of these batsmen looking very comfortable against Henry and Southee. Just wonder how long New Zealand will think about before they bring spin into the attack at both ends.
Yeah, I think New Zealand will want to save Matt Henry in particular for when that ball just starts to reverse a touch. He's got more pace in around the 135, 36, 37 mark. I've seen that that's been quite successful at different times, so I want plenty of good energy in those legs for that time. And nicely played again. This time, just opening the face a little more, Shan Masood.
Yep, feels pretty comfortable against the medium paces. Not a big step, just playing it nice and late. Under his eyes, just finds that gap at cover. Didn't hit it hard, but this outfield has been so quick, whole series. Second boundary for Masood. Just see that confidence growing.
Yeah, New Zealand now just plugging that gap. Similar to where both those drives have come. Glenn Phillips's short cover now.
It's good. They've got to be aware of the singles on offer as well.
Excellent running. There was a fielder there, Glenn Phillips, jumping across to his left hand, but Shan Masood quick to recognize. He'd just been moved from second slip. Now Daryl Mitchell now in the slips gully as well. And that is actually a good position for both Shan and Imam, who like to drive.
Nice and straight, but Imam equally up to the task. 20 for 2.
Going right somewhere around the wicket.
As we suspected, and it wouldn't be too long. Ish Sodhi back into the attack on the media centre end. Looked very good yesterday. Oh, obviously only bowled the one over, but every one of those deliveries right where he wanted them. And saw some nice spin out of that rough. So this will be the first big challenge for the two Pakistani batsmen.
He has picked up Shan's wicket once in this series when he went back to him and got LBW on the back foot. And the other interesting thing of the one over yesterday was he got the new ball to turn sharply. And to the left-handers, he's already bowled two beauty of deliveries to Mir Hamza to rip through the bat and pad, and now into Shan.
Nicely played. And he'll pick up 4 straight away.
And this is good from Shan. He's not tried to overhit it. It has been flighted up. It is full, but it's more of a check drive. Good timing on it.
20 for 3. 50 for 4. One side.
Good response from Ish Sodhi.
Yeah, adjusted his length nicely, Sodhi. This one a little bit full. We won't mind Shan Masood driving, but that's the length from that rough. Again over pitched, but no single. There was a thought of a quick run, but see how they did well at mid-off.
Seish. Up here, Ishi boy. Attention! Hold on, hold on. Good Seish, good Seish.
Oh, full toss. Just slipping out. Landed short of deep square leg.
Yeah, the lengths have been either too full or this full toss. He's done well. There was a man stationed there, just fell short, and I think he recognizes that as well, Shan.
Oh, wow. Expansive from Imam, and that has bounced just past off stump, I think. And it will be buys. And be 4 of them. 29 for 2.
Oh, the perfect delivery for Asodi. He's trying to encourage the drive just out of that rough. You can see it just bite out of that dust. It's a big risk trying to drive from that length. And there you see, just spun back, just over the top of off stump.
This is last ball, last over. Excellent revs on the ball and just out of the rough. A big expansive drive, very close to the off stump. And last night, something very similar. And this time, more spin out of the rough to clean up Mir Hamza. He's having some day, Sodi. And some game.
Yeah, I like this from Tim Southey as well, just resting Matt Henry. Southey was very good from our media centre end. He's just changed around, trying to keep things nice and quiet. Well, only one test team has chased a higher target than this 319 required by Pakistan. That was the West Indies back in 1969 at Eden Park in Auckland. They chased 345 against New Zealand. That is, chases in tests against New Zealand. Seymour Nurse was the chief contributor in that West Indies side. The Bayesian right-hander, bowled a little bit of off-break as well. 168 he scored in that test match, and then he played his last test on that same tour as well and scored 258 in Christchurch and never played another test. 1969. Decent finish.
Surely you're rethinking about continuing on. Wow, what a way to go out.
Yeah. 600s and 2 double hundreds for Seymour Nurse. start for Tim Southey this morning. Hasn't conceded a run as yet. Still hasn't. End of his fourth over. He's got 1 for none. It is 29 for 2.
Both teams just getting into their work. Pakistan 29 runs so far in their 7.1 overs this morning. Just seems as if this test match is building up.
Lovely, Ish. That's lovely, boy. That's lovely sides. So good as you, boy.
Couple of balls which will just play on Pakistan's mind. So far it's been pretty decent the way both left-handers have gone about their business. Now big appeal, but once you're round the wicket the angle works against you. I guess the ball to spin quite sharply, so has to be inch perfect to hit in line and hit the stumps. Full toss, and has that carried? There's one full toss that Shan hit leg side, almost went to the fielder. This one another full toss, and he's hit it pretty hard. Has that carried? That's a dangerous shot. The ball coming back in, the cut shot. You have to be careful. Has this one carried?
That's the one the three left-handers will have to look out for. Saud, Imam and Shan. They'll have to battle that all day long.
Get a single that time around. A couple of deliveries ago, this full toss, he's hit it. Oh, still can't tell. Maybe just dropped short, but almost hit it straight to the man.
Yeah, when you're searching for runs, always happens. Even in the first innings, it was a nothing delivery, and he played it straight to Kane Williamson and lost his wicket. Shan. You just find it tough to put those away. You always seem to find fielders.
Yes, Ish. That's lovely, boy.
Nicely played, Imam. It's 31 for 2. This is Mir Hamza last night. Ball turning back in, hitting the stumps. Not a lot of bounce. This one is today, and it's just bounced over the top. Huge difference in bounce. Odi would have thought that maybe if that stayed low, he'd be in business again, but difference in bounce saved Imam. Waqar Yunus alongside. You identified Sodhi as the danger man for New Zealand.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Leg spinners on the fourth inning on a very pitch, always tough to handle. As a batsman, you got to really have a good technique, and you got to make sure that certain shots you play, you got to just take them out of your book, especially when you're driving from that rough region to a leg spinner. You're asking for trouble. Mir Hamza looked to defend. I can understand he's a lower order batsman and left a big gap between bat and pad. But Imam uses his feet nicely. In the previous games we have seen, this time he's stuck in the crease and looking to use his wrist to play through the cover, and that's a very, very dangerous stroke.
Outside edge. This is testing from Saudi too. He's been very accurate. Just keeping on banging on that length. Changes his line slightly. This one is closer to Shan Masood, but the length is the one that's going to bother him all the time, and his spell today has been just above length bowling.
Well, it's all about bowling straight on this pitch now. It's very dry. So much experience, Tim Southee. He will bring the ball back in also at times, but he will keep just asking questions from that off-stump channel. The odd one comes in, and the one we just saw a couple of deliveries ago, beaten him outside the off-stump. It's a tough period for these two left-handers, but they've got to stay positive. If the ball comes in their zone, look for runs.
Lovely shot. Wait into the shot. Shan Masood always looking for that drive. That is classy.
Yeah, this is the second time we're seeing Shan just leaning forward and getting on top of the delivery. By no means this was a half volley, but because he saw the ball coming in, just lunges forward, and the timing was just superb.
That will do a world of good to his confidence. Just winning these small battles, putting the balls away for runs whenever possible.
Yeah, square leg goes out. But it's good from Shan. It seems as if he's got the rhythm correct. Slightly rushed in the first innings. This time around is looking for runs, but is also being patient enough to be able to then wait for the delivery to put away. And it just seems that he's in a better zone, better rhythm to his batting. $35 for 2. That 20 in the first innings came off 11 deliveries. And today he's just looking solid with that forward defense. Other big news today, Waqar bhai, is it's Sikandar's birthday. Happy birthday, Sikandar. Expecting a cake, hasn't arrived yet.
Thank you so much.
Yeah! Well, got in. Imam trying to smash it over cover, comes down the track. He's beaten in the flight ball, turns back in. That is a huge wicket.
Yeah, he didn't learn from the previous over. The ball going over the top of the off stump this time. A very similar delivery, using his feet and trying to hit through the cover. That's not the shot you play on this surface. Fifth there, always a trouble. And so the back in his form, picked up a wicket last night and got a big wicket of Imam now. Pakistan in all sorts of trouble. 35 for 3. Imam gone for 12.
Captain walks out, Babar Azam. Pakistan have just lost a huge wicket. A magnificent player. He's got the numbers and he's improved in the last 1 year leaps and bounds in terms of test match cricket. But the pressure is on. Babar Azam walks out with Ish Sodhi getting the ball to talk, and everybody now knows that this is the wicket to get. New Zealand will sense the opportunity.
Lovely start, Soads. Lovely start, boy.
Ish Sodhi from round the wicket to the left-handers has already had his say in the second innings. Just calmly turns it away leg side. But a huge wicket with Imam ul Haq trying to hit against the spin, trying to go over cover.
Yeah, you're asking for trouble. We spoke about it in length, that when the ball lands in the area, even if you want to come down the pitch and play your shots or just want to be aggressive, that's the shot you don't play. There's so much risk involved in that.
Catch!
You don't know how much the ball's gonna spin, how much it's gonna bounce. Earlier one went over that mid-off. Although he got to the pitch, but because he was looking to play through the cover, he didn't have to look back.
Yes, Ish. I love that, Ish.
It's one of those moments, Imam's wicket, had he connected, one would say a shot from a batter in form. But when you miss those, the question arises, was it the need or the hour? The shot selection is the key in a situation like this, day 5, when the team needs you. What are you trying to prove here?
Well, Sikandar, even if he would have connected that, I wouldn't have really praised that shot, because, you know, the amount of rough there outside the off stump.
Down.
Yeah, that's better.
Lovely, Ish. Lovely, Ish.
If you look to go through cover, that means you're giving the ball a chance to go through your bat and pad.
6 balls, lads. 6 balls in the set, boys.
You just sense the energy go up. They just sense that If they get Barber quickly, they want Barber to New Zealand, and they know that he's the key now. Barber, as he does calmly, just works it leg side and takes a single. Successful over for Ish Sodhi. It's 38 for 3.
Could it be the case that you're talking about that rough and that sharp turn into the left-hander, that Imam's trying to curb that by meeting the ball early, but then he was all over the place. Big gaps between bat and pad and didn't cover the line of the ball. Everything went wrong once he left that crease. And he was just hoping that he gets some bat inside edge onto that, but he was nowhere close.
The length's been perfect from Saudi. Today he's just conceded that one scoring shot through the covers. He's bowled 3 out of his 4 overs, maidens. And the combination right now is the best that New Zealand will get. Saudi from one end, applying the pressure in terms of making sure that there's no runs leaked, and his lengths being spot on, and Ish Sodhi the other. Again, that length.
Yeah, he will create that pressure from the university, and he will make sure that he'll just look to either go outside the off stump or look to just hit that off stump channel. But from the other end, when you're playing Ish Sodhi, there's no way you can take the risk. He will give you a bad ball. So just wait for that ball rather than just making a shot.
Yeah, lengths absolutely spot on. 69% on a good length, and just slightly fuller. Even when he's gone full, it's not been a half volley length, it's been just slightly fuller. 28%. Brilliant bowling. There again. So if there's anything in the pitch, if the ball stays low, if there's a bit of seam movement, he's in business because of the fact that he's hitting that length repeatedly. And that's all really you can do on such a pitch. If you've not got that express space where you're going to bounce people out or take the pitch out of the equation altogether, then this is the second best, or this is the approach that you should have. And Saudi is exploiting that and showing us how it's done. Again, length.
Well, I think he's hoping that one of those deliveries will hit the cracks. The cracks have opened quite a bit and they're quite loose. And if you just keep it thereabout, one odd will hit those cracks and will deviate, either deviate left or right. You can bring in the edge into play. That's why it's got 2 slips there. And if it comes back, every chance of getting LBW or bowled. So that's really, really quality bowling. .38 for 3.
Ishodi from round the wicket. Punch down the ground for a single, slightly too full this time around. Full toss and put away. Easy pickings for Barber with a flick into the leg side.
Right hand, left hand combination for Pakistan should work against Ishodi. Ishodi struggles to bowl to the right hander especially, and he does bowl those full tosses. He's tried to give more air, so you don't really have to rush in against him. All you got to worry about is that rough region when he comes around the wicket to the left-hander. There was previously Imam, when he got beaten out, this time he thought, okay, I'll use my feet, and ball landed more or less in the same region, although he was pretty close to the pitch of the ball. Oh, how close was that? That one didn't get up at all. Very lucky, Babar.
Yeah, that's the one you've got to watch out for. Babar's done exceptionally well. It's almost a double bouncer. And he's gone back. He's watched the ball all the way through and just managed to whip it away.
That's serious quality, isn't it, Sikandar, to manage this ball?
Fast hands.
Through the covers this time around, just a single.
If he's choosing to go that back deep into the crease, be ready for a ball like that. Quick hands and saved him. That was just ankle high.
Inside edge. Still things happening when Sodi's bowling. 46 for 3.
Imam ul Haq, just sit and watch now. There's a lot more for each Saudi in this pitch than the paces. Good thing is Tim Saudi is just keeping things very quiet. He's not giving anything away, not leaking the run, because he knows his Saudi will bowl or the odd bad ball.
Fifth day, just building up nicely, and you can watch it all over Pakistan and outside Pakistan, even listen to it with radio partners. Plenty of places where you can go and watch or listen to the game.
We keep talking about how important Babar Azam's wicket is into this lineup and what it means that he stays out there. But his record in fourth innings, we talk about his averages, is not very supportive. We just hope that he has one of those days where he scored that 196 against Australia on the same ground. But you look at that, second innings is the best, where he got run out, 56. But fourth time, it's 37.
Goes Fuller and just picked off. Classy.
Classy and elegant. Just a little bit fuller from Tim Southee. He was looking for that LBW. And Babar Azam, kind of player he is. Look at that. Watch that. And enjoy it. Lovely.
Sikandar, you mentioned that innings 196 he got and played a major role in saving that test match against Australia. He likes batting here. National Bank Cricket Arena. Plenty of opportunity for him to bat here. Played a season with Karachi Kings and he scored plenty of runs. PSL final here as well. So even if that average suggests that he doesn't like batting on the fourth innings, he does like batting here at National Bank Cricket Arena. So Pakistan will be hoping that that particular love affair with this cricket ground continues. $50 for 3. Southee's had a spell. Maybe it's time for a change from that end. Right now, Sodi just settled in. And he looks a threat.
Yes, Ish, that's lovely, buddy. That's lovely, Ish. So good that sides. Lovely, Ish. Lovely in there, Ish. GP's in the game there, Ish. GP's in the game, boy. Ish. Get. Nice, Ish, nice, Ish. Lovely, boy. All that dust coming out of that, boy.
So important to have those concentration levels. You can actually feel it that Imam would be sitting in that dressing room and thinking and rethinking. But the moment has gone by.
Yes,
We just have a lapse in that concentration and you end up selecting a shot that you don't play or won't play next time around in a situation like this.
That short leg fielder will be in the play all the time and he lands that ball in that region, that rough region.
Yes,
Just hoping that one keeps low and then one just kicks a little bit from there. Shan very comfortable at the moment, but he's got to be very watchful of the bounce from here.
That's lovely, Ish. That's lovely, buddy.
And wants a single down the ground.
You think, Bazid, that he would have an edge? That's Shan Masood, because he's a tall left-handed batter, compared to Saud Shakil or Imam, because he'll have a better reach in tackling the ball that's coming into him from outside off.
I think Saud handles spin quite well. He has his own way. Shan will have his own way. It's turned away leg side. And it's turned away quite nicely. I think Babar realized that the ball was coming in and he just helped himself for a boundary. 55 for 3. The top spinner, or the googly Babar, very quick to go back, use the depth of the crease, and that's why it just managed to turn it away.
Matt Henry, 4 overs so far.
Bundle.
Another good single from Shan Masood. Babar's come in and he's looked good. One of the best going around in the business. And he loves batting on this particular ground. At this venue, he has amassed a huge number of runs. Not too far long ago against Australia, in order to save that test match, the second test of that series, got 196. Rizwan got a century with them and batted long into day 5.
The reason for that too is he just finds his tempo so well. He's in good solid positions the whole way, doesn't force things too much. That record at this ground is sensational. He's 17 off 20. It barely feels like he's got out of second gear. That's just the class I know he has. He kept that ball that rolled out unbelievably.
And when you watch Babar, it just almost feels like he's got that extra second compared to most batters going across. And it's why he's able to make that late adjustment. Plays the ball so late, it's almost mostly past him when the time he plays. And hence why he's got so much control And timing is probably the biggest feature of his batting.
That extra split second you talk about is what the greats possess. We can go back from the Nzimams, Tendulkars, Ricky Pontings, Brian Lara's of this world, and the players, of course, today. Kane Williamson, one of those. But I found it interesting. I quite enjoy watching the players warm up to see what they tactically might try for the day. We've seen a lot of, in those warm-ups, Pakistan's batsmen practicing the sweep shot. So, you know, often it can predict their tactics and how they're going to go about scoring. Babar Azam this morning spent quite a bit of time practicing the pull shot, of all things, which on this surface, you don't expect too many short deliveries. It's reversing a little with low bounce. A lot of that, I would suspect. 56 for 3. Those pull shots that he was practicing as well, it was all about keeping the ball on the ground. He was looking to hit the ball straight down. There was no thought of hitting the ball for 6, and even it was about placement for boundaries only.
You talk about the pull shot, and sometimes we've seen, in fact, we saw it throughout the England series as well, because of the lack of pace in the surface. Every time the short ball was put into ploy, because it came on so slowly, it was almost causing that false shot. Could be just a reason that if they do come up with a tactic of bowling the short ball to Babar at some point, and if Pakistan is in a place where they need the runs, could be a story then. Bracewell now, change of bowling. Oh, there's off spin.
You know, I like that point about the short stuff, because it just shows that Babar's preparing for all eventualities. And I think he realises that if he does get set, that it's perhaps a mode that New Zealand might go to, where they might bowl a little bit of short stuff with men back.
I know the spinners are on now, but there were 2 men back on the pull, even in that last over from Matt Henry, and so far we've seen very little indication New Zealand will go short, but that was what led to the dismissal of Shafiq in that first innings. Very few short deliveries, then out of nowhere, I think it was Matt Henry dropped one short, and the top edge was taken by Ajaz Patel.
Yes, Beastie. Lovely shape on that, Beastie.
And if the short ball does come in play, you reckon it will be Matt Henry? In comparison to Saudi, he would probably stick to the lovely line and the channels he has bowled Matt Henry with, that extra bit of pace. And I think that delivery was around 142 Ks that got big on Abdullah Shafiq.
It's more the management of the fast bowlers will be fascinating to watch today. New Zealand, of course, are a seamer down in comparison to what Pakistan is. So when you have to bowl throughout the day, and if you believe that the reverse swing will be the key, then it's really overs 30 through to 80 that are the most important.
Another excellent delivery to the left-hander from Bracewell. Off nothing, but again the turn will be encouraging for Bracewell. It spun from right under his eye. Shan Masood would have thought he'd covered the line, but that is some good turn and bounce.
If you're a batsman in that situation, you don't worry about it at all. That is just a beautiful delivery. He played it well.
You're absolutely right. It's a line that you have to play, because if it doesn't spin from that angle from around the wicket, it's coming on to hit the stumps. So when it bounces and turns like that, you've just got to put it out of your mind. You've done nothing wrong.
overdone. 60 for 3. Ish Sodhi has just walked off the park. Hopefully nothing serious, maybe just a short break. A couple of fielders on the leg side boundary, deep backward square, and fine leg on the boundary. It's time for some garam garam chai to start off the day here in Karachi in the Tapal Tea Lounge. That's lovely, a Tapal tea moment. The ladies seem to be enjoying themselves. And just to remind everyone at home that the first session, being a Friday, will be a lengthier one. So it'll be 2.5 hours before we break at 12:30. Some problems behind the side screen. There you go. First session, normally a 2-hour session, will be 2.5 hours today. And then hour 45, the remaining 2 sessions. Lunch will be an hour, and the day does promise to have some exciting cricket, so hope you continue watching. All 3 results are still on the cards in New Zealand. Adding on to the wickets column from last night, surely New Zealand camp would have had a really good sleep. Not for 2. And the big wicket of Imam Ul Haq this morning as well.
I still come back to that partnership for the last wicket between Matt Henry and Ajaz Patel with over 100. Not only for the runs, but then the hour and a half that Pakistan would have batted, New Zealand would have been behind. And I wonder if that'll be the moment, the telling moment of this test match, when you look back and all those extra runs. They came quickly as well. Matt Henry in particular was aggressive. Will that be the winning of this match?
It was a difference, a 41-run lead, and which courtesy that 10th wicket partnership you talk about, Scott. Pakistan at one point looked in such good command, and they lost their last 5 wickets for very few and compared to New Zealand's. Well, they've got one of the best in the business out there to hold things steady for Pakistan, Babar Azam. Just starting to reverse now.
Yeah, that's the other part, isn't it? Both teams have actually had their collapses. We've talked a lot about how good a batting surface this is, yet Pakistan lost 23 runs, 5 wickets to end their first innings. New Zealand were 234 for 1, and then I think it was, 345 for 9. So what's that, 110 for 8? Don't expect that on this as well. So you've got to stick in. It's tough. Nice stroke through the leg side. Tim Southey will try and give chase, but it will be too quick. Boundary to finish the over, 64 for 3. And Alim Dar and Alex Wolf should, signify that the players will take a drink. 64 for 3.
Yeah, welcome back after the drinks break. Pakistan at the moment 64 for 3. Abdullah Shafiq went for not scoring many. Hamza as well was bowled to an absolute beauty from Sodhi, and Imam Ulhaq, the first man to fall this morning. Once again, Sodhi into the attack. He went for 12 between Shan and Babar, 24 and 22 apiece.
New Zealand have picked up 3 wickets. Only one today, though. That was last night. Very first over. Staying down, nipping back. And what ended up being the final ball of the day, a beautiful leg spinner. Out of the rough, through the gate, and almost a carbon copy other than Imam stepping out as a big spinning leg spinner. And they were 3 down at that point, not many on the board. And the 4 bowlers used have all done a good job for New Zealand. 35 for 3 it was. No sign yet of Ajaz Patel.
A match summary so far: Conway with the big 100 in the first innings to get New Zealand to 449. Shakil with his maiden Test 100, 125. He remained not out for 408. And New Zealand, well, they declared at 277 for 5, and Pakistan now need 255 runs to win. And New Zealand, they're looking for 7 wickets.
Aside from those wickets that we've seen from New Zealand, we've also seen some balls. One from Sodhi that went almost along the ground to Babar Azam, which really got their interest. And Babar Azam ended up playing it beautifully. It felt as though most players would have missed it. And also one from Bracewell, which spun and turned not long ago against Shan Masood, which went away for a couple of byes. So some positive signs.
Even the one to Abdullah Shafiq, there was 70 centimeters the difference between the average bounce and the one that didn't quite get up to him.
The fact that all 3 wickets that have fallen have been bowled tells you the New Zealand strategy today will be to bowl nice and straight. They'll wait for the pitch to play a few tricks. The spinners can, perhaps be a little wider because of the footmarks created.
Yes, Beastie. Lovely that, Beastie. Lovely that, boy. Pull it through there, Beastie.
Especially from Ish Sodhi's point of view, yes, he's getting the ball to turn back in sharply to the left-hander from the rough.
Yes,
but it's also the bounce. Every now and then, the dismissal to Imam, you saw the one that he was beaten to go over the off stump, and the one that he got out to was probably half the height that it got up to. So the turn and the bounce both favoring the leg spinner.
Yes, Beastie.
And that's for me what's so impressive about Babar Azam's technique. You can see that he knows that the one that's going to threaten him is the one that comes back through the gate, through the bat and pad. And if you watch his forward defence, there is just no gap. He makes sure there's no gap between bat and pad. There's no way of getting through his defences.
Yes, Beastie. Yes, Beastie.
I think the only time where New Zealand feel as though there are chances when he goes back onto the stumps. And if one just stays very low, as we've already seen today, that may cause some concerns. Generally when he's forward, bat right beside the pad, no gap at all.
Yes, Beastie. Yes, Beastie.
65 for 3. The 6th over of the day for Matt Henry. And just a discussion between 2 of the other greats of New Zealand. Saudi now. Kane Williamson trying to get their plans sorted to Shan Masood, who's gotten himself in. He's gotten 25. He's timed the ball well on the front foot. Oh, that is a terrific shot. How's that for timing from Babar Azam?
Wow, wonderful shot. Gets in a great position and then just plays it under his eyes. No danger at all. Beautifully picks the gap. It's an area he loves to score heavily. Wonderful technique.
Clips it to the leg side, looks for 2. Just the one with a loud call.
And both batsmen looking quite comfortable against Henry at the moment. It's a wonderful indication that hopefully Southey will look to have spin at both ends. Just look so comfortable against the seam at the moment, both the Pakistan batsmen.
Well, that lack of third seam bowling option means a spinner has to bowl at that university end, which is the least preferable. So someone has to do the tough overs. I'm thinking it will be Ajaz Patel. His role will simply be to dot it up as much as he possibly can. 72 for 3.
And again, boy.
Partnership now between Sean and Babar, 37. That is another lovely delivery. Just evades the keeper, Tom Latham. It's probably a missed chance here. The umpire has given it runs. It is off the edge of the bat. Latham has missed that one completely.
I was just going to say that spinners often like to, what's termed as open up both edges, which means that if there's an inside edge, there's someone there to take the catch, and if there's an outside edge, the same. New Zealand have got that in place at the moment for the left-hander with the man under the lid. But I just wonder whether that man under the helmet, which I think is Phillips, would go to that second slip area. That allows Daryl Mitchell to be a lot finer. It's a very good delivery from Michael Bracewell. He's just moved that fraction finer now.
That is really good running. Recognizing the fielder mid-off, was just hanging back on the circle.
You just really like that mid-off to be a little bit closer, because I'm pretty sure he looks as though he's standing where he should be stopping one. And he's sort of in no man's land. For me, he's got to be a little bit closer to stop those singles, to just keep that pressure on, to bowl to one batsman. Don't let them rotate the strike so comfortably.
They've gone up, and he's given right away. That is a huge wicket, Babar Azam. And he knows it. He is making his way back. Just stops to have a discussion with Shan Masood. He knows it. This is huge for New Zealand. They pick up Babar Azam.
It's the last thing you need when you're trying to bat and save the test, is to be unlucky and strangled down the leg side. And this is a massive moment in the day, in the match. The confidence Pakistan will have with Babar Azam out in the middle. And then for that to happen, great catch too from Tom Latham. New Zealand with a bit of luck. Watch the small spike. Massive moment. Babar Azam 27 at 77 for 4.
I think we're done, I think.
Sarfaraz Ahmed walks out ahead of Saud Shakil. And it could be a case of Pakistan wanting to continue with the right and left hand combination. He's got a good record, and he has a good record off late. 3 continuous scores to his name. 3 50s in the 3 innings, in the last 3 innings. But he's got his work cut out. Pakistan now on the back foot now. Babar Azam, the 4th wicket to go for Pakistan. That was a lovely take behind the wicket from Tom Latham.
Lovely start this beastie.
A short leg and slip in place. A man out for the sweep. Deep square leg boundary. He loves that shot. As the off spinner on, it is on for him.
Yes, beastie. It's lovely, boy. Lovely there, beastie.
A big moment in this game. Just the faintest of tickles and a wonderful catch from Tom Latham. Got down the leg side, got his hands in a perfect position. Remember, he's unsighted at this stage, can't see it. Wonderful keeping.
An excellent over, wicket off it as well for New Zealand and Bracewell. 77 for 4.
Bracewell with a huge wicket, massive wicket. Babar Azam. It just seemed that Pakistan had quietened things down, and Shan and Babar making inroads. Well, it has turned on its head. Now pressure on Pakistan. Shan's been good, he's been solid. There's been a few opportunities created, and you just thought that Babar was, out of all the batters that Pakistan have come out to play in this second innings, Babar were looking the most comfortable. But as is the case here at National Bank Cricket Arena, there are periods of times when nothing happens and suddenly something out of the blue and a wicket. But this was down to some exceptional keeping. It was a really good catch down the leg side.
Well, the benefit of having a genuine keeper in your side who's not taking the gloves normally, with the injury to Tom Blundell, Latham, who's the New Zealand's one-day international wicket keeper, has done a lot of it over the years. That was a sensational catch. Sort of, you look at it and you think, did Babar do much wrong or not? I can't really find too much. He just looked to tickle it. It's turned, sort of slid across the face, Waka.
Yeah, the timing of moving to his left, Tom Latham, and he was gone. He was literally blind. He wouldn't have been able to see the ball. Just the movement, just the timing of, you know, bringing the gloves in line, and that was just superb. Yeah. And when we've not done wicket keeping, especially on these sort of pitches, yes, he's been regular in one days, but when it comes to test match cricket, 5th day pitch is never easy. Look at the way he moved. Yeah, beautifully taken. The hands were in a very good position. A lot of energy, and this sort of catch really lifts the team up.
I think it makes such a difference too, because Babar, I felt this morning that Imam and Babar were the key wickets. They're the two guys that have batted really well at different times. Imam had been so good. Babar with that 100 in the first test match as well, and his record here at this ground You just felt that they were two key blows for New Zealand to pick them both up before the luncheon interval. And we've got an extended session today, of course, so to get them both out prior to lunch is just such a crucial blow.
Yeah, Babar was a little unlucky, I would say, but when you talk about Imam's shot, that was poor cricket. Bad selection of the shot, out of the rough. You're looking to play through the cover and also bringing your wrist into play, just being very wristy. Very little chance of surviving. He survived earlier.
$80 for 4.
Definitely turn, and he looked to play with the turn. I mean, I say any little bit of bat. Bit more bat, and it runs away for 4. He'll feel, looking back, he hasn't done a lot wrong. And you've got to say the same thing. Just turned a bit more than he expected, and it's ended up a brilliant catch.
And remember, Blundell injured, and he has had a phenomenal time behind the stumps. He's not missed a trick. And then you have Latham, who's actually replicated that. There's a bit of extra bounce. We've seen that outside the off stump of the left-hander. Even with Salman Agha bowling, he got this extra bounce, and again Latham rides it well.
Way too much risk involved playing that shot out of the rough. When you don't really know how much it's going to bounce, better just leave that shot out of your book.
Oh, that one slides on. Bracewell never really interested. He's just clipped the pad, I reckon.
Yeah, off the back pad. Another one past the outside edge, but sounded soft, didn't it? Like the back pad of Shan.
Yeah, smart thing by Tim Southee by just taking that mid-wicket fielder out and bringing it into the second slip, creating more doubt in the
air. He's come down the crack and chipped it up. Williamson with the catch. New Zealand have another.
Oh, well, it's just got in his head, I think, here, Shan Masood. This is another really poor option to the off-spinner. Good catch too, Kane Williamson. It stayed up in the air a long time. He swirled around underneath it. But this is not a great option from Shan again. Having to reach for it. It's toe end of the bat. Not sure what he was thinking. This is a terrific grab though. Eyes on the ball all the way. Reverse cup. And New Zealand now have got a huge bonus of 3 inside the first hour and 15 minutes. This morning, Shan Masood now gone for 35. It is 80 for 5.
South Shakil walks out
Sarfraz and South Shakil yet to open their accounts, and New Zealand, well, 5 for them is fantastic start to his career, but this is a different ball game altogether. Pakistan, well, a couple of wickets have certainly dented them, but it's Babar in that previous over, and now Shan Masood, and suddenly the dimension has turned altogether. Graceful 2 for 8. A slip, gully, a short catching cover, short leg. Midon brought up 2. Outside off stump, but this is good bowling, not so great decision making from Shan.
What do they say? If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. And that's exactly what Shan did. He couldn't really handle the pressure. Few deliveries before. A couple of spun from that off-stump line.
Yes, Beastie.
And the pressure handling just sort of dropped. And he decided to come down the pitch. And I guess Bresswell knew it. Exactly what Shan was feeling at the time. It was another bad selection of the shot.
Yes, Beastie.
It is terrific from Bracewell. Pakistan 80 for 5. Waqar talked about the heat. Goes for the cut shot. It bounces a little bit more. Then he gets feet on the back foot and decides, well, I'm going to have a go. But in the end, he just popped it up. He was never to the pitch. The ball was turning, so it just seems that he's trying to hit his way out of pressure. Yeah, the build-up of pressure, and Shan succumbed.
Well, those 3 deliveries again, the turn and bounce, good from Latham. This one just a little bit tighter on the back foot, and that's shorter. I mean, if he'd gone down the wicket to one of the previous ones, you might have understood it.
Nicely timed through the offside. Sarfraz gets off the mark with a boundary.
These two like batting with each other. Grew up on this pitch. This is Pakistan's real big hope if they can survive. And this was a good shot right on top of the delivery. He will play his shots. He's in good form. He'll be positive. He's shown it the other day also when he was batting with Shakil, that he's going to go in certain way. He's going to keep scoring runs.
And Shan Masood this series has succumbed to spin all throughout the series. And also looking back, it is 5 out of 6. The only time he's got out to fast bowler is Mark Wood, but spin has been his undoing. Nicely timed now. There's ace protection, so that is something that you have to look at. If you're a repeat offender as such, and getting out to similar sort of shots, coming down the track and trying to hit it over the top. This is a good catch. As he waited long time, always looked comfortable underneath it. Oh, beauty. And that's carried through as well.
It's a different ball game when a new batsman walks in, isn't it? Another excellent delivery. There was more zip in it, good carry, just a perfect length. Saud lucky that he didn't poke at it, he just made sure that he held his position.
$100 in the first innings for Saud Shakil. We know how patient he is. He's got a terrific record in first-class cricket in the second innings. No doubt about his concentration and his handling of pressure. He just keeps on batting. Pakistan will need him to just bat and bat long. 85 for 5.
This one as well now. Ready to get this one this side, boys. Two good pieces from an inlet.
Graceful from over the wicket to Sarfraz.
Catch it.
In the air.
Brilliant, brilliant. Lovely Beastie.
Trying to whip it leg side.
Beastie. Lovely shape, Beastie.
Yeah, not far from Tim Southey. It wasn't aerial for that long either, to be fair.
Yes, Beastie. Yes, Beastie. Lovely boy. Quality Beastie.
What about taking that cover fielder route and putting him in more to a leg side, right next to the man you can see on mid wicket, because it's spinning and Sarfraz likes to play on the onside, and we saw earlier the one chipped in the air. Take that man on the other side.
Yes, Beastie. Yes, Beastie. So good boy.
When you show a gap, especially to Sarfraz, who bats really well on a spinning track, if you take that cover fielder man out and put him on the onside and ask him to go through the cover, that's where your chance is.
They feel it's pad first, but maybe outside the line.
Yeah, with you a little bit on that one, Wakai. Just give him a gap to maybe try and push, even just the one. Why don't you just try and push the one into the offside? Might leave a hole between bat and pad.
Two shot and hit away to the fence.
Yeah, that was a loose delivery. That was wide outside the off stump, and Sarfraz had so much time to just put it away. Earlier there was a man there on the boundary, brought him up, and Sarfraz made full use of it, stayed quite nice and low and picked the gap beautifully.
Yes, Beastie. Lovely Beastie.
89 for 5. Sarfaraz and Saud Shakil quite new to the crease, and Saudi goes to Ijaz Patel. He hasn't bowled at all in this second innings. This is his first bowl. Remember that first innings, these two especially took a liking to his bowling. Now maybe that's the reason why Saudis brought him on. It may be Saud Shakil and Sarfaraz will try and take him on, and therein lies a chance.
Come on, Jez. Come on, Jez. Right into it here, Jezzy.
Never plenty of runs to play with. 230 Pakistan need to win this game, so they can afford to just give or lose delivery and go for boundary, but there's always a chance, there's always an opportunity.
Not too short, just turned away leg side. Saud Shakil off the mark. Didn't take as long as he did in the first innings.
Here we are, Jezzy.
Now this should be interesting, because the only bowler that Sarfaraz was consistently sweeping was Ijaz Patel in the first innings. He felt that the sweep shot was on. It is his strength. There is a deep square leg in place, but how Sarfaraz plays Ijaz Patel. This is again too short.
Well, Ijaz Patel hasn't been at his best in this series, although New Zealand always pick him for Asia. When the team comes around this part of the world, he is the first pick, and he's had lots of success. 9 games he's played, picked up 44 wickets.
Yes, Jezzy. Yes, Jezzy. Lovely that boy.
So he'll be sort of feeling a little bit under pressure. And this pitch, I think, demands a little bit more pace, and he bowls slowly. It's a slow pitch, so you really have to push the ball.
Yes, Jezzy. Lovely that, Jez. Lovely that boy.
That's better.
That's lovely, Jezzy.
Yeah, 44 wickets as opposed to 4 outside Asia.
Yes, Jezzy. Yes, Jezzy.
Probably the only bowler to be dropped after taking a 10-for.
Oh, Jezzy. That's Jezzy.
91 for 5.
Come on with us, boys. Come on.
So far, everything's gone perfectly for Team Saudi. Declaration, 3 overs that he left, got a couple of wickets there, and now in this first session, getting key Pakistani wickets. But you reckon through the innings there will be resistance, and most likely the resistance will come from these two who bat well on surfaces which turn and which don't have a lot of pace. Both of them from Karachi. Sarfaraz very good against spin. Gets a single to mid-on. And it's time for tea for the fans in the Tapal Tea Lounge. Carefully sipping tea right now because there's a bit of pressure on Pakistan.
Yes, Beastie. Lovely Beastie. Dots on this, boy, lads. Dots on this one. Put pressure on the other end, lads.
He's got 2 slips in, and the second slip is a lot closer to the bat. Just be a little careful, because one might bounce a little bit more and come a lot quicker than one expects.
Yes, Beastie. Yes, Beastie. Let's see you, Beastie. Quality, Beastie boy.
92 kph that last delivery, so Bracewell with the pace, bowling into the pitch, and again. This morning there was practice with the slip fielders. Nobody's actually on their knees though. They haven't practiced that.
Yes, Beastie.
This is good from Bracewell, but equally good defensive technique from Shakil. 92 for 5.
I think what that footage just showed is how many options New Zealand have to field that slip. There are plenty. Tim Southey's exceptional. Michael Bracewell can field in there. Kane Williamson has fielded at gully a lot. Daryl Mitchell, very good in at first slip. So they've got such great options around the bat.
Come on, boys. 100 for 6 at large. Come on. 100 for 6 here, fellas.
Pretty all-round team, isn't it? They've got 3 or 4 wicket keepers in there. All-rounders, can bowl a bit. Daryl Mitchell's there.
Yes.
Henry can bat. We've seen Jas Patel can bat. It's a very fine side.
Oh, Jesse. Lovely Jesse.
And they're adjusted really well in these conditions.
Like, probably the best time New Zealand have ever come to Pakistan also.
Yes, Jesse. Yes, Jesse.
You think about temperature-wise, it's very pleasant. You know, it hasn't got above 27, 28 degrees. It's very similar to what the weather in New Zealand is like through the summer, although at the moment we're going through a bit of a stormy patch.
Catch.
A lot of bad rain battering New Zealand at the moment, but the conditions are, temperature-wise, are very similar. You're up against a Pakistan side that has been beaten and battered by England in Test cricket, so they're under the pump.
Yes,
Probably no better time to be coming here from a touring point of view.
And it's also good for New Zealand that both test matches are played in Karachi. The schedule was that one of the test matches was going to be in Multan. And Multan is freezing at the moment. You don't want to go there. It's foggy, it's very cold. Normally it's very hot there in summer.
But you want to visit all of Pakistan, so yes, you want to go to Pindi, you want to go to Multan. Maybe Pakistan would have had a chance with the ball swinging there.
Yes, 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 yes.
Right now it's a tough battle. It's 93 for 5.
Just explaining the session times, extra 30 minutes in this first session. Friday prayers, of course, going on here in Karachi. And lunch will be an hour as well. That will also affect the times later on. Sessions 2 and 3 will be 1 hour and 45 minutes apiece. That's it. So lunch will be 1 hour long, 30 minutes extra in this first session. Important that Pakistan gets through to that mark without losing another wicket if they are to probably at this stage battle to save the test match rather than win it. They do need 319 or 225 more runs for victory.
Well, I've already seen that Sarfaraz is going to be pretty proactive, so if he does bat for a period of time, you feel as though they may keep up with that rate and better put themselves in a position to threaten. As this time Shakil gets it through the offside and we're looking for two comfortably. There's all the partnerships from my memory that Sarfaraz has been involved in. They've scored reasonably quickly.
It was worth 150, these two batting together in the first innings. Shots like that, once again, not looking to hit the ball too hard.
Nice beastie. Nice beastie. Nice bowl to him, lads. Come on. Watch him 10 Ben showed here. Put pressure on the other end, lads. Yes, beastie. Yes, beastie.
Highlighting as well how New Zealand believe there'll be a lot of slip catches around the bat. That's New Zealand coach Gary Stead, the man who is looking to nick that. That's the actual bat that he used when he played. He played 5 test matches for New Zealand. And he's been big at explaining how the bats have changed over the last few years, and all it qualifies these days is a little catching bat. It's a tiny toothpick compared to what the players are using out here right now. 96 for 5. Small but vocal crowd at Karachi for the 5th and final day of this test match and test series. New Zealand will continue with the spinners at both ends. Ajaz Patel not as aggressive with their field placements at this end, just the slip in place around the bat.
Yes,
The bats have changed, haven't they? These players out there will have big, huge bats. And often you see in low conditions, Chris Harris, there'll be a lot of wood at the bottom of the bat because they don't expect it to bounce as much. It's a nice sweep. Matt Henry, not a chance to pull off the boundary.
It's a shot that Sarfaraz loves to play against Ajaz Patel. Throughout this test series has been very confident and very successful with this shot. And you're right about the bats, though. Bats now are so much bigger. Not necessarily any heavier either. They just don't roll them as hard, so they don't last as long. But, wow. They just seem to go so much further.
Players these days too will carry, 4 or 5 bats. And there's a lot of wood at the bottom there. And, if you're playing in Australia, there'd be a lot more wood towards the middle. More traditional bat. So there are a lot of different bats that they'll use based on the conditions that they play in. Nicely placed in the gap. Timing wasn't there.
You make a good point about the weight in the bat. Obviously lower here with the slightly lower bounce, facing a lot of spin with lower bounce, and also with, I guess, reverse swing generally when fast bowlers are looking to bowl a bit fuller. And so you're hitting lots of balls from the middle down. You're going to look at the bounces a bit more. You want that weight slightly higher.
Seven runs from the over, 103 for 5. Race will to continue. He's been outstanding for Tim Southee in New Zealand, 2 for 16 off his 7. He will prefer to bowl the left-hander, so not a bad option. Just to put one on the hip, maybe tuck it into the leg side and get the single.
Yes, Beastie! Yes, Beastie! Bully boy! Great rhythm in here, Beastie. Get us one, GP. Get us one, boy. Get.
I think this is the matchup Bracewell and New Zealand will prefer. We've seen a few deliveries really spit and turn outside the off stump.
Again, BC. Come on.
Very different field, isn't it? 4 fieldsmen around the back. Nobody in that mid-wicket region, hoping that Shaquille tries to turn the ball into the leg side. He's been disciplined as he was in the first innings. Gets into his own bubble, doesn't he? And doesn't tend to worry about too many distractions.
Yes, Beastie. Yes, Beastie. Look at one more, lads, this side. Come on. One more this side, boys.
$106 for 5.
Come on, Jesse. Come on here, Jesse. Come on, Jesse, man. Yes, Jesse. Look at Beastie. Beastie.
Pakistan, if they were to win, needed approximately 100 runs a session, and they've been able to do it here. No, there's an extra half hour. You consider they hadn't scored a run when we started this day 5. 3.5 runs and over, that's all they need. It's those 5 wickets which have been a problem.
Yes, Jesse. Yes, Jesse. Lovely Jazz, man. Jesse. Oh, yeah. Lovely Jazz, lovely Jazz. Like a bit of wet lettuce.
Good use of the feet. That should run away for a boundary.
Oh, wonderful timing from Shaquille. That's where he does love it, when bowlers get a bit short outside his off stump. Again, though, not trying to overhit it. Just very good timing off the middle of this bat. And that raced away.
Catch! Lovely Jazz.
For sensitive people like myself, we prefer Sensodyne. A Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
Yes, Jazzy.
111 for 5.
Jazzy.
34 overs gone as well. About now is when the ball will start reversing. Tim Southey actually used Matt Henry for a little longer than I would have anticipated in that spell or expected. That's the other thing, 2 seamers, you don't necessarily want to use up all the energy. 9 overs, well, 1 yesterday, so 8 over spell. It has been the spinners, though, today who have done the damage. That is a great technical, skilled shot, too, these days. You often see it in white ball cricket. Picks up 2, very good fielding out on the boundary.
Yeah, Henry did well. In the end, his leg saved him. And there's a wee bit of frustration with Sarfaraz, with Shaquille, who I think always just jogged it as though it was 2. But because of this misfielding on the boundary, perhaps created an opportunity for 3. Because Shaquille was just jogging, only a comfortable 2 in the end.
Yes, Beastie. Don't mind it, Beastie. Good man now, Beastie. Lovely Beast. Good man now, Beastie boy. Right, this match up here, Beastie. Come on, boy. Oh, lovely Beastie. Lovely Beastie. Sun's getting straight on, Beastie. Yes, Beastie. Yes, Beastie. Lovely boy. Lovely that, Beastie. One more, lads. One more this side of lunch. Come on. Yes, Beastie. Yes,
Well, I think Bracewell's done a wonderful job.
boy.
One more ball to go on his 9th over. Has the figures of 2 for 22. Can't help but feel it's maybe worth a look at Ish Sodhi again. Just to this partnership, who are looking comfortable. As again, this is ease through that side that Shaquille loves, just through any time he gets a bit of room. And comfortable too, just backward a point. It ends the 35th over in Pakistan now, 116 for 5.
No.
Change has been made. Tim Southey will bring himself back. This won't be the end of the tour though for New Zealand here in Pakistan. They will play the one-day series. All 3 of those matches will be here in Pakistan in Karachi. pcb.bookme.pk. You can buy your tickets online, and those will be played on the 9th, the 11th and the 13th. Caressed as well.
Now we spoke about how New Zealand in the front seat, right, at the moment, but all 3 results still possible. Pakistan, Scotty, you said this, they have nothing to lose at home. They're scoring at the rate that is required. Yes, they've lost the 5 wickets, but don't forget, Saud Shakil and Sarfaraz Ahmed, both men in form, have runs behind them, have spent time in the middle. And it was this exact partnership that also provided Saud Shakil a little bit of more confidence, but Sarfaraz was batting the other end. Salman Agha still to come in. Pakistan by no means out of this. Yes, you put New Zealand's 5 wickets in there and then you say they're in front. I'm backing Pakistan here. For that, the 2 men in the middle have to go on and score big runs. This partnership key.
Pakistan victory. They will play well from here if they are to get there, but they've got the right 2 men at the crease. 150, as we say, was the partnership in the first innings between these 2, and it took a freak dismissal down the leg side. Very similar to what we saw for Babar Azam today. I know one was caught behind, the other was a stumping, but still the horrible ways to get out if you are a batsman, but it turned and changed the momentum of that first innings. Pakistan losing their last 5 wickets for just 23 runs. So for your wish to happen, Pakistan to get through and to win this game, these 2 probably need to do the bulk of those 202 runs that they still need.
So Fraz is the absolute key for me. He's the one player that New Zealand would dearly love to see the back of. Because when he's out there, he just scores so quickly, and he just seems to have so many options. Shaquille, we know his quality from the first innings with that 100, but a little bit more patient. But Sarfraz, even in these 27 balls, he's almost going to run a ball.
And why I say that is because the two of them play spin really well. Even Salman to come and play spin well. And the two of them had a 150-run partnership, Saud Shakil and Sarfaraz, in the first innings. So it's not impossible by any stretch of the imagination.
$117 for 5. Michael Bracewell has the ball in hand and will continue his spell. He's picked up 2 wickets, 2 really crucial ones as well in this first session. We have approximately 5 minutes to go till the lunch break. That is a bit of a surprise. That stroke, to me, says Pakistan themselves believe they can win this game.
A positive sign for New Zealand as well. First time for me, Sarfaraz in this innings just looked a little bit out of control. You know he's aggressive and likes to score. There's just an element of across the line there. Not quite the control that we're used to seeing.
I think Sarfaraz needs to find a balance. We just break for Osaka here for the boundary contest. Every time a boundary is hit and the Osaka LED display is on, the batter will be awarded 10,000. I think for Sarfaraz, he'll have to find the right balance here. He scored 27 of 30. With every time the ball does turn, with the variable bounce, he just has to be careful. Just
yes, Beastie. Lovely that, Beastie. That's lovely, Beastie.
Now the Osaka boundary contest, every time a boundary is hit and the LED display does have Osaka on it, the batter will be awarded 10,000 rupees. Because as up till now, Sarfaraz has played a very risk-free innings and he hasn't had to do much. And it's all fallen according to plan. Just that one aggressive approach. Yes, nobody on the leg side boundary.
Using the pace, another couple. $121 for 5. Couple of minutes left before lunch here in the first session on day 5. An intriguing first session as well. New Zealand having picked up 3 wickets. Pakistan having scored 121 runs, and that just shows it's still a good batting pitch. I don't think Pakistan, if they are to try and chase these runs down, can just leave it all to Sarfaraz. (29 off 33), but as he did in the first innings, Saud Shakil just dropping anchor. Strike rate today of just 26. His 12 off 46 deliveries. Don't mind it in this over. It will be the last over before lunch. And Pakistan cannot afford to lose another one.
A little bit surprised that we haven't had another wee look at Ishsodi. Just obviously bowled very well this morning and hasn't really come back. And I was just going to ask, is part of New Zealand's a little bit of concern knowing how important this partnership is for Pakistan, and perhaps the reason that Southey's on, he's been so economical, that perhaps New Zealand are starting to worry a little bit about the runs that Pakistan have scored? I think it's a bit early myself, but I'm just surprised that Ishsodi hasn't had another bowl.
Yeah, I think it is. I don't think New Zealand will be worrying about the runs. They'll be just trying to stick to their processes. Don't often you hear sportsmen talk about don't worry about the result, worry about the little things. And any time the bowlers have had success in this test match, it's been around two bowlers bowling tightly together. And Southey is just a running over, you're right. Just seeing whether there is some reverse swing as well. But yeah, I think we saw Matt Henry perhaps bowl 2 or 3 overs too many in hindsight, as well as Michael Brace. Well, I'm with you. I would have given Ishsodi a couple of overs just to see if he can rip one out of the rough to the left-hander in particular.
Yeah, predominantly because I think he's bowled a good spell to this partnership and they haven't really looked in any sort of trouble. Previous to this partnership, I think he looked really lightly, but all of a sudden these two feel more comfortable. And for me, when a partnership starts to feel comfortable, that's the time to start maybe mixing it up a little bit.
Nicely played. It was a good delivery as well, but didn't go hard at it. Soft hands, just knocking it down to third man for 4.
Yeah, good delivery, but he spit it with soft hands. And that's what's caused the ball to go straight into the ground and as well as into the gap. And this last ball before lunch. So Shakil will be looking to just play this back out. 45 between the two of them. And they'll want to go in with no more dents.
Coming around the wicket for the final ball and a change of field. 2 catching on the leg side, as he has done all the way through his spell. On the money for Tim Southey. A very good first session for the New Zealanders. They picked up those 3 wickets. All the top order. Like Watchman was gone last night. But a good partnership, this one. 45 off 81 deliveries. It's developing. Sal Shakil, 16 not out. Safraz, 29 for him. Runs were coming at a pretty good clip as well, just over 3.5 runs per over. So both sides still remain in this match. Pakistan needing 194 more runs if they are to win this match and the series. But the New Zealanders, with smiles on their faces, they'll be delighted. They just need 5 more wickets themselves to go 1-0 up and claim the series themselves as well.
Yeah, from a Pakistan point of view, I've gotten 125. They've lost 5 wickets, 3 this morning. But it will give them some sort of confidence, because between Saud Shakil and Sarfaraz, they have put up 45. A long way to go for them in order for a Pakistan win. 194 is what they're looking at, and those 2 men, Saud and Sarfaraz, will be key.
A lot for those gentlemen to do. Babar Azam was unlucky, strangled down the leg side, looking good as he did in the first innings. His wicket will always be the most crucial and key when you're playing against Pakistan. And he is back in the shed. This is where we sit, the batting lineup for Pakistan. The night watchman, Mir Hamza, out last night for a duck, joining Shafiq in the shed. And getting Imam early was crucial for the New Zealanders. Disappointing dismissal once again for Shan Masood, who has looked good before being careless a little and going for one too many shots. Babar Azam, as I say, down the leg side, a massive moment in this innings. But a good 45-run partnership between Sarfraz and Saud Shakil as Pakistan 125 for 5. Long spells for the New Zealanders getting an opportunity. It was Ish Sodhi initially and then 2 from Bracewell, the responsible bowlers for the 3 wickets for the New Zealanders. And Pakistan at 80 for 5 were in big trouble. But they will go to lunch 125 for 5 with a lot of work to be done. Two great batsmen there, Mohammad Yusuf and Kane Williamson. I wonder what that conversation could be about. Numbers on the shirt, I love that idea as well. Maybe the players, like they do in football, changing shirts at the end of the game. And Chris Harris, this is some of the action we've seen already today.
And a positive start for Pakistan. Some nice boundaries off the front foot. There was another lovely shot from Masood, and then big moment for New Zealand. The informed Imran Al-Haq, bowled by Sodhi, coming down, trying to loft over the top. Didn't quite get to it. And then Babar Azam came and looked magnificent while he was there. Played some beautiful shots. Dropping off the front foot. That was a wonderful shot where he stood tall. Sodhi had a little bit of luck. And then a big moment. Tom Latham standing in for Tom Blunder, who's off injured. And a wonderful catch down the leg side. And Babar Azam, unfortunate to get a tickle on that one. And Masood had his moments. And then this shot, which he'll regret, straight up in the air, and Kane Williamson seemed to have to wait an age, but took a comfortable catch. And it was the third wicket in the session. And then a good partnership between Sarfraz and Shakil. Lovely shots from both batsmen. But as you can see from the New Zealand faces, satisfied with that session.
Confirmation of where we sit in this match, second test in this KFC Presents Duffer News series. And as we say, Pakistan 125 for 5, 194 more runs to win. And we will be back to continue the day's action in just under an hour.
New Zealand grabbing 3 important wickets this morning. Imam, Shan and Babar back in the pavilion. And they further test Pakistan out there. The whole first session with those 3 wickets keep New Zealand in the driving seat. Though Saud Shakil and Sarfaraz still out there at the end of the first session on day 5. Pakistan at the moment 194 runs. That is the number that they need if they want to win this. But they've had a good session in terms of runs. It's a longer session, yes. 125 scored. They lost 3 wickets. That's the wicket column that won't go their way, especially with Babar back in the dugout. Hello and welcome to Inbrick Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. Day 5, session 1 out of the way. The longer session. Pakistan, yes, have lost 3 wickets. They've scored some runs. Let's find out from our guests, Bazid Khan and Simon Dool, where do we stand in this test match? First, Pakistan's perspective, and then from you, New Zealand's perspective.
Well, from Pakistan's perspective, it's all up to Sarfaraz. I think Sarfaraz is the danger player for New Zealand. He'll get the way that he bats, whatever the situation is, he'll score runs against spin and also very proactive against pace. So once he's out there and developing that partnership, I think he's the one to focus on. Even when you look back at the first innings where this partnership between Saud and Sarfaraz went along, it was then that Pakistan arrested a lot of positiveness and also looked as if they were going forward in the game. I think again it all rests on the way that Sarfaraz will play and the time that he plays. So if Sarfaraz goes on for another couple of hours, then Pakistan are in with a big chance. If they get Sarfaraz early, then all of that changes.
35 or 30 odd overs older ball. New Zealand would prefer that?
No, I think they would prefer, and even the spinners probably at this time prefer a slightly harder ball to bowl with. It's easier to grip, it's probably easier to bowl with as far as the fingers are concerned for the spinners, but I think it bounces more when it's newer, when it's harder, and that keeps the spinners in the game more. I think they did a terrific job this morning, the New Zealand bowlers. They would have wanted, I believe, 2 in the first session, and then 3-3. That kind of would have been the ideal scenario, the ideal plan. The fact they picked up 3 and the 2 key players for mine in Imam and Baba was just a massive bonus for New Zealand. So they'll go into lunch feeling pretty good.
Just above 300 required to win this. That in just a odd calculation, 100 per session. It's a longer session, yes, but 125 would play on their mind, New Zealand's mind?
No, I don't think so. They would have known, and they would have talked about the fact that there's always going to be a partnership or 2 to brew. We've just got to hang in there. They haven't yet gone to the fact or gone to the situation where they're bowling wide of off stump or trying to cut the runs down. They're still searching for wickets, and they'll still do that, I think, for probably another 95, 100 runs before they even think about cutting down one side of the park and bowling slightly negatively. So I think they'll just continue to try and bowl at the stumps and look for wickets.
We'll bring Bazid in with the shot selection that Imam and Shan had, and then, of course, Babar nicking one down leg side. Let's have a look at all 5, in fact, all 5 wickets that have fallen. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Yeah, this is yesterday. Straight away, the ball just slightly keeping low, but it was on the money. Saudi with that little cutter back in, both deliveries that he bowled, first 2 deliveries. He wasn't trying to swing it, he was just trying to get the ball back into the stumps, and he was successful. Then brilliant captaincy, put himself out of the attack and got Saudi, Sodi in, and Sodi with a terrific delivery from round the wicket. He's been the one that's caused most problems with that angle around the wicket, aiming for the rough. This then, he tries and hits it over cover or through cover. He would have been better off trying to hit it straight, but again, one delivery that he got through the gate bounced over the top. This one went on to the stumps. This is again accuracy of hitting that rough. Slightly unlucky. There's a brilliant catch down the leg side. He's just trying to turn it around the corner. Babar will be disappointed, but it was all down to Latham's ability to get the gloves in the right place and his footwork rather than anything else. It's a terrific take down the leg side. Shan Masood, well, after that it was Shan Masood. This is just the ultra edge confirming everything, but Shan Masood, this was slightly more disappointing. It wasn't nothing short, and it was because the previous 2 deliveries, he was a lot unsure, and that caused the pressure building, and it was a terrific catch from Kane. You look at this and it looks ugly because he's reached out to it and just shipped it away. He'll be disappointed big time with that shot. Kane with a really good catch.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. So, if you actually look at it, Barber, a bit unlucky, nicked one, but still on this pitch, you play shots like that, then you lose your wicket. Otherwise, those were not, especially Shan Masood's dismissal was something that he's gifted it. It was a good ball to Imam. The way he approached it probably is questionable.
Yeah, I think so. And that's the key from Imam and for Shan. I think they were probably a little bit overly aggressive in their approach this morning. In their dismissals in particular. For Barber, you can get those. You can nick that one. He's just gone a little bit too far across, and it's just brushed the face of the bat. To me, that was slightly unlucky that he didn't get a little bit more on it. Shan was really disappointing. I think he was playing for his test spot today, and maybe, just maybe, that that might be the last you see of Shan Masood for some time. Not only because Pakistan don't play at home for the rest of the year, they've got 2 away trips. And it's not going to be easy for him to keep his place in the side after that today, I don't think.
How good has Bracewell been? First 74, now with the ball getting Shan and Barber. He's our top performer. Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Again, it's kind of brushed off from washed off from his batting, isn't it? 74, a not out with the bat, and it's just continued on. We saw that with Ishodi in the first test match. Just these couple of wickets, the way he's come into the second innings with a little bit of confidence around his batting, and therefore the bowling maybe just plays a part in that as well. So that's a huge, huge wicket from New Zealand's point of view. That little off the face, and brilliant. Let's pay respect to brilliance of Tom Latham behind the stumps. This, Buzz has just talked about it. It wasn't a great option. It wasn't a great shot. It was a very good catch. It was swirling all the way. You see some of the antics from Kane Williamson afterwards. He knew it was swirling around. He wasn't sure because it had hit the toe end of the bat. But in the end, a terrific catch, and Bracewell has done a really good job this morning, I think, from New Zealand's point of view. He'll have a big part to play later. Ishodi with a couple of wickets as well as Bracewell. So both the spinners have done really well, and then Tim Southey with that 1 wicket last night. So New Zealand will be stoked that they're going into this lunch break having 5 wickets down.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, talking about Pakistan's run in 2022 in test matches hasn't really been a year to forget. No wins at home, and there's a lot of chat. In fact, the other day I was listening to both of you on commentary talking about pitches and who really decides what kind of surface you want at home. And I guess you become a popular man, probably misquoted somewhere. Just tell me more about it. I mean, what exactly the point that you're trying to make there?
Yeah, look, it's just around. Buzzer was talking about the surfaces and what's played on in Pakistan in general terms in first-class cricket, and then what's played on in test match cricket. Now, I make statements. I'm happy to make statements and stand by my statements. But when I ask a question and then the social media gurus and the journalists turn it into a statement, I don't really like it that much. I know you're looking for clickbait. I know you're looking for newspaper sales. I know you're doing all that. But don't take a question and turn it into a statement and just try and create a war, because that's all they've done. I asked Buzzard, who makes those decisions? Is it Bubba? Is it the selectors? Is it the chief of the PCB? Who makes those calls? A little bit tongue-in-cheek about Bubba, yes, but the bottom line is, if you're asking a question, that's fine. If you're making a statement, you can quote me on anything you like. I'm happy with that. I've never had a go at Bubba. I think Bubba's one of the best players in the world, and I still believe that. And in any conditions, we talked about that through the T20 World Cup as well. So to be misquoted, to be misrepresented, is just a little bit disappointing from journalists. And I understand also that I'm speaking English sometimes a little bit too fast for a lot of the journalists in this part of the world who English is not their first language.
For us too.
For you as well, but I know. So, yeah, look, I stand by any statement I make, but don't misquote a question, please.
So, Bazid, who makes those decisions? I mean, we've been asking that question from everyone.
I'm not too sure, because right now we don't have a chairman, we just have a big committee, so I'm not too sure. I am quite sure that the previous regime, it was coming right from the top, and then after that had come, then there was consultation with the team. But At the moment, I'm not sure because you cannot decipher who will. There was a couple of statements from Shahid Afridi who wanted a better pitch, and he, after the couple of days here, he said he was slightly still disappointed with the pitch. So at the moment, because we're sort of interim, I don't know who will make the final call, but before, the only person who could order or say I will have the last say would had to come from from the top, because I don't think that decision can be made any lower down.
And I have said as well that I think they should be playing. I think Pakistan should be playing on greener surfaces, because that's what happens at the domestic level. So I have no problem saying that out loud, because I think the strength of Pakistan cricket is in their quick bowling at the moment, when they're fit and rearing to go. So play on surfaces that are akin to first-class cricket, because that's why you pick players. That is why you pick players from your domestic game. And to put those players, Amir Hamza, for instance, who, you know, at least he got a wicket and halved his average from, what, 400 to 200. But, you know, it's tough. When you're cleaning up, getting 35, 40 wickets in domestic cricket, and you get picked and you have to play on something like that, it's not easy.
Yeah, first class would replicate what test match cricket is all about in terms of conditions. The ball that you use, the conditions you play on, the home test should be played on similar surface and with the exact same ball. We first had different balls, we played different ball in first class cricket and test match cricket. Then we went slightly better with the same ball, but we still have to make sure that the pitches that we create in first class cricket are the same that are played on in test match cricket in the home series.
Okay. Well, I hope that clears the air, what Simon Dole wanted to say and how it was interpreted. Now, have you guys heard of Andrew Sampson? Andrew Sampson, I'm sure you guys, probably some of you have worked with him. He's a statman from South Africa, and he's visited every test-playing nation, and he's worked there at least once. And let's get to know more about Andrew, because he's here.
Test cricket, it's a great game. It's 5 days. It gives you a lot of different situations arise. It examines your character, and it reveals your character as a player. You can bat all day if you want. You can bat all day and make 70. You can bat all day and make 250. Depends how you want to play the game. And there are a lot of very different and interesting situations that can arise. You never know what's going to happen on a day of Test cricket. I've been very lucky to have been to every country that has hosted Test cricket and watched Test cricket in every country except Pakistan until now. So I finally made it here, and I haven't had the opportunity to get here before, so I've finally made it. Although I did see some series in the UAE between England and Pakistan, so it's very good, obviously, that Test cricket's back in Pakistan and people are visiting again, and I think you can see how much the people here appreciate it with the people, with the visitors coming in. It's been very good, people very friendly, cricket's been interesting. The guy was teaching me yesterday 4s and 6s. Chaka for the 6 and Chukka for the 4. Is that right? It's close enough. Yeah. So that's the important words. What else do you need to know? And Assalamu alaikum, of course. Yeah, so those are the important words.
Okay, so here we are. Time for us to take a break. Before we go to the break, we'll thank our guests, and don't forget, ODIs are coming up. Can I get a discount on that Majid Khan enclosure?
I don't get a discount, so how can you get it?
I just saw a message from one of our people back home in New Zealand who was enjoying the coverage, and I think they worked out that it was around about $2 or $3 New Zealand dollars to get into the one-day internet, which is just incredible. Look, I can tell you for a fact, I think we're paying around about $25 to $45 back home in New Zealand to go to a one-day international, a bit more for a T20, so it's really cheap. Get down and watch, please.
Well, there you go. You heard the man. These are the numbers that you need to pay, whichever category you choose. These are the 3 ODIs, Pakistan versus New Zealand, right here in Karachi. And e-ticket sales start from the 5th, which is yesterday. And you can always log on to that page at the bottom of your screen. Thank you so much, Bazit. Thank you, Simon. Over to the break. Welcome back to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Lots of talk about the mystery spinner, Abrar Ahmed. He's come out there, he's performed so well against England. We need to know more about him so we can unfold those mysteries. Uruj caught up with Abrar recently. Let's join them.
अबरार अहमद एक ऐसे स्पिनर जिनका नाम इस वक्त दुनिया में सारी ही क्रिकेट फ्रेटर्निटी में फेमस होता चला जा रहा है, एंड व्हाई नॉट। कितना ड्रीम उनका स्टार्ट था ऑन हिज डेब्यू मुल्तान में। मेरे साथ मौजूद है मिस्टीरियस स्पिनर अबरार अहमद। अबरार, पिंडी का टेस्ट आप नहीं खेले, आपने इंग्लैंड को लाइव आपके सामने खेलते हुए देखा, उससे तैयारी का मौका कुछ मिला, कुछ प्लान्स आपने बनाए कि जब आप मुल्तान में इतना शानदार स्टार्ट किया?
जाहिर सी बात है, जब अगर इनकी एक साल से अगर आप क्रिकेट देखें ना, इंग्लैंड की क्रिकेट बहुत ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव हो गई है। फिर पिछला जो मैच था हमारा पिंडी का, तो उसमें जब मैंने देखा तो बहुत ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव क्रिकेट खेल रहे थे। तो प्लान मेरे यही था कि अगर मुझे मौका मिलता है मुल्तान के, तो मैं पिच को रीड करूँगा, तो उसके मुताबिक फिर बॉल करूँगा। और वही हुआ, पिच को रीड किया और उसके मुताबिक बॉलिंग की, तो कामयाबी मिली।
कामयाबी कुछ बहुत ही शानदार अंदाज में मिली। जितना अच्छा आपका डेब्यू स्टार्ट हुआ, 7 विकेटें आपने पहली इनिंग्स में ली, 4 अपनी दूसरी इनिंग्स में ली। उसके बाद आपने अपने बल्ले से भी आके बहुत बेहतरीन रन किए, जैक क्रॉली को रन आउट भी कर दिया। तो पूरा मैच जो है वो आपके इर्द गिर्द ही घूम रहा था। सबसे अच्छी विकेट आप बता चुके हैं ऑलरेडी, बट वापस एक दफ़ा सुना दें कि सबसे अच्छी विकेट आपकी कौन सी थी उन 11 विकेटों में से?
सबसे पहले तो इन विकेटों पे अल्लाह ताला का शुक्र अदा करूंगा। मुझे जो विकेट पसंद आई है ना, वो बेन स्टोक की आई है। और कुछ प्लेयर यही बोल रहे थे कि हमें क्रॉली की विकेट ज़्यादा पसंद आई, क्योंकि जिस तरह उसका गैप में बना और पहला ही ओवर था जिस पे आपने, तो हमें लग रहा नहीं था कि जिस तरह आप पहला ओवर कर रहे थे बड़े कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ। तो अगर देखा जाए पिछले मैच में बंदा देख देख के ना, तो वो प्रेशर एक ख़त्म ही हो जाता है थोड़ा बहुत। हाँ, इंटरनेशनल लेवल का डेब्यू का थोड़ा प्रेशर होता है, मगर आप बैठ के देखते हैं ना, तो प्रेशर थोड़ा कम हो जाता है।
अब पीएसएल से अगर आपकी कहानी आगे लें, अब आपकी कहानी सुन के ये लगता है कि जैसे हर चीज़ में माशाल्लाह आपका स्टार्ट बहुत ही अच्छा रहा है। घर वालों से अक्सर लड़ाई करना या बहस करना हमने सुना है कि नहीं, पढ़ाई कर लो, जिस तरह आपने कहा कि रिलीजियस स्टडीज़ की तरफ चले जाओ। तो अम्मी आपकी साइड पे ही थी, बाकी बहन भाई 8 बहन भाई हो आप लोग, आप सबसे छोटे हो, तो बहन भाइयों का भी कोई रोल होता था?
नहीं, जैसे मेरे बड़े भाई है ना, उनको यानी मेरे टैलेंट का पता होता था, क्योंकि हमारे ग्राउंड है ना, तो मैच देखने के लिए ना वो सारे आते थे। तो मेरी जैसे बैटिंग में, अगर टेप बॉल में बोलो, मेरी बैटिंग स्पीड अच्छी थी, यानी टेप बॉल में मैं बैटिंग करता था। 2 ओवर तो मेरे बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होते थे 5 ओवर में से। तो वो लोग मेरा मैच देखने के, रमज़ान टूर्नामेंट देखने जाते थे, सब मेरे मैच देखते थे। भाई लोग तो बहुत लाइक करते थे, मगर अब्बा नहीं करता था पसंद इन चीज़ों को, क्रिकेट को। फिर यानी जब यानी अब्बा क्रिकेट देखता था, मगर वही सुना हुआ था ना कि ये क्रिकेट खेलना बहुत मुश्किल काम है, ये वो है।
अब तो खुश हैं?
नहीं, अब तो बहुत खुश हैं।
अब तो बहुत खुश हैं। हाँ। अच्छा, पीएसएल पे वापस आ जाते हैं। 2017 में आपने पीएसएल के लिए आपने खेला, फिर उसके 2 ही गेम्स आपने खेले। एक आपकी स्पेल मुझे याद है पेशावर ज़ल्मी के खिलाफ बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त स्पेल थी, आउट नहीं हुए थे, बट उसके बाद आपको स्ट्रेस फ्रैक्चर हुआ।
मैंने जो प्रैक्टिस मैच खेले थे ना, मैंने उसमें मेरी बहुत अच्छी बॉलिंग हुई। गेल, रवि बोपारा 3-4 मैंने आउट किए थे प्रैक्टिस मैच में। तो मुझे उस टाइम ही थोड़ा पेन स्टार्ट हो गया था बैक में। तो मेरी बात भी हुई कि यार मुझे पेन हो रहा है। उन्होंने बोला ये वैसी तुम्हें पेन हो रहा होगा, कोई मसले वाली बात नहीं है। खैर वो मेरे साथ चले गए सिटी स्कैन कराने भी, और फिर सिटी स्कैन किया और उसकी रात मैच था, तो मैं मैच भी खेला हूँ।
सिटी स्कैन के बाद भी मैच खेला?
हाँ, तो उसमें हेयरलाइन फ्रैक्चर आया, तो फिर मेरी क्या हालत होगी। तो उस वजह से 1-1.5 साल लगा मुझे।
आपके फेवरेट प्लेयर जिनको आपने आइडलाइज करते हैं, सुनील नारायण हैं?
हाँ, सुनील नारायण को मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा वॉच किया है।
तो क्या वो जिस किस्म की बॉलिंग करते हैं उस वजह से आपको, जो आप मिस्ट्री बॉलिंग करते हो, कैरम बॉल करते हो, गुगली करते हो, लेग स्पिन करते हो, और ग्रिप में बहुत सटल वेरिएशंस हैं आपकी, ज़्यादा नहीं है, तो उनकी बॉलिंग को देख देख के आपने अपनी बॉलिंग आर्ट में कितना डिफरेंस लाया, बेहतरी लाया?
मुझे शायद अजहर भाई थे, अजहर महमूद भाई थे, कौन थे, उन्होंने, उनमें से किसी एक ने मुझे नारायण से मिलवाया था। तो जब मैंने नारायण को भी देखा ना, वो भी फिंगर से लेग स्पिन करते हैं, मगर वो ऑफ स्पिन जब करते हैं ना, तो मुझे थोड़े जर्क टाइप के लगे। तो वो ऑफ स्पिन कर रहे थे, मगर लेग स्पिन भी कर रहे थे ना साथ में, वही फिंगर से जिस तरह मैं करता हूँ। उसकी मुझे जो अच्छी चीज़ लगी ना, उनके जो ऑफ स्पिन था उसमें बाउंस भी था और ब्रेक भी था। मुझे तो ऑफ स्पिन दिया, मैंने गूगली करके देखा उनको, तो उन्होंने बोला तुमने जो ये अंदर वाला बॉल किया, तो ये मुझे समझ नहीं आया, फिर मैं उनसे जो सीखना चाह रहा था ना, मैंने बोला जो ये ऑफ स्पिन कर रहे हैं ना, मैं ये सीख लूँ। तो मैंने अभी ऑफ स्पिन पे बहुत काम किया, बट मैं 4 डे वगैरह में नहीं करूँगा। इंशाल्लाह आगे T20 वगैरह में आपको दिखेगी, एक दो बोले और दिखेगी मेरी इंशाल्लाह।
एक दो बोले और देखेंगे, ऑलरेडी लोगों को समझ नहीं आ रही तो और देखेंगी। अगला सवाल यही कि इसी से अगर कंटिन्यू करते हैं कि T20 क्रिकेट में मेरी आपसे पहले भी बात हुई थी कि आपने रिसेंटली अपना पेस बढ़ाया है, और उसकी रीज़न अभी आप खुद ही बता देना, बट पेस बढ़ाने के साथ साथ कितना ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि बैटिंग जितनी ज़्यादा चेंज हो रही है और बहुत तेज़ी से चेंज हो रही है, मतलब रिवर्स स्वीप, पैडल स्वीप, स्वीप डाउन द विकेट, मतलब 360 प्लेयर्स डेवलप हो रहे हैं। तो आप किन चीज़ों पर, आपको क्यों लगता है कि पेस आपने अपनी बेहतर की और अपनी बॉलिंग में और क्या चीज़ें ज़रूरी हैं आपको चेंज करना कि T20 क्रिकेट और मॉडर्न डे क्रिकेट से आप वाबस्ता रहो?
अगर आप T20 क्रिकेट खेलेंगे ना, उसमें पेस आपने ज़्यादा ही रखना होता है। आप यानी हाँ, समटाइम ऐसे होता है जैसे आपने पिच रीड कर दी, उसमें आप पेस को चेंज कर सकते हो, स्लो, हल्का, ये। बाकी आपने वाइड बॉल में जितना अच्छा पेस होगा, आप देख ले राशिद खान को देख ले, मुजीब को देख ले, नारायण को देख ले, क्योंकि मैं इनके हर बॉल का फिर पेस भी देख रहा होता हूँ। मगर वेरिएशन फिर भी मैं बोलता हूँ बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि जैसे मैं हसरंगा को देख रहा हूँ अभी, वो वेरिएशन बहुत ज़्यादा यूज़ कर रहा होता है, वो भी स्लो बॉलें कर रहा होता है T20 में। पेस वाली बॉल आप कर सकते हो, मगर आप वेरिएशन के साथ जगह पे करना ये थोड़ा डिफ़िकल्ट होता है, और उस पर ही काम कर रहा हूँ मैं।
थोड़ी सी और क्रिकेट की टेक्निकलिटीज़ की तरफ आ जाते हैं। बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स, बॉलर्स ऐसे होते हैं, जैसे हफीज़ भाई होते थे, थोड़ा सा अपने बॉलिंग में रुक के थोड़ा सा वेट करते थे, सकलैन भाई थोड़ा सा पॉज करते थे बॉल डिलीवर करने से पहले, ताकि अगर बैट्समैन कोई मूवमेंट कर रहा है, आपका रनअप जो है वो ज़्यादा स्मूथ है, आप बीच में रुकते नहीं। तो आप कौन सी ऐसे पॉइंट पे डिसाइड करते हो कि मैंने कौन सी बॉल डालनी है, और अगर आप प्लेयर की मूवमेंट देखते हो तो आप उस वक्त क्या सोचते हो, किस तरह से चेंज करते हो ताकि उसको आप डिसीव कर सको?
ये आपको भी पता है, अगर जब बंदा खेल रहा होता है, सामने वाले को देख रहा होता है कि यार ये किस मेंटेलिटी से क्रिकेट खेल रहा है, तो फिर उसके मुताबिक ही, यानी मुझे ऐसे लगता है मैं उसके मुताबिक ही बॉल डाल रहा होता हूँ।
ये बताओ कि टीम में नए नए आए हो, बहुत सारे पुराने भी प्लेयर्स हैं, सीनियर प्लेयर्स में, कुछ का नेचर इस किस्म का है कि हंसी मजाक करना, एक रोटी गैंग भी आधा मौजूद है आधा मौजूद नहीं है। किन के साथ दोस्ती ज़्यादा है और किस अपने नेचर के बारे में बताओ। शरारती टाइप हो कि शरारत तुम पे ज़्यादा हो जाती है, किन से बात, मतलब किन के साथ ज़्यादा हैंग आउट करते हो?
देखिए, सैफ़ी भाई के साथ ना मेरे सिंध से ताल्लुक़ थोड़े अच्छे हैं ना, वो आपको पता है थोड़े शुगली है, मस्ती मजाक करते रहते, तो मेरा यानी सैफ़ी भाई के साथ थोड़े मजाक चलता रहता है, गपशप चलती रहती है, तो मेरा उनके साथ थोड़ा लगाव ज़्यादा है। बाकी रोटी गैंग में है, शान भाई है, मैं हूँ, इमाम है।
एंट्री मिल गई रोटी गैंग में?
जी
ऑलरेडी मिल गई?
जी,
क्या बात है।
मैं हूँ, इमाम है, सैफ़ी भाई है, शान भाई है, अज़हर भाई है, और 2-3 और भी है।
अच्छा अबरार, थैंक यू वेरी मच, आपने टाइम निकाला, हमसे बात की। आपकी स्टोरी बड़ी इंस्पायरिंग है, ख़ासतौर पर आप स्ट्रेस फ्रैक्चर के बाद है, और इतना बेहतरीन स्टार्ट आपने किया। ऑनवर्ड्स अपने लिए क्या प्लान देख रहे हो? अपने आप को कोशिश करोगे कि 3 फॉर्मेट प्लेयर बनाओ, किसी एक फॉर्मेट से ज़्यादा लगाओगे? अपनी स्टोरी अगर खुद लिखने बैठो तो किस तरह लिखोगे उसको?
मैं किस तरह लिखूंगा?
मुश्किल सवाल पूछ लिया मैंने।
बहुत मुश्किल सवाल है।
आगे अपने आप को
जैसे
कैसे
अगर देखा जाए ना, तो मैं आपको थोड़ी सी बात बता दूं, 2020 कोरोना का टाइम था, तो मैं वाइड बॉल में ही मेरा नाम था, तो मैं 2 मैच खेला, तो गुलाम भाई ने पैड्स किए NCA में, मुझे रेड बॉल दी हाथ में, मुझे बोला बॉलिंग करो, हमारे गुलाम अली जो कोच थे, तो मैंने तकरीबन कोई 26-27 बॉलें की, और बॉल भी असलीम के थे, तो वो बहुत ज़्यादा ही घूम रहा था मेरा, कोकाबूरा थोड़ा आपको पता मुश्किल होता है। तो उन्होंने मुझे बोला, यार अबरार, कि अगर कोई अनफिट होता है या कुछ होता है ना, मैं तुम्हें बुलाऊंगा। मेरा नाम ही नहीं था 3 डे में भी। तो तौसीफ भाई के बेटे थे, उनका वलीद का ना कंधा उतर गया, तो उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया, बट मैं तो 3-4 दिन से निहारी वगैरह खा रहा था, कोई प्रैक्टिस नहीं की थी मैंने। तो उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया, और ये थोड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है, उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि भाई कल मैच है, आपने खेलना है, अभी ये आपका टेस्ट हो रहा है, अगर नेगेटिव आ जाता है तो तुम सुबह मैच। मैंने बोला मैं मैच नहीं खेलना, क्योंकि मैंने प्रैक्टिस ही नहीं की है 1 हफ्ते से। तो बोला कोई बात नहीं है। तो वो यही हुआ कि मैंने कुछ किया नहीं था, और कल सुबह मैच खेलना पड़ा। आप 15-16 में ना हो, फिर आप आओ टीम में और मैच खेलो। तो वो मैच मेरे लिए अच्छा रहा, क्योंकि मैंने उसमें 14 आउट कर दिए थे कि 13 के 14। तो वो वहाँ से फिर जब मैंने देखा बैठा तो मुझे लगता है कि वाइड बॉल और रेड बॉल में भी मैं अच्छा कर सकता हूँ पाकिस्तान के लिए, क्योंकि हमें तो स्पेशलिस्टी वाइड बॉल की दी हुई है ना कि आप लोग वाइड बॉल के बॉलर हो। तो मैं बोलता हूँ बॉलर हर फॉर्मेट का बॉलर होता है, अगर वो आपकी वाली बात के सोचे, थोड़े इस बात को समझे कि जब मैं वाइड बॉल में आउट कर सकता हूँ तो रेड बॉल में क्यों नहीं कर सकता।
थैंक यू वेरी मच, आपने टाइम निकाला, हमसे बात की, एंड वी आल्सो होप यू एंजॉयड द चैट।
थैंक यू।
Wonderful kid, that Abrar Ahmed, and he'll have a long time in international cricket if he keeps performing like that. Now, last and final day of the test match, couple of days to the ODIs, for 2 days off. If you're in Karachi, there's a lot to visit, there's a lot to see. Check it out. City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
After the exciting Pakistan versus England Test series, it's the final day. And the KFC presents Dafa News Pakistan versus New Zealand series, second test in the city of the highly spirited, cricket-loving city of Karachi. Karachi is the capital of the Sindh province, southern Pakistan. It is the country's largest city with the principal seaport and is the major commercial and industrial center. It is locally called the City of Lights due to its dynamic life and thriving cultural scene. Cricket isn't just a game for Pakistanis. It's a way of life that grips the entire nation and unites us all. While the foreign teams visit Pakistan after years, the street cricket, especially on weekends, makes a perfect festive atmosphere that will engage you in the spirit of the game. The coastal city is popular for its gorgeous mix of sandy and rocky beaches. A visit to the city is incomplete without wetting your feet in the cold, soothing water of Hawke's Bay or Clifton beaches and the surrounding nearby areas. There's lots more to do in the name of adventure. Karachi has a rich collection of buildings with mixed structures of old and new architectural styles. One should not miss visiting the Frere Hall, Empress Market, St. Patrick's Cathedral, and history-rich buildings like Wazir Mansion and the Quaid-e-Azam's Mausoleum. The cuisine of Karachi is a mix of numerous different influences. And when it comes to Karachi's traditional food, the choices are endless. Karachi's Burns Road, one of the oldest streets in the city, is a heaven for serious foodies. Biryani is one of the most popular dishes found extensively at every corner of the city. The barbecue dishes are mostly rich in spices and come with a lot of varieties. To complement the spice, Karachi has a lot to offer to satisfy one's sweet tooth. Rabri, made from just milk and sugar, is very tempting to eat. The colorful crushed ice Gola Ganda is also appealing yet yummy, and it brings out the child in everyone. And who doesn't love a meetha pan after all this heavy meal? With its diversified culture and legacy, Karachi is a must-visit city for everyone at least once.
City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Welcome back once again to Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. There you go, Rouge again telling us to keep eating. Yesterday, pan, today, rabdi. Brilliant, she's here. And so is Chris Harris. The nation wants to know, where are we heading with this?
Well, I said on commentary, there are 3 results still on play. And for me, it is this partnership for Pakistan. Remember, they put up 150 between the two of them. Sarfaraz, without having to take any risks whatsoever, is batting really well. Saud Shakil playing the sheet anchor's role on the other side. If they can repeat what they did in the first innings, it is Pakistan's game. But New Zealand, yes, they're obviously still probably with the upper hand because they have 5 wickets to go.
You talk about the 5 wickets. I guess New Zealand would be thinking, break this partnership and Salman. That's the only resistance.
Yeah, I think New Zealand getting 3 wickets in that session very much thought that they were on top. But I'm a little bit the same as Yurush. Since this partnership has formed with Sarfaraz and Shakil, I think it's very much in the balance. And I think that New Zealand have got 5 wickets. They're very much believing that they break this partnership with the next one, they can run through Pakistan. But, I mean, Sarfaraz is in wonderful form. The partnerships he's been involved in this Test series, he is a real danger and they'll be worried about him because he's looking really solid and he scores quickly. So 194 runs in 2 sessions, if he bats for all of those, they will get there with plenty of time. So this next partnership is the absolute key.
Yeah. I think I know you guys. I know you want me to ask them this question. People in Pakistan are thinking 125, 194 to get. Can they do this?
See, again, like we've all summed it up, for me, if this partnership bats deep and long, they're definitely in this. And Pakistan has nothing to lose. So for Pakistan, it should be the first priority or the first option should be the win. If they're not going to get there, again, it's still a very good batting track. Every now and then we see the ball spit and turn and something extraordinary happens, but it's so far in between things. Pakistan should back themselves to then draw it out if they lose another wicket. So my money's on Pakistan.
Okay, let's ask for the predictions. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Chris, in this session, that's session 2, who do you think from New Zealand's side would be leading the attack?
I think what we saw from that first session, it's going to be the spinners. I think Ish Sodhi and Bracewell look the most likely. Ajaz Patel hasn't quite got his areas right, but to be fair, he hasn't been given this end to bowl at, so that's a little bit unkind. And perhaps the seamers, when the ball, we're getting to that stage of the game where the ball might just start reversing a little bit. So I think the seamers have possibly got 1 more wicket in the meech or 1 between them, and I think the absolute key for New Zealand is going to be Bracewell and Sodhi.
How many balls will Saud take to get to 50?
I really don't think matters. And why I say Sarfaraz and Saud is because the two of them have been in form. They're probably the 2 best against spin in this series. And New Zealand not the biggest reverse swingers off the ball as well. So I just feel it'll be who is mentally tough in the situation for Pakistan to get them through.
Answer my question. 500 balls?
How many? 50 of how many balls? 132.
132 balls for a 50.
Yeah.
Got it. Prediction. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. At what time do you think, Chris, that worry would begin for New Zealand? You said 125, they won't be, fussed about it in one session. It was a longer session, not to forget. But at what time do you feel Tim Southee would say, okay, this is gettable?
No time at all. Look, to be honest, I think towards that end of that session, after New Zealand got 3 reasonably quick wickets, they were feeling really confident. But the way this partnership has formed and the way Sarfaraz has almost scored a run of ball, 29, I think, from 32 balls, you can already see they're not too panicked yet, but I can see just a little bit of concern. Because if this partnership bats for another hour into this session, and let's say they have another run of ball when they're at 50, all of a sudden down to 140, and they haven't got another wicket, I think there will be some nerves. So to answer your question, there is already just a little bit of concern.
The combination Sarfaraz and Saud, I mean, there will be instructions at lunch, but they're 2 different kind of players. Sarfaraz is busy, likes to rotate strike. His partner is more of a loner. You think that might just frustrate one or the other?
I don't think so. And why I say that is because Sarfaraz is playing his natural game. He doesn't need to speed up or slow down because of what Saud is doing. Saud is obviously, and he said that at the post-match, one of the post-match conferences as well, where he knew there was a ploy for him outside the off stump and he just didn't want to fiddle with it. And he didn't want to lose his wicket to that. So I just feel because Sarfaraz is playing his natural game and without taking many risks, like Chris said, he's probably at a run a ball. And that for me is just sort of the tipping point for Pakistan in their favor, and that is why it'll be key for the two of them to stay out, and both are very much naturally in their bubble.
Realistically, you guys agree that all three results are possible at this stage?
100%.
Absolutely. Well, 4 maybe, because a tie is still possible, isn't it?
Yeah, so don't switch that TV off, because these guys are saying we are in for a win for New Zealand. Pakistan could draw or a tie. What happens in a tie? I mean, who takes the series? No one.
Well, it'll be a tight series, won't it? Because they drew the first one, last one tie, so it'll be a draw.
Order another trophy.
You can come here and watch these two sessions. It's free. But when it comes to ODIs, you got the ticket rates. You got where you can get the tickets from, pcb.bookme.pk. These are the e-tickets. Grab your seats and enjoy white ball cricket coming your way very soon. Okay. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Ruj. And we're all going to sit around, relax, and enjoy Saud Shakil and Sarfaraz Ahmed masterclass. Hopefully. And of course, good luck to New Zealand with the spin.
National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi. Just 2 sessions remaining in this test series. KFC presents Duffer News. Pakistan up against New Zealand. It is the last day of test number 2. First test match was drawn. And New Zealand will have gone to lunch feeling relatively comfortable, but a small partnership has started to build between first innings hero Saud Shakil and Sarfaraz, who has picked up 3 half-centuries upon his return to test match cricket so far. Add another 29 to that, and he has been superb with the bat. 1 for Southey, that was last night, a couple for Ish Sodhi, 2 this morning for Michael Bracewell. Wickets to fall so far, and last evening it was Abdullah Shafiq, just had one that kept a little bit low, and then Ish Sodhi straight back through the night watchman Mir Hamza. This morning, straight through the gate of Imam, and then Bracewell got into the action. That was a big wicket and a great catch too from Tom Latham behind the stumps, filling in for Blundell, and then a shot that Shan Masood will not want to watch too many more times. Good catch from Kane Williamson. That was number 5. New Zealand picked up 3 in that first session. And they will be in search of at least 2 more in this session. Slightly shortened, 1 hour and 45 minutes. Pakistan looking to continue on with the first innings hero Saud Shakil and Sarfaraz alongside me to take you through the first half hour of this post-extended lunch session. Bazid Khan and Waqar Yunus. Short and hammered. 4 runs.
Maybe just had too much of lunch, Isodi. There was a half tracker. Sarfaraz is never gonna miss that. Easy pickings. He could have hit it anywhere he wanted. Picked up a boundary. Good start for Pakistan. This partnership now 49, building it quite nicely.
Down to that. Nice sides. Into your work, you go bang bang for us, Ish.
I was a little surprised when Isodi was taken off the attack this morning. Only bowled 5 overs. This morning had to leave, went off the ground for a little while and came back.
Short again, can't find the gap.
Not sure if he's carrying some injury or because the first 3 deliveries, not the way he wants to bowl.
Wrong in, but very well read. Williamson's gone the wrong way initially. He will get around and cut it to just 2.
A 50 partnership as well. Sarfaraz all throughout this series is batted really securely against spin, and he's been able to, as he does, get runs with ease. Now, whenever he has got out, it's been a bit against the run of play. And gets a single down the ground. So it's him that is the danger man for New Zealand, because he'll just carry on. Right now he's striking at 94, so even if he bats normally, he'll strike against spin every over. Fantastic average in terms of batting this series, and you look back at the dismissals that he's had, a wide delivery that he just edged, or trying to back cut, stump down the leg side. So it's not as if he's struggled in any of those innings. And New Zealand want to get him in that maybe then Pakistan shut up shop. But as long as Sarfraz there, Pakistan in with a chance. 132 for 5.
Tim Southee, New Zealand skipper, 9 very tidy overs for his 1 wicket. Slip in place. Daryl Mitchell is a roundabout second slip. Henry Nichols in at gully. Oh, just a little stumble there for Tim Southee as he was about to land. Back foot, maybe the takeoff foot, something went wrong.
I think it was a takeoff point he wasn't comfortable with. Especially when you have balls so many overs and the body's tired. Can be a little dodgy at times. At the moment, there is no pressure for New Zealand. All they need is a couple of wickets and then they're into the tail. But once this partnership will go further down, this required runs start coming down. Pakistan can't afford to lose any wicket in this session.
There's Tim Southee's variations by Carr, I always find interesting to look at. Just have a look at the position of the seam as it comes around the back here. And what you'll see is the fingers on the right-hand side slightly around about towards that third slip, fourth slip area. And when it comes over, and the one on the left is straight down the seam. And what you find when you roll that through is the ball comes out seam up on the left-hand side, and then that scrambled seam, wobbled seam, three-quarter ball that Tim Southee talks about. The one he's looking to run away from the left-handers. That's just the variation. He tried to bowl the in-swinger for a while, and it just didn't come out right. It didn't work. So they just worked along with Shane Jurgensen, and I think maybe even before that with Shane Bond. And he was New Zealand bowling coach. I'm just finding something slightly different. And they worked out the three-quarter ball would just wobble a little bit. Sometimes it would hit the seam and actually go like an off-cutter. And it's just become his variation. Trent Boult uses it as well.
He mainly looks to swing the ball away from the right-hander, isn't it? He's an outswinger bowler who he had so much success with. But over the years, I mean, there's no grip on that. He's just holding it. He'll probably change it a little later. There you go. And because it's reversing, he just want to confuse the batsman a bit. Shiny side on the left, and the ball just went with the shine. But with the new ball, he looked to take the ball away from the right-hander, and then when he wants to bring the ball back in, or when he doesn't want the ball to swing at all, that's when he looked to bowl that cross seam, which I also did at times because I had a very slingy action and I was used to struggle to bring the ball back in, especially with the new ball. So sometime when you hold it sort of cross seam a bit and ball with the same action, everything same, and all it does, it doesn't swing. And I learned it from Terry Alderman when I used to watch him bowl. He was a big outswing bowler back in the 80s, 70s. And he used to swing the ball, good outswingers, and then one goes straight, 133 for 5. And it works. It works for me because all you want to is to deceive a batsman. Sometimes when you know too much, when you know that how you swing it in also, it's hard because you have to change your action a little bit, and then you have to sort of change your wrist position also, and to control that is very difficult. You did it at both ends, I know that, and you were good at it. But for us, who we had a little slingy action, or if the shoulder drops a little bit too early, Tim Southee is the same. I think his front shoulder drops a touch early. So when the ball comes out of the hand, for the outswinger, it's really good. For the inswinger, he probably needs to have that cross seam in his hand.
A little outside third of the bat on that one. Yeah, no, that's why I have enormous admiration for Jimmy Anderson, for what he's been able to develop both. I always found that the in-swinger for me was probably just a little more floaty. It was just, I don't think I could ever bowl the in-swinger just with quite the same zip and pace as I could bowl the outswinger, because it was more natural. Nicely played. There is protection out there though. But when I watch what Jimmy Anderson has done over the years and developed that in-swinger, and it took some time to develop it as well, but he's now bowling that, or has bowled that in the last 3-4 years, at the same pace as his outswinger, and the control that he has over it, and the longevity of his career is, I think, and Stuart Broad, we talked about him yesterday, 159 test matches. I mean, I get tired thinking about that. It's the amount of overs that those two have bowled is just phenomenal. And it's a great credit to what England have done as well, I think, in not having them play any white ball cricket from around about 2015, 16, I think.
And I guess you will sympathize with us going on these sort of pitches where things are tough, hard. Yes, we did develop that reverse swing, but the conventional swing, if you're playing with this Kookaburra ball, you will get disheartened very quickly. It will take maybe 3 to 4 overs, and then it's not going to do anything. It's just up and down. If you got pace, you survive for a little while. But a gentle medium pacer like Mir Hamza yesterday, I felt sorry for him at one stage. Bowled a beautiful first up delivery, got the wicket, and I thought he'll just sort of lead the way then. And after maybe 3-4 overs, it was nothing happening for him.
If I'd have been here, I'd have been a hockey player. Would have given the cricket away very early.
We were very good at hockey when you played. Maybe nowadays. Maybe nowadays you come here and play hockey, but at that stage I think Pakistan were doing really well in hockey, so maybe not a look in. 134 for 5.
Might have been a warning, official warning, in the last over. Sodhi. Just getting that big hoof down the middle of the pitch. And Alex Wharf doing the right thing.
Have a look at this replay again, and he bowls from wide of the crease. There you go, how wide he goes, because he falls away. Up to head is fine, and this foot, I'm not sure if it's deliberate or not, but that is not on. That's right in the area where the ball more or less land. And playing on on this pitch, he should have been warned first time.
Yeah, if you're going to get warned though, I mean, don't be so gentle. Do a pirouette and then walk off. You know, get warned for something really bad.
I understand if you're just sort of hitting the edge or maybe just half a foot coming inside that red zone, but this was right in the middle of that area.
It's pretty blatant, wasn't it? Let's be fair.
And that's not a first step or second step, that's a third step.
Tim Southey was asked to stay away as well. The other thing as a seamer, I did find it harder to get off the pitch bowling to left-handers. Where's Southey's foot? First one's fine, second one's not. Again, that is not. Yeah, Alindar very quickly onto it. They are. This is good umpiring. Understand from New Zealand's point of view as well, but it is very good umpiring.
It was a little easier gig for Alex Wolff because he saw literally came inside. It was right in front of him, so he didn't have to think too hard. From the other end, Aleem Dar might have to just sort of watch it closely and then react. But if you bowled so many overs before and you haven't been warned, or haven't been told off, and if you're doing it suddenly in the fourth inning, that's not right. Old trick, isn't it?
Yeah, look, as I said, I think I've said a couple of times through the test match, you haven't really done your job if you haven't been warned at least once, I don't think. And no, that won't go down well with...
Batting or bowling?
Both.
Both, okay. Fielding, maybe? You think fielders should be warned?
They just get told off when they try and skid the ball in on the side, don't they? To help the reverse swing a little bit. New Zealand continue to hide that ball outside Shaquille's off stump. He remains on 16, 135 for 5. A little bit of sustenance for Tim Southey. So he's got a couple of wickets. A little bit short post lunch. Now we've got protection out on that deep point boundary and a man on the sweep as well. I haven't seen Sarfraz sweep much at all in this second innings.
Sodi's been a threat to left-handers more so than right-handers. It's that rough outside leg of Sarfraz is where he's been most effective. Once he comes over the wicket, Sarfraz very happy to just camp on the back foot and then pick him off offside. Sarfraz is in his zone where he's also talked about when the ball's short, he's not gone straight away to the pull shot, he's kept a vertical bat, so he has the option of going down the ground with that back foot punch, and also if it's slightly shorter he can turn it towards mid-wicket. But the options that he has is that's why he's again striking at 90.
dots on this one, lads. Come on. Know how the pressure builds at the other end, lads. Oh, yes, Ish. Yes, Ish. So good, boy. So good, Ish. So good in the bout. So good, boy. Keep going. Loving your work, Ish. And again, Totes. And again, mate.
Pushed away through cover point region for a couple.
Over.
Well, life is too short for sensitive teeth. There's a Sensodyne sensitivity free moment.
Down toe. Down toe, man. Down toe, man. Good sides, good sides. Yes, Ish, that's lovely, boy.
138 for 5. Runs the partnership, and 40 of those have been scored by Sarfaraz. New Zealand's captain Tim Southey will continue. Still got a slip around about second slip. Daryl Mitchell, Gully. Disappointed the last couple of overs because he's given Sarfaraz a freebie on the leg stump to get off strike. Both of the last 2 overs, first ball he's bowled to him. Oh, that's darted back in. Very well played by Sarfaraz.
It was this session yesterday where Pakistan got the ball to reverse, and it did quite a lot, and Pakistan were in the game. At the moment, the problem Saudi has that he is doing the bulk of the bowling. He's bowled plenty of overs. He's been accurate, but Matt Henry in his 9 overs has gone for 40. He's not given him control. So Saudi has taken it upon himself to just make sure that things remain under control. Maybe there will be a situation when he goes to Henry and hope that Henry can also make sure that the control is with New Zealand. At the moment, it's the captain himself doing the hard yards.
Well, Bracewell is the only bowler who has given some sort of control and also picked up 2 wickets. Yes, Saudi bowled plenty of overs in the first inning, but is only 1 wicket. He's bowled 25 overs. He's into his 12th. It's hard work. It's sometimes it can get very demoralizing also, because you bowl on certain length and carry on bowling that and get no success. But he's hoping that one will sneak through, and if I get one, they can get 2 or 3 quickly.
Look for the other one, not there. Come back for 2. Good running.
I think it was Tim Southee was looking to bowl that outswing, and the line got wrong. The length was good, but the line was not right. And Sarfraz, good running between the wicket. Just be a little watchful with his hip. He had issues.
Another single to finish the over. Sarfraz will keep the strike. 141 for 5. Yes, it is. That's exactly what Saud Shakil and Sarfraz will be thinking. Just a little bit too easy there for Sarfraz at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment it's looking pretty simple, especially the way that Sarfraz is playing. You need one delivery to do something out of the ordinary to New Zealand. They just seem becalmed by this partnership.
And again, Soads. Lovely work, boy. Oh, that's so nice, Ish. Excellent, boy. Beautiful, Ish. Beautiful, Ish. Lovely speed, Singer, Ish. Love your work, Rod. Love those areas, Ish. Excellent, Soads. Excellent, Soads. And again, boy.
Saud Shakil's got a very good technique against Ish Southee.
Yes, Soads. Yes, Soads.
His first movement is to just take his front leg out of the line of the off stump. So LBW goes out of the door. The only thing he's got to be worried about is that short leg fielder only. But he plays very late, he plays very close to the body. The only thing is, these sort of deliveries should be going in the gap. Sarfraz encouraging him, saying, "Koi baat nahi," that means it's okay, that's fine, it's all gone now, let's deal with the next ball. Which is a right advice from Sarfraz.
Was there anything on that, or was it just pad? Good effort from Daryl Mitchell. Jazz Patel does well to keep it to 3. What does umpire Swarf think? Yeah, he thinks pad as well.
I think the bat was behind his front pad, so he was looking to pad it. There you go, just maybe clipping the pad. Not sure if he's hit the bat on the way, but definitely hit the pad first. Yeah, nothing after that. It's very close to the bat though.
Boud ace, boud ace.
145 for 5. Shane Shafridi and a yo-yo. From Southey to continue. So 48 overs remaining in the day's play. Pakistan 174 runs away. Little change for Tim Southey around the wicket. Slip gully, short cover, backward point and a mid-off.
7.1 overs, 20 runs Pakistan have scored, but I think it's the calmness that is with the partnership. I think New Zealand need a change. Maybe Bracewell, maybe Jazz Patel, because Ish Sodhi in this little spell hasn't been able to hit that length and look threatening. Southey will carry on doing a job. Maybe he'll get Henry to do the same sort of bowling after he's done with his spell. But from the other end, you need somebody to at least look a little bit threatening. At the moment, I don't think that Ish Sodhi in these few overs has looked threatening. So maybe it's time for a change.
Yeah, and I think coming into this test match, New Zealand would have probably thought that Sodhi and Patel would be their best options and Bracewell would be a good third option. Well, he's actually probably been the pick of the spinners. Sodhi with a cracker last night to get rid of Mir Hamza. And Bracewell's control has been very good.
I think it's time for this man to come and bowl. He's bowled beautifully in the morning session. He's picked up a big wicket of Babar and Shan Masood.
I get it through that gap. Oh, hot cups of tea being served at the Tapal Tea Lounge. Just had mine, so post-lunch was very nice. Pakistan's number 1. .145 for 5.
Down here, Soaks. One mistake, lads. One mistake. Building real nicely, boys. Come on, Soaks. Yeah.
Turn and bounce.
Lovely, Ish. Excellent, boy. Excellent, Soaks.
It takes a lot of hard work to build a partnership in any situation. This one, on day 5, the concentration levels have to be right up there. Every single delivery as a batter. And all the skills that you have will be tested out there by a good bowling attack. And what I see in the two, Sarfaraz 44 of 53, he's having a move on and also having that survival mode. Shakil, on the other hand, is the anchor, who's got a lot of delivery that he's faced for his 18. As long as it works in the same cause, whatever the plan Pakistan team has in their mind. But if you just join and switch the television set on, you just get a feeling. One is playing to win it, one is playing to draw it.
Sikandar, you've hit the nail on the head precisely in terms of what is Pakistan's priority, what is it that they're looking for from this match. 174 to win, 65 this partnership.
Yes, Ish. Yes, boy.
And you look at Sarfaraz, he absolute risk-free 44, hasn't tried anything extravagant.
Beautiful, this, boys.
For Saud Shakil to meander along 18 from 80. Has to be a message from the dressing room that he's probably following.
Asian drops short. Runs here. Just got the shoulder of that bat. He was trying to get out of it, but couldn't bail out. Got that thick edge.
He's making things happen though, isn't he, Ish Suri? This is last minute push forward, and that's why he was a little out of position. Sarfaraz. It's coming quickly and low. If you're at slip, Daryl Mitchell needs to stay low.
Down. Well done, Toe. Well done.
Yeah, just got too big on him. 147 for 5. Tim Southey knows it, that it's just a matter of that one wicket to create the opening, and after this Pakistan has Salman. So that opening can be created at any point in time. It has been a game of patience for the bowlers for both sides. Get on to pcb.bookme.pk and get your e-tickets now. The prices are there, the dates are in front of you. That's the ODI series starting from the 9th.
We saw Pakistan in the second innings for New Zealand have that fieldsman at slip where Daryl Mitchell is stand on his knees with a helmet and raced past him. But in this case, Mitchell is very close, closer than the wicketkeeper is. The gully as well. So they will know that if there is a chance, it's going to be at a rate of knots and it's going to be reactionary. But they would rather have that opportunity than for it to bounce.
That's a beautiful ball. That's a lovely delivery. Not much you can do. In fact, probably you could say Shakil did well to dig it out.
It's a well-directed Yorker. Catches the outside edge of the toe end of the bat. And gets the bat down right in time. And it does fly through the slip cordon. Scott, you've touched on this throughout the second test, the position of where those men catching behind the bat should be. And he's so close. Anticipation, agility, reflexes, all will have to be on point because the ball is going to fly from there. It's also a case of finding that balance and not having the ball drop in front of you and back yourself if you are in closer to take that chance.
Sort of feel that, don't you, that if Saud Shakil, it was to slash at the ball hard, then I almost feel like Daryl Mitchell's too close, and the gully. I think Henry Nichols from up here. I'm not sure they would be able to catch it in time. And is that just for more the defensive push or the half-hearted drive?
Talking to Saud Shakil after the first innings, he said that he understands that New Zealand's plan, when we talk about pace, is ball wide outside off stump, and he is almost stubborn not to play with that, which is why he's probably, if I'm not wrong, left 70% of his deliveries, just couldn't touch them. So what's plan B? This could be plan B. Trying to get the ball to angle in, get a odd shorter one into his rib cage, square him up, get those two catches in business. .151 for 5. That's the story so far into the second session on the final day. 168 is what Pakistan need. But what are they playing for? They're looking to survive. Only time will tell. New Zealand, on the other hand, got 3 wickets in the first session, making it 5. And they're hoping that they can get a couple here. in this session or more.
Oh, Ish, that is outstanding, Ish. That is outstanding, boy. So good, Ish. That's lovely, Soads. That was outstanding, Soads.
Saad Shakil's strike rate is 25, which is good depending on what Pakistan's attitude is here. 167, it's not out of the question that they could get up, but he would need to go a little quicker to help Sarfraz out.
Yes, Soads. Yes, Soads. Lovely boy.
He has traditionally, and I know his career's short at the test match level, scored at a faster rate than this. It's a 42 strike rate for his career. But when you bat as slowly as this in a test match, it'll help you draw games. Won't help you win matches.
There's a couple of ways to look at this. You look at Sarfraz, who's playing at a strike rate of 80, and he's obviously relatively quick in terms of the pace at which the match has gone along. So he makes Shakil look worse. But it could be a case of just Salman to come in next, and then a tail which Pakistan can't really rely on to get those few runs at the back end. So one way to look at it could be just these two batting longer. And longer into the game, but if they don't keep the scoring rate up, you're suddenly looking at 4.5 or maybe even 5 to get towards the back end, and that also isn't going to be easy. So it's not like it's unplayable, and Shakil's played a good knock even in the first innings, but every now and then just maybe rotate strike, get down the other end, keep on with the run rate.
I'm with you entirely. Everything's situation dependent, and he's doing the right thing here. And when you also factor in that at the moment it looks more difficult for a left-hander than it does for the right-handed Sarfraz. The rough is outside the left-handers off stump for the leg spinner, or even for Michael Bracewell, the off spinner as well. The ball is swinging away from Southey.
Sweeps that, and he'll get to another 50. Well, 22nd test match 50, and he's got, what, 4 on the trot. He is loving it out there, and he's got a job on hand, and he's making sure Pakistan stays in the game. 157 for 5.
Yeah, this has been quite a remarkable comeback to Test cricket for the former captain Pakistan on his very home ground. 4 on a trot and making hay while the sun shines, keeping Pakistan's hopes alive as well with him. Sarfraz, yet another half century in his Test career.
Sarfraz and his innings, no, 51 not out with 62. He's got those 5 boundaries. Strike rate is good, and he's enjoying himself out there. Just touching on the discussion you two were having, just wanted to ask you, either one of you can answer that when a batter is playing at an 82 strike rate and the other one is around 21, do they still complement each other for the same cause? Because if you, as Sarfraz, like to rotate strike, but once you do take that single, you probably have to wait at the non-striker for 5-6 deliveries. How does that work?
They've played a lot of cricket together, so they understand each other. They've batted together, play for Sindh in the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy, which is the elite domestic competition. So they know each other's game. Sarfraz is playing in a way that comes naturally to him. He's always busy and proactive at the crease. And they put on 150 runs in the first innings between themselves.
At the moment, I think they are, to answer your question. I think that the partnership is the most important thing. Who those runs come from, it does not matter. We know Saud Shakil was first picked for Pakistan in the one-day side, so he can go up the gears if he needs to. But at the moment, they are not out of the woods. They both will know if they lose a wicket, Pakistan are in trouble, and they will have their Salman in, who is possibly their last option in terms of getting up and winning this game without a special innings from somebody.
I totally agree with you on the part that that's him against pace.
Yeah, it was with Sarfaraz when he looked to open up and play those deliveries which were outside his off stump. Yes, they pulled the length back and they didn't give him anything on the back foot. And after Sarfaraz's dismissal, he was back in terms of leaving those deliveries. Now here the situation is slightly different because Pakistan in with a chance to win. Scott, just on your point there, you're right, the partnership itself is 50. The strike rate of the partnership itself is still up with the run rate that is required. So at the moment, it's probably, and that's why I keep coming back to this, what is the message that has been given to Saud Shakil? That probably becomes key. And Sarfaraz obviously playing the way he does, but I'm sure it's a plan that has been given to Saud Shakil to hold one end. My only concern is the later they take this, and if this partnership breaks, then the difference between the win percentage of run and balls, that could slowly slip out of Pakistan's reach. So hence why I just like to see maybe every now and then get off strike, just get down the other end.
I'm totally sold on Scott's mentioning of he's got a tougher job on hand being the left-hander compared to Sarfaraz. So we give that much to him.
I think Pakistan's job right now is to make Tim Southee actually think about the runs. And therefore he has to go on the defensive a little more. Those field placings, the catches, all have to come out. And that means taking the game deep. And by that I mean just batting right now and providing some options later today. There are still 43 overs to go. Run rate required is what, just under 4, give or take. Just over 4. See, Tim Southee at the moment, there's still 4 catches. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, even mid-wicket's quite close. So at the moment, New Zealand aren't fearing the runs. That says to me that they believe they can still win this game, and they're going after Pakistan trying to take wickets. Now the man will go back on the hook, and that'll provide a couple of options. Southee can still continue with the reverse swing, or try the short ball. It's going to be a halfway, a bob each way, as they say.
Oh. 50 overs have been bowled at Pakistan, 157 for 5. So he knows he'll be bowling long spells. He's got a job on hand. Captain depends on him, especially against the left-hander from this side. Most of the wickets in the test match have gone to spinners.
So good, lads. Come on, so good here. And again, boys. Only scoring at one end. We have to get them all. Here we are, sides. Yes. Nice ish, nice ish. Nice break.
The other thing I do would be to, if I was in New Zealand shoes out there, would be look to irritate Sarfraz. The fact that every single over he's taking his helmet off, the 12th man has to run out whenever he's facing the spinner, and then at the end of that over he comes out and brings out the helmet once again, that would start to annoy me. Something as small as that. And the laws of the game say the batsman needs to be ready when the bowlers are. And therefore, if I were New Zealand, I would race through, make sure that we're ready to go for the next over, and stop him from doing that. Just annoy him a little bit. See if you can change this rhythm that he's in, because he's batting beautifully. You don't always have to abuse the players like we see or hear about with sledging. There are other ways to just get under someone's skin, and that's where Sarfraz is just, he's playing so well. You just have to try something a bit different.
Down toe. Well done, toe. Well done, toe.
And Sarfraz with so much experience, it'll be difficult to get under his skin. Now he leads with the runs in terms of wicketkeeper batters for Pakistan. Yeah, 450s in a row in each of these innings in this series, and he now leads the chart. Just 74 runs to another 3,000. Most runs by keeper batters in Test cricket for Pakistan. The average also not too much in between Sarfaraz's average and Rizwan's.
Yes.
Averaging 90 in the series, Sarfraz.
It shows how things have changed, right? Wasim Bari was on there, averaged 15 with the bat. We have a Wasim Bari enclosure here at the ground. And in days gone by, the glove work was the priority. Fantastic wicketkeeper he was.
Yes, Ish. That's outstanding, Ish.
160 for 5.
And drinks. .160 for 5. And this partnership now is 80. Between the two, Sarfaraz and Shakil, they've consumed 159 deliveries and they're holding fort. Sarfaraz, the way he is, likes to get on with the game and he's scoring freely, finding it easy to work it on the offside. He's dealt with the spinners, his go-to shot, the sweep, and he seems pretty comfortable in his stroke play. He's so good with that sweep shot, he can almost drag the ball from outside off and play it there, and he's got 4th consecutive 50 and counting. Spinners will have a role, and they have played an important role. 2 for 46 Sodhi, 2 for 28 Bracewell, and the captain getting rid of Abdullah Shafiq yesterday. Is Pakistan looking at that bottom of the screen column, 159 to win? They're probably focusing session by session, so they've got another 45 minutes to tea. Tim Southey knows there will be partnerships down the line. It's not like it'll just be a walk in the park, but then when does he actually start thinking, where is this match going? Is it slipping away? He's tried various combinations, he's mixing it up. Patience levels, when do they run out?
I think we need to remind everybody these two sessions, this one here and the one later in the day, are only 1 hour and 45 minutes due to the prayers on Fridays. 15 minutes, what's that? Probably 4 overs. So 8 overs in total, less that Pakistan will have more when you compare to usual playing conditions. I don't think it's yet. That's the answer. I think we're still quite a way away from that. In the back of these two batsmen's minds will be the fact that Pakistan lost their last 5 wickets for 23 runs. So Saudi and the New Zealanders will believe they can. Doesn't matter how long Pakistan go with this partnership, if they can get one out, then they're right back into it and they can just go bang bang and knock them over. These two have played so well at the moment, but there's a long way to go.
Yeah, 1 wicket changes everything. You've got to rebuild a partnership. You've got to protect the new batter coming in. And it's just like going through the whole cycle all over again. It's the Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life is too short for sensitive tea. So go on and enjoy.
Probably not the best idea for your teeth as well. Cold drinks and those ice lollies.
Okay, sorry. She's caught up with that endorsement. She loves all those things. She has to go in the hiding and enjoy them.
How many international cricketers have been dentists?
1. Oh, he went on to chase that, and a bad bounce for the keeper.
And just a rare moment of lapse in concentration from Sarfaraz, chasing a wide one outside his off stump. A ball dying on him, ball dying on the keeper, and Pakistan won't mind this. They'll take any runs on offer. Just really awkward bounce.
only knows how close that was. They just need a bit of luck also when they're bowling so well. Testing Sarfaraz.
Just the last couple of deliveries, you just see him play away from his body. Just a little bit casual more than anything else. Away from his body, gets a toe end. And this time slashes outside the off stump. Excellent work on the boundary. Devon Conway has stopped a certain boundary.
I can't think of anyone who's achieved anything being an international cricketer and anything apart from that.
Yeah, that's how things have changed, isn't it? Players in days gone by had full-time jobs outside of their international cricket commitments these days due to the professionalism involved. I can't even think of, well, certainly not in New Zealand, players here who would be university qualified in anything.
.166 for 5.
I think the biggest reason for that is the finances now involved in the game. And with the advent of franchise cricket, players all around the world very early on into their careers make good living out of cricket.
Coming back to
a lot of knowledge in Pakistan, isn't there? Is that message for Shan Masood in particular?
Well, what it is a very simple message, isn't it? Rotate the strike and don't hit the ball in the air. Easier said than done.
Yes.
Also, cricketers have their businesses running. I'm sure they don't run it themselves. They've got people who's running it for them. Shane Bond was a policeman before he started cricket, or was it simultaneous?
I played a lot of age group cricket with Shane Bond, the former fast bowler. Played against him a lot. Under 19s against Pakistan together. Then he kept getting injured, as fast bowlers tend to do with their back in particular for him. And therefore he gave the game away because of injuries. You're quite right, became a policeman. I still remember playing against Canterbury, which is where he was from, and he was walking past us as a policeman.
Oh, wow.
And then decided that the love of the game was too much, would give it another go. The rest is history. Probably the premier fast bowling coach in the world at the moment.
Yes, Ish. Brilliant, mate. Brilliant, that Ish. Excellent, quality. Not close, lads. Right side in the drive. Excellent side. Excellent side. Excellent this, boys. Excellent this. Very likely this side.
Or you could be a cricketer and a prime minister. How do you beat that?
I don't think you can.
Yes, Ish. Lovely boy. Lovely side. Excellent side. It's excellent through there, Ish. Try something now, boys. That's quality through their sides.
She's a combination of a former prime minister and a president. Because the current president is a dentist. And the former prime minister was a cricketer. She's got both.
Down, Ish. Down, Ish.
That's a good run, just to keep things alive.
Seems to be a different level of respect for politicians in this part of the world than there is in the Western world.
He's in the game there, so come on, boy.
Single to end the over. 169 for 5, Pakistan.
And no wickets in this second session so far. Sarfaraz leading the way, 56 not out. The partnership 89 of 171. Sarfaraz especially has not been bothered by any spin or any pace so far. Slowly but surely, Pakistan have come back into the game. And it's because of this partnership. Sarfaraz constantly talking with Saud Shakil. Saud Shakil playing as he does, making sure that Pakistan don't lose the wicket and just take this game deeper and deeper. Round the wicket as that struck the pad first. Looked as if it hit the pad first, but not much interest from New Zealand.
Tim South is still persisting with the pace from the university stand end. And spin from the media stand end. There's only 4 overs being bowled by spin from the far end. A little bit more tactics, different tactics. Just bringing the ball into the left-hander and trying to bowl those short deliveries.
I think it's a good sign that the change of tactics is showing how much this is concerning this New Zealand side, this partnership. And there's no question that if Pakistan bat the remaining amount of time, they'll get those runs.
Well, Saud Shakil in his 10 innings in Test match cricket has not been dismissed under 20. It has been some start to his Test career. It's his application and temperament that has stood out. Yes, talk about him taking his time, but when he's in there, it looks so unflustered. Whatever the scoreboard is saying or whatever the situation is, throughout this little Test career that he has, and it seems that he feels that he belongs.
Henry trying to shake him up a little bit by bowling short deliveries. There's a short leg fielder, leg gully. There's the sort of gully fielder on the offside, which is very, very close to the bat. And the square fielder not exactly on the boundary. 169 for 5.
Start of his Test career, most consecutive innings with a 20+ score. 10 now for Saud Shakil.
Everton Weeks 14. Saud Shakil now 10 innings where he's not been dismissed under 20. It is Bracewell from the pavilion end. A discussion about the field. It'll be interesting if he bowls over the wicket to Sarfraz. Maybe there is an option of just bowling round the wicket, get LBW more into play.
Yeah, I'm glad that New Zealand had made a change, because I felt as though Sodhi hadn't bowled as well as he would have liked, and I thought if he was going to continue to bowl, maybe look to bowl round the wicket into the rough to Sarfraz, just to try and break it up. Because at the moment, this partnership just got such nice tempo. They don't look untroubled, picking up runs reasonably comfortably. So I think this is a good move from Southie.
Yes!
Sarfraz will be eyeing that leg side. He does possess a couple of sweep shots. It's only a mid-on just hanging back. Almost shaped up for that sweep shot. Nicely done in the covers. I just feel that Sarfraz is ready to exploit that leg side. That time too full, so he's able to hit it offside. It's a good diving stop.
Yes, Beastie. That is outstanding, Beastie. Yes, that's so good.
This cricket ball is almost 55 overs old, so it's gone really soft. Early on, when the ball was new and the spin was bowling, there's much more bite in it. Not many I've seen keeping low.
A sweep shot, just be the one.
Earlier when Babar was batting, there was one delivery. The ball was quite hard, quite new, kept really low. Hardly seen anything like that since then. I think when the ball is hard, it bounces more, it just get more bite.
Yes,
It's very, very easy for both these batsmen to just tackle this. This is the delivery I was just talking about. How close was that? Only Babar could have managed that.
Yes, Beastie. That's lovely, boy.
170 for 5. Changing bowling. Darren Mitchell. He got the breakthrough last innings where he got Sarfraz stumped down the leg side. New Zealand hoping for something to that effect.
Harry, please don't say it's a golden arm. Last time you said it, we lost wicket.
Lovely, Lurie. Start, Lurie.
Okay, I won't say it, but he is. I won't say the words. But every time I've been around that he's got the ball, something has happened. Might not get it, but he'll create an opportunity. Hence the reason I think Tim Southey's turned to him.
Get him again, Lure.
But he's been sick for a day and a half, so
he's at his best when he's been sick.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, he's even better.
Okay.
You're talking from experience, are you? Beautifully played. This is what Sarfraz does really well. He works the angles. Even on a slow pitch, he will make sure that he uses the pace.
He's a clever cricketer. There's no question in my mind. He knew that gap was at third man. Or third. And he knew if he got any sort of width, all he had to do was just open the blade and run it down. New Zealand continue to leave that gap open. I think the gully, though, has just come a little bit finer.
Yes, Lurie. Beautiful. Good
Speaking
Laurie.
from a little bit of experience, yeah, so most Kiwis, I think, play their best when they're a little bit under the weather.
Come on, punter, get us one.
We had a bad experience with England in the very first Test match. There were more than half of them were under the weather. They were sick. They had some seriously bad bugs.
Come on.
They came out with a bang. They just smoked us all around.
Yes, Darren. Lovely, mate. Lovely, Darren.
Yeah, it can sometimes help. Takes that, I guess, a little bit of pressure off you, really. And you just go out and just play. That expectation, you're under the weather, so look, we know you're not going to do too much, just go out and be positive, and sometimes that works to your advantage, as it did for England.
Yes, Darren. That's beautiful, bud. That's lovely, Des.
Yeah, you can tell from the body language that the energy is not there.
Lovely, Darren.
But he's a tough nut, isn't he? He's not going to give up. He's going to keep running at you.
Well, we can have tomorrow off if that helps.
Yes, Des. That's lovely, boy. That's lovely, Des.
174 for 5.
That's it, Des. Sorry, do you want to do this?
37 overs remaining in the day. Pakistan require 145.
Yes, Beastie.
Still very doable, but they'll need South Shakil and Sarfraz to just bat through, especially Sarfraz.
Yes,
New Zealand will be thinking a wicket any time, and they're back in.
Bazir, do you think these two at the crease, they're thinking of winning at the moment, or they're thinking just bat and see once we go after tea, half an hour after tea, where we are?
Yeah, you're spot on. They're not thinking about the win right now. They just want to bat and bat and bat and then reassess once they get slightly closer. Right now, it's just about being there and just building the partnership, play normally.
Yes,
And then If they're here after tea, if they're here half an hour, even 45 minutes after tea, then you look up and think we're in with a big chance. But I think still the key is Sarfaraz. If Sarfaraz is there after tea or is there half an hour after tea, then you're in with a massive chance because he's the one who'll just carry on getting runs.
Yes, Beastie.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. People will be watching and saying they only need, what, 3.9 and over. Why aren't they playing a few more shots? They don't need to yet. These two just keep playing, get it through to tea, and then they put themselves in a very strong position to push on for the wind. For the win, sorry. The worst thing they can do is push too hard now.
Yes, Beastie.
Good over from Bracewell. 57 gone now. Pakistan 174 for 5.
Brilliant, boys. One this side of tea, lads. Quarter past tea. Go on, Darren. Darren, it's your time, mate. Come on. Oh, Des! Brilliant, Des! It's not short of you, Des. Not 100% short of you, Des.
The KFC flip, the bucket challenge. All you have to do is flip the KFC bucket and wear it on the head, and the winner will get KFC finger-licking good prizes.
Well, he's done it in a first go. I think he deserves a bit more than just a bucket of KFC.
Oh, Des, this is brilliant, boy. This is great, Lou.
Well, Pakistan only once on the 5th day have got 300 and chased a score down and won the test match. And in that test match, it was this guy involved, Sarfaraz. Scored 48 or 46.
Down, down, down. Well done, Beastie. Well done, Beastie.
I think they needed something like 300 in 2 sessions to win that game. Last 2 sessions, 5th day. Azhar Ali getting 100. Remember that? I was commentating on that. Misbah got 68. 2014. But that was Sharjah. Very similar pitch. Slow, low. Was turning a bit, but not a great deal.
Yes, Darren. Good stumpy.
Yeah, that was going to be my point about this partnership with Sarfaraz there. He's been there before. He's done this numerous times in one-day cricket as well as Test cricket. That was a great example of him being in this situation before. And this won't faze him. He just knows if he just keeps playing, he'll put his side in a very good position. And the key is going to be how Shaquille approaches it when the time needs for perhaps a little bit of increase in rate.
Yes, Darren. Yes, Darren. Lovely boy.
Yes, and Pakistan need to make sure they give themselves the best chance. And as you suggested, if they pull the trigger right now or go harder, they run the risk of maybe losing a wicket and then falling away.
Yes, Darren. Yes, Darren.
And just bat through to a situation where even if they lose a wicket, they're still in the game or still up to the chase. It's 174 for 5. Still about 15 minutes to tea. Now the discussion will be on how to get a wicket, what plans to be put in place. Also, maybe now is the time where New Zealand are probably thinking just to go for the squeeze, make sure that they don't leak runs. Darryl Mitchell brought into the attack from the university and he's bowled a maiden that previous over. And just make sure that they build pressure by that squeeze. Now Bracewell to South Shakil, they're trying to make sure that the field is set correctly in the way that South Shakil doesn't get off strike and he plays all 6 deliveries.
I don't think New Zealand should go defensive here. There's still plenty of runs to get for Pakistan, 145. That's all they need is just to break this partnership, open up a gate, and they still have, they will have maybe 10 odd overs with a new ball also.
Go, Chippy.
Just into the leg side for that single. You still have batting to come. You've got Salman Agha and you've got Hassan Ali who gives it a tonk. But you think that these two have to do the bulk of scoring, but even so, Pakistan will fancy themselves because of the fact that Salman Agha is in pretty decent form and plays spin well. Oh, inside edge, almost a drag on. Sarfraz just hanging back, trying to get this down to third. The ball turned on him.
Sarfraz not happy with the selection of shot, I think, because playing against a spin and looking to cut with a horizontal bat, you're asking for trouble, almost getting onto the stumps. Sarfraz very lucky, Pakistan lucky.
It was too straight and too full. He's very good at that shot, but that was way too close.
Yes, Beastie. Yes, Beastie.
And I think that's the area for Bracewell. I think as this ball has lost a little bit of its hardness, it's certainly taken some sting out of the spin and bounce. This wicket currently looking very battable, and these two doing it well. Just too full for that shot.
Yes, Beastie. That's beautiful, Beastie. As long as you can see. Yes, Beastie. Yes, Beastie. Lovely, Beastie. Hand it over again, Beastie. Good, lads. Hand it over, Beastie. Oh, Beastie. Lovely boy.
176 for 5. Every over there's a mini conference, so the obviously making sure that every idea is thrown at him. Right now the idea is just Darryl Mitchell bowl as straight as possible. And make sure that the squeeze from him continues.
Try to force something here, lads.
Talking of the game played in Sharjah 2014, have a look at that. Sri Lanka got bowled out for 214 in the second inning, and Pakistan needed 302 and got those runs with 5 wickets down. And Pakistan needed 195 runs in the final session.
Good, Darren. Good, Darren.
It was an amazing victory from Pakistan. They were very positive. Sarfraz really played well in that game. And Azhar Ali, who's known to be a very defensive player, it takes his time. He was very proactive. 137 deliveries. He got 103. Couple of early wickets gone down against Pakistan, but they just kept coming at Sri Lanka and managed to pull the victory from nowhere. One of the best test matches I have commented on.
Nice, Darren. Nice, Darren. Lovely boy.
Daryl Mitchell to South Shakil. His field set as he did in the first innings, outside off. You know, slip coming very close. He's got the helmet on, a slip and a gully, and then those couple of catches offside. So he's just going to bowl outside off and hope that South Shakil flirts with it.
Nice, Darren. Nice boy.
Saw this in the first innings. It's about deja vu with South Shakil just leaving everything outside off stump. Now New Zealand will be thinking, with the situation that is, maybe South Shakil will be tempted to play a shot. A slip fielder is extremely close.
Come on. Yes.
More than anything else, I feel that slip cordon or a gully fielder was so close to the bat. With Daryl Mitchell bowling around about 120, 123. What are the chances of them catching? And they've got helmets, so they're also worried that they might get hit, especially the slip cordon. Unless it just comes straight at you or in your stomach.
Come on.
You might catch it, otherwise anything right, left.
There is a rule change. You can catch the ball after it's hit the helmet. Maybe it'll hit the helmet and then catch it. That's the only option there. 177 for 5.
Yeah.
Down the track, doesn't pierce leg side. Last couple of overs he's been itching to get one through. He played a little late cut, which almost was a drag on. The off spinner, he fancies the Sarfraz.
Yes, Beastie. Yes, Beastie. That's beautiful, boys. So good, fellas.
One thing Bracewell haven't tried it yet is going around the wicket and try to bring the LBW into play to the right-hander.
Sweep shot. Come back for the second.
Because from this angle is way too easy for Sarfraz. He's got no silly point, so he can really play more toward the offside. Yes, there is a short leg there, But the ball is so soft, it's not really bouncing that much. So go around the wicket maybe and just try to bring that LBW into play.
Well done, GP. Well done, Doc.
Sarfraz likes to sweep, so once you go around the wicket, there's every chance that he'll go for that sweep.
Yes, Beastie.
Yeah, I like that idea, going round the wicket just to bring LBW into play and also change the angle. Sarfraz right now has the option of the sweep shot, also has the option of turning it into the leg side without LBW in play. He gets outside the line of the off stump when he defends too, so that takes out that LBW option. 179 for 5.
Come on, boys. Take it this side, lads. Yes, Darren. Yes, Darren. Lovely boy. Excellent, boys. Take him with us, boys. Reserve one here. Yes, Daz. Yes, Daz. Lovely boy.
Tickets for the one days, they come thick and fast, 9th and 11th and 13th. The ticket sales from January 5th. They've opened pcb.bookme.pk.
Keep being born here, Daz. Yes,
Oh, he's
Darren.
beaten him this
Yes,
time
boy.
around. Just slightly closer. I think he just played at that for once. It's out Shakil.
Yeah, perfect line from Mitchell. That's exactly where he needs to be. Has the ability just to bring it back a little bit to the left-handers as well. So if he can stay in that zone, gives himself a good chance.
Yes, Lurie. It's lovely position. Just go through it. You line it up so good. So to extend defensive shot into a attacking shot.
Mrs. Sarfraz.
Sarfraz was so far away that Darren Mitchell inquired, "Are you watching us? Are you ready?" And he's just looking the other way as Darren Mitchell has run in.
Yes, Darren.
This is all because of the cameraman, the production.
Lovely boys.
Maybe the director too. He's got some Sarfraz's better half on screen, and Sarfraz is just looking there as Daryl Mitchell runs in. Brownie points for Sarfraz.
Yeah, they in the middle. Mrs. Sarfraz on the right of your picture is Hassan Ali's wife.
The forward defensive again. This has been really good from Pakistan. No wickets lost. And the partnership 99. Pakistan need 140 more to win, but this session has gone completely Pakistan's way. That man on screen, Sarfraz, has been exceptional with the bat yet again. Not a lot of runs scored, run rate 2.25, but it was secure and solid batting. Sarfraz 65 of 99, Saud Shakil 27 of 129. But the sting from New Zealand has just gone away because of this partnership. They go back, Sarfraz and Saud Shakil, with a session where they've done their job. New Zealand still in with a chance, still in with a shout. They couldn't get a wicket that session. They'll probably think after tea, just one moment of magic and they're back in. Still test match wide open, all results possible. A few wickets fell in the first session, but none so in the second session. Sarfraz leading the way, 65 not out, and has looked untroubled. Saud Shakil, as he does, very good in defense. He's been the anchor, 27 of 129. In the partnerships, those two fell yesterday. The first two, then Shan and Imam. Imam fell. Then a bit of a problem for Pakistan when Babar and Shan went quickly, but after that it's been all about Sarfraz and Saud Shakil. And New Zealand have toiled hard. They bowled quite a lot of overs, and Saudi with 2 for 49. Bracewell probably the pick. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 33. This session started off with Sarfraz belting on leg side. A little outside edge, never really carried. Another outside edge. This was good bowling, but it went to third for a boundary. Sarfraz very good as usual with the sweet shot. Got to his 50, yet another 50 for him. And then just used a little bit of pace to get it down to third. Importantly, Pakistan haven't lost a wicket in that session, and that means that still 5 wickets intact. Pakistan need 140 runs to win. There'll be about 31 overs remaining. And we'll take a short break and we'll be back with the post-tea action.
Pakistan would like to believe they've won the session with this partnership continuing. No wickets and 54 runs scored, and Sarfaraz going strong as he's been in this series, the highest scorer amongst both teams, 4 consecutive 50s, and he's at it, wanting Pakistan to stay in the game. So Pakistan need 140 from here on in that final session to come. They are 179 for 5 at this stage. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitch Side Studio. I am Sikandar and we are looking at an exciting match ahead of us with this final session and all to play for. Still, I won't say it, I'll ask my guests, Waqar and Chris Harris. Still, all results possible?
Yeah, I think so. I think Pakistan stands a chance now of winning this match. If they go hard, maybe they'll probably look into it half an hour. They'll probably still play the way they are playing. And then they'll sort of look where they want to get to. I mean, 4 and over, I don't think it should be a big deal with still Salman Agha to come. You know, Hassan Ali can hang around. So they will assess the situation and they'll probably look to, you know, push and win the game.
New Zealand think tank sitting together in this short tea break, 31 overs to go. How do you see Tim Southee now dealing and using his bowlers? Because this session is completely dried up for them.
Yeah, look, I think in some ways that last session's good for the game. The fact that Pakistan didn't lose any wickets, not quite kept up the run rate, but put themselves in a really strong position to win this game. I think what will happen first half an hour is key after tea, but I think what we'll see from Pakistan, if they get through that first half an hour, you'll see a slight increase to run rate. And I think that might help this game. And it still keeps, as you said, all results possible. And the last 13 overs with the new ball, I think is going to be absolutely key for New Zealand, because that ball's just lost a little bit of hardness, a little bit of its sting, and it looks pretty easy to bat on at the moment. So this game is very much in the balance.
Yeah, and then you look at Sarfaraz, we just spoke about it. The Sarfaraz has been that batsman who scored most runs from both sides, and how good he has been understanding and absorbing the responsibility in this match.
Yeah, he started off with a lot of pressure when he first played the game, and slowly he's getting into his groove, getting into his old rhythm, which we know Sarfaraz that sweeps well, pulls well, cuts well, and he's batting quite well against the Pacers also, and him and Saud Shakil, they complement each other. You know what a series he's having, and I hope and I pray that manage to win this game and he gets 100. I think if he gets 100, 120, Pakistan will have a victory in their hand.
It's a great contest out there. From the first test match to these 4 days, it seems like both these parties now understand each other's weaknesses and strengths. As you see that Saud Shakil is not touching anything outside off, so now Tim Southee and others are trying to angle the ball into him. And you got to give credit to him probably because he's the left-hander. He's got more to deal with than Sarfaraz.
Yeah, and I think as the pitch has worn on and the ball's lost its hardness, it's become a little bit easier for him. But he showed how well he played in that first innings. And I think Pakistan gave us a great demonstration. If you can stay in the contest as long as you possibly can, go through that session where you don't lose any wickets, you keep yourself in the contest. And the experience of Sarfaraz, not just how quickly he's scoring, but his experience. He's done it before, he's been there before. So, as I said, that first half an hour, absolutely key. And Shakil was going to have to up his run rate slightly after that first half hour.
Our job is to keep you guys glued to the screen, so I'm going to ask Waqar, what is the Pakistan camp thinking right now? What could be the discussion on instructions to these two?
Look, I don't think they'll be totally comfortable at the moment. But as I said, half an hour, 40 minutes after tea, if we don't lose any more wickets, the plan will be that we are going after this. They have lost 2 series on the trot just before that. So you don't want to, draw this, and draw means New Zealand winning this series basically morally. And in New Zealand, I think the missing bit is the pace, and Ish Sodhi not bowling the way he bowled yesterday or even in the first inning. So Pakistan, looking at New Zealand's bowler, they stand a very, very good chance of winning this.
Okay, let's talk about the expert predictions. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Okay, my question will be similar to both of you for each side. At what stage you feel Pakistan would slow things down and say that they're going for a draw?
Look, I don't think Pakistan will, the issue Pakistan's facing right now is if they lose wicket quickly, then what? Then there's a long tail. So that is the only issue with Pakistan. So one of these, especially Sarfraz, I think he's got to be there at the end if Pakistan need to win this game.
New Zealand needs 5 deliveries to win this, and that could come about any time. That belief will keep Tim Southee going, or they will also just slow things down and just forget about it if nothing happens in the next half an hour into play.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think New Zealand's tactic will be in the next about 18 overs, which is how long it is to the new ball, is trying to break this partnership, possibly get 2 wickets, and then have 13 overs of the new ball at the Pakistan tail, because we've seen just the variation of bounce. We saw one to Babar Azam with the slightly newer ball almost go underground, and just more spin and bounce out of the rough. And also the seamers come back into play as well. So that'll be the key. Break this partnership, get 1 more, then have 3 wickets to get with the brand new ball. 13 overs. That'll be the key for New Zealand.
There you go, the expert predictions. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Well, a minute left to the action, so here we go. We've got 31 overs to go if they can squeeze them in, and it's 140 that's required. The mathematics says you've come so far, may as well give it a try.
Oh, you should. I mean, in the past, we were showing earlier the game Pakistan played in Sharjah. We scored 195 and we lost only 5 wickets. Azhar Ali getting 100. Sarfraz was there in that game also. So it's all not done yet. Pakistan still very much alive and they will look to win this game.
Yeah, so much fun because test match, you win sessions and you calculate and then you can probably get a result in your favor. But the good part, Chris, is that this is shaping out to be a great game if it keeps going this way. We have a strong feeling that at the end of the day's play, there will be a bit of a fight going on. It could be anybody's match. It could be anybody's series. It's, oh, well, look at that. You can also enjoy the action coming up your way a couple of days from now. That's the one-day series. Get your tickets right there. Let's enjoy session 3. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, welcome back to the National Stadium Cricket Arena for this final session of this final test between Pakistan and New Zealand. KFC presents Dafa News, Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series final session live from the National Bank Cricket Arena, where Pakistan started the day with 0 for 2 and are currently 179 for 5. The partnership 99 between Sarfaraz, who has scored 4th half century on the trot, 65, and Shakil 27. The most notable is the current partnership between Shakil and Sarfaraz that is holding Pakistan steady together, and they require 140 to win. New Zealand still looking for the 5 wickets. For New Zealand, Tim Saudi with the ball to Abdullah Shafiq last evening, and then Sodhi 2 wickets to the 2 left-handers, Bracewell as well with 2. It's been good from New Zealand so far. A lovely partnership once again. They put up 150 in the first innings together and 99. Sarfaraz has been the aggressor of the 265 from 99 from him, and Saud Shakil on the other hand has continued to play sheet anchor 27 from 129. Yep, match summary so far. The bottom line for Pakistan, 140 is what they need, and New Zealand need 5 wickets to win the series on either side. Matt Henry to begin proceedings on this final session. And the loud cheer is for the 100 partnership. A second in a row between the two of them. And they've held Pakistan's hope fairly steadily.
They were in trouble in the first innings when these two came to the crease. It was a rescue mission, and the same once again. 80 for 5, Pakistan in this second innings, and contrasting as well. 66 off 100, 27 off 129. But doing the job, saving this test match for Pakistan. Highlighted these two and the contrasting nature of the way they play. The way they walk onto the field is a pretty good sign about it as well. Sarfaraz eager to get out there. And Saud Shakil happy to just dawdle his way to the crease as slow as he can and just go about his business in his own way.
Yeah, 27 from 131. Number of paces he probably took out to come outside as well from the dressing room, 27. Yeah, the second session, Pakistan scoring only 54 from 24 overs, going at just over 2 runs an over. Probably has died the game down for them.
Yeah, I don't think Pakistan can win from here. It's as simple as that. New Zealand can shut up shop, bowl to one side of the field if they really want to. The only concern you have when a player bats like this, like Shakil, is often the rhythm can be affected of the batsman at the other end because they have long periods of time where they don't get on strike. And I need to see more of Shaquille at this level, how he affects the likes of Bubba Azam when the two of them bat together. We know that Bubba likes to get into his own little rhythm and pace his innings. His tempo is first class.
$180 for 5. Bracewell with 2 good wickets to his name. Hasn't given away too many. Has bowled the 14 overs so far. And into the attack from the University end. Right after tea. Sweeps first up, and there has been a misfield which results in a boundary.
Jazz Patel out to there. It's, I say no man's land, but it was someone's land just then. It was right at the area that Sarfraz was looking, just short.
I think as a captain, you don't mind that. Ajaz Patel was at least trying to go for the catch rather than sit back and let it bounce. So you accept that can happen.
Sweeps again, this time over Ajaz and all the way. That is a really good hit from Sarfaraz, and he is raced to 76.
Brilliant. Calculated risks. Good ones from Sarfaraz at the moment. And he's got an answer for you, I think, Scotty. He thinks that Pakistan can win.
Well, I hope he does. I love the attitude. He just might need some help from the other end.
Yes, Beastie. Beastie.
And it's moments like those when the tempo suddenly goes up and Sarfraz has batted more than 70 strike rate throughout his innings. Exactly that. Every time you just wonder, it is still very gettable, but it will need a lot of more impetus from the other end. Also, let's not forget, because of Friday prayers, both these second and third sessions will be shortened, an hour 45 minutes each. They managed 24 overs in that session. Probably will be the same amount.
And again here, Beastie, lovely boy.
That equation just makes it that much more difficult for Pakistan. This time the reverse, straight to Daryl Mitchell.
Yeah, the point Scotty made was very valid as well. He needs help from Shaquille, but it's not about boundaries. It's just the intent to rotate the strike, the intent to get one from Shaquille, I think, is the biggest issue.
Lovely beast, lovely beast.
Good first over right after tea from Pakistan, 191 for 5. Looks like it's sliding down to the naked eye. They do have reviews, all three of them intact for New Zealand. Umpire's call not out. DRS timer ticking away. Does Tim Southee take this? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, rightly so. It's missing by a long way. Stayed low, which is what New Zealand will be encouraged by and looking for, but was not hitting another set.
And he's also got bat on that.
And Alex Wolff gave it leg byes as well. So he obviously didn't think there was any edge on it.
A good take from Tom Latham.
He's got great advice, really has had great advice all day.
Fairly simple as well. Rotate strike. And what the fans have been doing really well is rotate their time in the Tapal Tea Lounge. Hot cup of tea being served for a lovely Tapal tea moment.
Scott Styris' number on that gentleman's shirt, 56. His playing number. Babar Azam, 56, is he? As well.
Babar Azam is picking the right heroes, that's for sure, to emulate.
I wish I could think of something funny to say, but I can't. I'm just laughing too much. I'll say though, Rouge, it's taken some time, but we've got a decent amount of people in to watch this last session. Making a little bit of noise. They are hiding deep in the grandstands, but it's been a good afternoon, 192 for 5. Good afternoon so far.
And they've got two of the local boys playing out in the middle. Saud Shakil and Sarfaraz rallying up right behind their Pakistan superstars. All the way through, they've thought Pakistan still in with the chance.
I think that gesture from Babar Azam before that we saw on the balcony was for the 12th man to come up from down on the ground. Maybe there was a bit of a message sent out.
He was signaling something as off spin, so probably calling Sajid Khan upstairs, and he went straight to Saud Shakil.
Down, Des, down, Des.
Now, what that message is,
Well, Beastie, nice Beastie.
could be maybe get on with it. So he's calling out to Sajid. Yep, send the off spinner upstairs.
Yes, Beastie, yes.
Well, Sarfaraz wants one. And Shaquille on his heels.
Again, Beastie, that's lovely, boy.
He's not bothered. He's very comfortable where he is. Well, the message could have only been one thing. He's doing one part absolutely perfectly. He's holding one end up, playing the anchor's role.
Oh!
Unless... Oh, that's another one. Sarfaraz just getting a bit edgy here. Just asking him at least look to run for it. And he's fairly right. I mean, as a non-striker, at least you're looking for the run.
Brilliant, Beastie. Brilliant, Beastie. Lovely boy. Yes, Beastie, yes. Lovely beast. Love it, boys. Down, take.
Should look for two. We'll have to run hard here. Gets in comfortably.
One toe. That's lovely, Beastie. Running toe. Catch it.
Top edge. And it goes over Daryl Mitchell. 120 over, 195 for 5.
Yeah, looking for that reverse that has paid dividends. Just enough on it to get it over the head of Daryl Mitchell.
.27 overs left in this test match. It's well played by Sarfaraz. Picks up one more.
Just want you to have a look at Shaquille backing up here. I know it's in slow motion, but at no stage does he ever get into a bit of a running position, you know, ready to take off. It's just a little dawdle out of the crease, and then, okay, it's in the gap, and I'll jog through for one. That's the intent you're talking about. It's not always about hitting boundaries or even rotating the strike. It's helping your partner get off strike. And he just wanders down. There we go. No real, you know, you don't see Usain Bolt getting ready to start a race standing as upright as that, will you? It's getting down and some aggression with your running.
That's probably also the reason why he got a reaction out of Sarfaraz, who's been so calm and measured up till then. He was quite vocal. At least be ready and look for the single. In all fairness, Sarfaraz is right on that occasion. Like you mentioned, Scott, the intent. Always turn back and go back into your crease if it's not there, but look for the runs. Oh, it's time for one of my favorite moments. Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Before the start of the second session, Pakistan required just around 3.5 runs in over. The second session has sort of killed the game for them. 24 overs, 54 runs, only just over 2. And why that is important, we spoke about this earlier. Yes, they needed this partnership to bat into the innings, because obviously the longish tail, but because of the slowish nature in which they've approached the second session, in particular Saud, the now asking rate is well over 4.5, which makes it that much more difficult, even if the two of them are in. $198 for 5.
It was hard to contemplate what was going on in that second session. Again, it comes back to Scott's point about intent. There just didn't seem to be any intent to, and it wasn't about chasing the runs or going for it. It was just putting themselves in a position where maybe in the last session they had an opportunity to be a little bit more aggressive.
It makes it confusing, I think. It's mixed messages going on in the middle at the moment. Because what you have to ask yourself is, why is Sarfaraz looking to be aggressive? He's even had a 6 in the last over, when his partner at the other end is just happy to block the ball with a dead straight bat. You would imagine Sarfaraz is thinking, well, I can't get out at the moment, so he won't need to play with such levels of intent, but maybe he feels the game is safe now. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's lovely, Beastie. Lovely boy.
And that's probably a perfect depiction of what we're talking about. Maybe every now and then rock onto that back foot, play it into the gap, get down the other end. And you just add maybe 30 odd runs.
To director, we have an umpire review for run out at the bowling end. Your best side on angle, please. Bat is inside the grounds. Still inside the grounds. Bails removed. Satisfied. My decision for big screen is
we should see a not out on that. No damage done. Talk about number of singles that could have changed the complexion of the game. Add another 20, 25 runs in those ones and twos. And leaves much lesser in terms of an asking rate for Pakistan, and not necessarily still going for it, but keeping it in an achievable range, that if they are still in a position, that run rate doesn't sort of slip out of control in terms of then trying to go for it. Up and over. That is a lovely shot out of absolutely nowhere. And Shakil picks up quite a classy boundary, brings up Pakistan 200.
Certainly has the ability. That's why it's a bit of a head scratcher. That is a high quality stroke. The technique. His domestic limited overs strike rate is 84. It's very good.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, what a grab. Daryl Mitchell, that is quite extraordinary.
Well, Salt can't believe it. He has stood there and shaking his head. He cannot believe what has just happened. This is exceptional from Daryl Mitchell. He's got wonderful hands, but you don't take too many of these very often. This has gone quickly. He's got hands to it. He's followed the ball and then just parried it up and taken it on the second bounce, and Bracewell has got another. He's now got 3, and the long vigil from Saud Shakil has come to an end. 32 he scored. It's 203 for 6.
Salman Agha walks out into the middle. 1 century, his maiden test century in this series. 34 his average. And he will now face up to Michael Bracewell. 1 slip, short leg in place. Short mid wicket as well on the leg side.
Lovely, Beastie. That's it, Beastie.
End of a very successful over for New Zealand, 203 for 6.
The impressive thing about this catch is he actually has to move as well. Stays low. It's outside the line of his body, and you can often see catches that quickly when it's a bit of self-preservation. And you should celebrate, because that is a very fine, high-quality slip catch.
Yeah, quite extraordinary for Daryl Mitchell. That ball flew to him and got his hands in the right position and took it on the second attempt. Followed the ball as well to dismiss Saud Shakil, who hung in there for a very long time. Looks for the cut shot, and it's gone at a rate of knots to Daryl Mitchell. He's done well to follow it with his hands, and he stayed low. Head's gone with the hands as well, and that's allowed him to bounce it back up and pick it up on the second attempt. A breakthrough that New Zealand were looking for, and now they have it. They're looking for 4 more wickets. Sarfaraz on the other end, holding Pakistan steady.
Leg stump. Centre. Right time over. 4 balls remaining.
Pressure on Salman. He does have runs in this series. Don't forget, not too long ago, he did bat with the tail. And he batted really well. A different situation, different pressure right now. Has come back in with the angle. Goes through the fielders. Picks up a boundary to get off the mark.
Fortunate. It certainly wasn't meant to go in that direction, I don't think. A little bit late on it. Yeah, very late on it in the end. Angle bat, which has kept it down on the ground and through that region.
Gully just drops back for Agha Salman.
$208 for 6. New Zealand won't want to let things drift here as far as bowling changes are concerned. Change it up, runs to play with. Even if it's just shortish spells, just try something different every 3-4 overs perhaps.
Get it to 5s here. Get it to 5s, lads. 2 good pieces on it, boys. Yes, Beastie. Yes, Beastie.
I wouldn't be afraid to throw the ball back to Ish Sodhi. Two right-handers at the crease. We've seen a little bit of variable bounce. It can stay low. He might bowl the odd bad delivery as leg spinners do.
Lovely Beastie. Lovely Beastie.
Those runs you talk about, Simon, to play with. It also can bring about more aggressive attacking stroke play. I quite like Henry going back to the other end where Michael Bracewell is now that this partnership has been broken. I'm with you. I wouldn't necessarily let it drift if I was Tim Southee. Only the 4 overs as well for Ajaz Patel, which surprises me a little. He's bowled at the tough end of the spinners. But this is a day 5 pitch in the subcontinent. Thought he might have had a couple more.
Oh, Beastie. Beautiful Beastie. That's so good, Beastie. Love that, Beastie.
Also that field set for the new batter.
So nice in there, Beast.
Don't quite get. I understand for Safraz, the boundary riders, but not so sure for Salman.
With and cut away. Sarfraz piling on the runs here. He moves to 89 and the Karachi crowd right behind him.
Good quality batsman will put this sort of delivery away. A lot of work, no turn. And deep backward point, almost like a wide third man is there. So this went in front.
Now this time the sweep. And it is once again brilliantly placed and timed. Sarfraz putting on a show here for his home crowd. He moves to now 93.
Toying with the field a little bit here. Great timing. Such a good player, that sweep shot. Matt Henry it is down at backwards where he never saw the ball at all. Put his hands in the air straight away.
Oh.
219 for 6.
New Zealand need 4 wickets. Pakistan need 100 runs. 23 overs remain in the day's play. Sarfraz holds the key. He's been brilliant, 94 of 124. Osaka boundary contest. Osaka proudly presented PKR 140,000 to the players towards Osaka boundary contest. 14 fours in the second test match till now. And New Zealand now still thinking that if they get Sarfraz, they end with a shout. But Sarfraz, the way that he's played has kept Pakistan in the game. And this now, 100 needed. The way that Sarfraz is going, it is well within reach.
Not only is he keeping Pakistan in the game, but he's making it very tough for New Zealand. Just 100 required now. With the way he's played since the tea interval, I think he's got designs on getting a big 100 and getting Pakistan over the line. And a good indication New Zealand are nervous with 3 boundary riders, a more spread field.
Basit, even the crowd has picked up, I think, because they know the interest level in the last session and the entries are free. So the stands to the left and right of our comm box, quite a few people have a look.
Yeah, local lad. Sarfraz, huge following here in Karachi. And they know that he's the man who can get Pakistan through. And it is building up. He wants a single, will get one. Not to forget that Salman is in pretty good form. So Pakistan right now have 2 batters who are in really good form. And that bodes well, because even on a slow pitch, you want people in form who can get the scoreboard moving, and Salman will do that.
Yeah, the advantage Sarfraz has now, and Salman, he knows he's got a batsman at the other end who's going to score more freely. Shakil helped set it up to this point, but Salman's the man that you want in partnership with Sarfraz.
Yeah, the intensity is rising. It is game on. 220 for 6. And Pakistan need 99 to win. Sarfraz needs 5 more to get to his 4th test match 100. He's taken to spin, has Sarfraz. So Saudi captain brings himself on. New Zealand, first time in this test match, slightly worried with the way things are going. So captain brings himself on. There's a deep point in place. Whipped away leg side, just a single.
Sarfraz is now averaging 39 in tests, and that would be highest for any Pakistan keeper. He's just gone past Mohammad Rizwan, who was 38.85. He's having a ball of a time in this series, and that just confirms it.
At top of the list. But you just feel this innings, how important this inning is. Very close to his 100. Worked away. Yes, they'll get a single now. Pakistan only need to do that, only need to rotate strike. And just go as deep as possible. If they need 10 and over, say last 6 overs, these two batting, and you won't bet against them. Yeah, Sarfraz, Safi. 96. Strike rate's almost 74. He's been superb with the bat. Short. Another one. Another single.
Just can sense that New Zealand, especially with those singles that Sarfraz and Salman are squeezing in, it's also adding to that frustration because wickets are not coming easy, and now those runs just putting a bit of pressure, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, I think New Zealand can definitely feel the pressure, hence the reason they went back to Southee, who's been New Zealand's most economical bowler. 15.3 overs, 1 for 25. I think he was the man to contain.
Wants a single, quick run. This is good. This is very good from Pakistan.
Missing a little bit of a trick to the new man, I feel. So far as I can understand, having a little bit of cover and some sweepers and the men back on one, but Salman, the mid-off and the mid-off and the mid-on and the third man need to be on the one. Need to stop that one.
His first series in Pakistan, and what a series he's having. You're right, partner changes, things changes, fresh legs, and Sarfraz likes to push the ball around and takes those quick singles, and it's working for him.
At the moment, you just feel that Pakistan are on top with the way the game is panning out. You can feel New Zealand are now thinking defensively, thinking where can we stop these runs. And as long as Sarfraz is there, as long as this pair bat on, the pressure will definitely increase. Wants another single. This is good again. Dealing in singles, but that's all Pakistan need to do at the moment. 225 for 6. Yeah, discussions. Kane Williamson involved, Latham involved. Who can New Zealand turn to? That'll be the prime discussion. How can they stem the flow of runs? Well, it is an issue because Sarfraz has, throughout his innings, not found any problem either rotating strike or when need be get a boundaries. 98 now, Sarfraz. Matt Henry. False start.
What's different this time around is we've seen Pakistan, when they lose a wicket in a crucial moment, they just go into a shell or they take some time. But here, after losing South Shakil with that big partnership, Sarfraz and Salman are not letting the momentum go. And post-tee, the way Sarfraz has approached the game, it feels like he is clear in his mind, or what the instructions are, that they will try and go for these remaining runs.
Well, there's so much at stake, isn't there? It's not just winning a test match, it's actually winning a test series. Now, Arif, good play here from Pakistan.
Into the offside. Will this be it? He's come for one, he's coming back for the second. Sarfraz with his 4th Test match 100. What a dream comeback this has been. Is this the most important 100 he's made for Pakistan?
Well, indeed, in the context of the game, this indeed is a big, big 100. Much needed for his own confidence. What a comeback he's having. And 100 coming in time where the team needed it the most.
Magnificent 100. The job's not over yet, but what a 100 it's been today off 135 balls. And he would love to put the icing on the cake for himself and Pakistan and take them across the line.
First Test match series in Pakistan, and he hasn't looked back. 350s and now the 100. Came in Pakistan teetering, and now Pakistan in with a huge shout. Still a long way to go, but Sarfraz has given Pakistan hope. Averaging 105. And straight away hit through the offside, and as the ball got through, he knew that he's gonna come back. Celebration straight away. What a moment in his career. It's come back. He would have thought for a few years that his career was done. But with the bat and the celebration, just shows what it has meant to him.
It's been a phenomenal series. The most runs out of anyone in the Test series with the bat. Magnificent effort.
And he gets 100 after keeping for 213 overs in the match. That's the highest number of overs for a Pakistan keeper on the field before scoring 100. He's putting his name to all different kinds of records. It's not just any 100. Pakistan in Test matches haven't really had a good outing. They need one win before the season ends.
Down leg side. 227 for 6. Pakistan need 92. Still 20 overs remaining. Sarfraz just calming himself down. The emotions after the 100. This took a little bit of time in between. Had a drink. Yeah. His wife on the right. What a moment this is. And the single. So Pakistan well on their way. It just seems everything now is pointing towards Pakistan. Sarfraz, well, he's had a brilliant series. He scored 317 runs in the series, the most by any Pakistan keeper batter in a Test series, having 3 matches or less. Dafa News cricketing fact.
Twice, 78 and 86 for him in this series. Just couldn't get to those three figures. This time around, he makes sure 100, and as you said, Chris, job's not done yet. Individual milestone achieved, but the bigger job on hand, the 91 runs. The bottom right of your screen.
Still, he'll be thinking. Into the offside, he wants two. Ball straight away, gets back for two. Sarfraz will be thinking he needs to get Pakistan home. And the way that he's batted, if he just carries on in the same vein, it'll be a phenomenal effort.
What's Tim Southey thinking? He had a bit of a meeting a couple of overs ago, him and the senior members, Kane Williamson. His runs are now coming in easy, especially those singles. Sarfraz just drawing with the field. What are the possibilities to keep either Sarfraz off strike and try to get an opening from Salman's end? Tough questions being asked.
And just too easy at the moment, knocking it around. 4 runs already this over without any sort of risk. Now, what did New Zealand do? They've got Southey and Henry operating, pace on. But even with this very old ball not really coming on to the bat, the rotation of strike is there. No single that time around, but still 4 runs off the over. 231 for 6. Hammers come out. He's hammering in the foot marks.
I hope he's doing the rough as well.
Session 3, 12 overs, 52. Session 2 was all about building towards Session 3, and Pakistan now in a very commanding position. They still, New Zealand will think 1 wicket, break this partnership, and then it all turns around. But at the moment, the way things are panning out, the comfort levels are with Pakistan, with this man. New Zealand now go back to spin. Ijaz Patel, he hasn't had a big workload in this second innings. He's only bowled 4 overs.
Danger for Patel bowling to Sarfraz would be the sweep. He's shown a real liking for sweeping Patel. That's the reason there'll be a deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket. But he tends to be very good sweeping square of the wicket. Big discussions here between Alex Wolf, Tim Southey and Ijaz Patel. There's a suspected coming over the wicket to bowl into the rough. So if Sarfraz is going to sweep, it's going to be from out of the rough.
Now what Sarfraz is good at is going on to the back foot and hitting through the offside. This is what he does. You've seen this. He shows you his stumps, and with the left arm spinner bowling from over the wicket, Sarfraz will jump towards leg side. He is certainly a difficult customer to bowl at. Wide ball declared straight away. Anything down leg side will be declared wide, as it will be termed negative bowling. Yas Patel will have a word, but that is really good from Alex Wolf.
I think Patel is trying to follow him because he's backed up. And he just exposes his thumbs. He just backs up so far. Patel is trying to follow him, and then he's awarded with a wide.
It goes again, but Sarfraz gets a single leg side.
Positive Pakistan wants to get those 86. Yes, Sarfraz will have to get somewhere around 150 or a little less than that, because still 86 more runs. That's a lot of runs.
Yeah, absolutely, 130, 140 from Sarfraz, but I reckon it's just getting to that stage where you think that you've got Salman, you've got Hassan Ali as well. Once it comes under 50, then it's not just Sarfraz who can get this. A change of tactics with Salman Agha on strike, back round the wicket. Field changes. There's still a lot of opportunity for a single.
Come on.
A lot of boundary riders. There is that single. Very good with the sweep shot. Yas Patel has been dealt with leg side mostly from Sarfraz.
Oh.
Another singles. And he's not allowing New Zealand to bowl a couple of dots.
Don't mind that, Jazz. John's hitting off stump there, Jazz.
4 of the first 4 deliveries, so
Come on, lads, one before the new year.
it is with ease. Now, field still set deep. Salman Agha has played 12 deliveries, but they're offering Salman a single.
Yes, Jazzy. Yes, Jazzy. Lovely boy.
There's a boundary rider at point. There's 1 ball to go. But with Salman Agha on strike, they've got a deep square leg. The opportunity to hit down the ground for a single. You've got a long on and a long off, and fielder at deep square leg, so just a single. But again, not a lot of risk, but 5 off that over. 236 for 6. He's been brilliant. He's been so secure. Hasn't looked trouble against spin at all. And picks up length. Very quickly, the sweep shot is his go-to shot. But high quality from Sarfraz on the 5th day of the test match.
What a knock. 18 overs remain in the day. Chris, first outing for Tim Southee as captain in a series, and probably the first time his captain's cap is being tested.
Yeah, it certainly has. You'd have to say there's been some interesting decisions in this last session. The advantage he's got some experience out there in Kane Williamson and Tom Latham. I'm surprised we've had Seam start up both ends in this afternoon session. And the other question I'd ask is, where's probably New Zealand's most successful bowler being from a wicket-taking point of view after tea, and that's Ish Sodhi. Very surprised not to have seen him at the bowling crease.
Two for 49 for him in this innings.
He turned away. Another single. It's been a day to remember for Sarfraz, and Sarfraz being able to rotate strike. He's very good square of the wicket either side. Difficult customer to bowl to. Doesn't normally go straight down the ground, but on slow pitches that's not the way to go. You can get your run square of the wicket by just waiting and playing that sweep shot. Turned away leg side, another single.
In that wagon wheel, the white ones were the singles, and there were quite a few of them all around, just pushing the ball here and there, opening the face of the bat.
Yeah, to be fair to him, probably a lot of those singles would have been more than that, but New Zealand's had a lot of defensive field for a lot of his innings, and they've had a lot of sweepers. Hence the reason he's got a lot of ones in that 100.
.42 singles in that 106. It's almost 50%.
Now, where do New Zealand go? They've got the option in 4.1 overs with that new ball. At the moment, they're just trying and make sure that Pakistan don't get runs, but Pakistan are rotating strike and they're getting 4 singles, 5 singles per over. Something has to give for New Zealand. Then he takes a chance and gets one through mid-wicket for a boundary. Good batting. 242 for 6. It was close, but with the field up, I think Salman Agha decided that he wants a boundary, and that was the way to go. Well, 77 runs now to win for Pakistan. 17 overs remain. I just feel that if New Zealand don't get a wicket in the next 5-6 overs, this game is certainly going towards Pakistan, because at the moment with Sarfraz and even with Salman now, there's not a lot of bother for them.
I'm really looking forward to seeing this contest with Ajaz Patel and Sarfraz when he's bowling over the wicket. See Sarfraz's technique as he likes to step away to leg. And I think Alex Wharf has basically said to Patel, if you're outside his legs, I'm going to wide you. So it'll be interesting to see this over.
422 overs in this test match, and 306 of those have been with Sarfraz on the field. Good job for a 35-year-old. He's been keeping gloves, he's been keeping the wickets, he's been batting. And making most of it, because he becomes the highest scorer in the series as well.
Reverse sweep. Got something on it. And come back for the second. Just spies, nothing on it. Over the wicket. Yes, but there's still opportunity for Salman to just work the singles, and that's all Pakistan do need. Won't get a single that time around, but it's playing on New Zealand's mind. After two, New Zealand have gone slightly defensive, and it's worked in Pakistan's favour. .245 for 6. Now 16 overs remaining, 74 to get. This is going down to the wire. New Zealand, well, they dearly require a wicket. They dearly want Sarfraz out, but any wicket will do right now. This partnership, 42 of just 56 deliveries.
What New Zealand are doing here is just trying to slow things up a little bit. I feel as though Pakistan has the momentum. So they're just trying to slow the tempo of the game.
Yeah, in a few overs time, there's also that decision of taking the new ball or not. What the new ball will do is that it'll come on to the bat. But at the moment, they've not made any inroads with this older ball either. That's a beautiful shot through the offside. It's timed well. Come back for 2. If this carries on, then there's not much New Zealand can do. If they don't take that new ball and just carry on with the older ball, these two look fine.
The problem you have now is he's bowled Matt Henry for a long, extended period of time. So if they are going to take the new ball, you suggest that it's not with seam and it's likely to be with spin. Possibly spin from one end and the captain himself from the other. I get the feeling now, though, I don't think New Zealand will look at taking this new ball unless they can break this partnership.
The mandatory hour starts after this over. .72 required of the remaining 15.3 overs in the day.
Wants a single straight away. Now, even with those fielders, no, Sarfraz has gone through, so there's no chance for him to return. He just jogged through after reaching, but even with the fielders closing in with that single, Pakistan have been able to just tap and run. Wants a single, runs straight away, another single. This is pretty good from Pakistan, but New Zealand have to rethink this because it's just pushing towards mid-off and mid-on and running, and they're getting in easy.
Yeah, those fielders mid-on and mid-off look as though they're supposed to be up on the one, and we've seen the likelihood of Salman and Sarfraz just hitting it to mid-on and mid-off and running. So those players have to be a little bit closer.
Yeah, 78 overs done. It's 249 for 6. Pakistan requires 70. And it's time for drinks.
That's it.
.249 for 6, 78 overs bowled. New Zealand will have the opportunity to take the new ball in 2 overs should they wish, but at the moment it's all about Sarfraz. His 109 unbeaten off just 154 balls. It has been a sensational innings from Pakistan's wicketkeeper. He's finding a really good partner too in Salman. Right from the outset he was positive. One of the few batsmen to look to be aggressive, but in a controlled manner. And he has certainly done his part in chasing down this 319 that Pakistan need to win this match. They only scored 54 in that middle session. Most of those were off his bat. Well-deserved 100. Now, can he get Pakistan across the line? Because this is a bowling lineup that looks a little devoid of ideas. Matt Henry's had a big spell, so you question whether New Zealand will take that new ball. No sign of Ish Sodhi for 25 overs now, which has been a surprise. What will that New Zealand bowling group look to do? The tea break might have just come at the right time. Pakistan can regroup themselves. So the turning point, certainly a stunning catch from Daryl Mitchell. Saud Shakil was just dying in a hole, going nowhere. And the introduction of Salman to join Sarfraz certainly has got the scoring rate improved as it's moved on to 46 off 62 deliveries. Not far to go now, Pakistan, just 70 runs needed. They still have 15 overs to do it. The last hour will begin. Plenty to play for. Who wants to win it the most? Two teams who are evenly matched. And there we go, that's the signal. It says the last hour has begun.
Come on, boys. One straight up the break, lads. Next up. Next up. Come on, Jesse.
Scotty, I'll be a little worried that there'll be 15 overs will be bowled because the light fades away very quickly once we get somewhere near 5:30.
How's that?
This could be interesting. Tom Latham thinks he's got a glove on it. The question is, New Zealand still have their reviews. Do they take a chance? Might as well go upstairs. Yeah, they will. They'll try it out. This is a bit of a hope.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat or gloves. To confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Flat line when ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Can you go back on field, please? Alex,
good decision,
you're on screen.
Alex
Make
Wolf.
a signal. Stay with your original not
That
out
will be a
decision.
wide. And New Zealand will lose a review. They still have two left, so not a bad punt. It's probably the word from Tim Southey. You've been surprised at how defensive New Zealand have gone, how quickly it's all come about.
I'm a little bit more than surprised because there was a game to win for New Zealand and they really pushed their fielders back on the boundaries. And a big chat, long chat during that drink break, but it was that an hour before that where they sort of just backed on the back foot, and the gentleman there, the crease is on 100. You can't just keep giving them easy singles. There's no man catching. So it's up to Pakistan how they just get those 67 runs. They've got to keep one eye on the light also. So they might be needing those runs a little bit quicker than what they think.
Can't imagine what Tim Southey actually said in that meeting, that little group gathering, because nothing has changed. The 5 fielders out on the boundary. That chat right there. Keep your heads up, keep pushing. It's probably about as far as you could go. That is a good stroke. Really good through the extra cover region. That is the boundary they needed.
Yeah, he's a man in form. He's also guided this partnership to 50 now. 53 of 67. He made room, opened up the offside, and it was a time that was quite impeccable.
Well, he's the right man for this sort of situation. He plays his shots. He's not scared. He's not worried. He's going to look for boundaries. He's going to take risks. And he's doing it beautifully.
Well, they're putting so much pressure on the New Zealand bowlers. That's part of the defensive mindset. Ajaz Patel is not bowling to try and get the batsman out. He's bowling in a negative fashion to restrict runs. That's where the perplexing part of the strategy is now at. I think changes need to be made. Pakistan are playing beautifully in this chase. Outstanding over, 12 runs from it, 261 for 6. A feature of the last hour has been the discussions between the current captain, Tim Southey, and the former captain, Kane Williamson. There's no excuses, really. There's a lot of experience out there, especially in the leadership roles they've had. 58 runs only is all Pakistan need.
A couple of things that come to mind is the fact that Ish Sodhi hasn't bowled, and you mentioned this, in more than, say, 26 overs now. Last he bowled was a 53rd. And also the way the field opened up for Salman as soon as he came in, allowing him to settle down, allowing him that easy single.
That should run away as well. Sloppy keeping, Tom Latham. Exactly the start to the over Pakistan needed.
Pakistan putting their front foot forward. They're not really backing out. They want to win this game. It's up to them. Yeah, he was looking to slog that away. A couple of bounces to the keeper. Pakistan will take every run, doesn't matter how it comes. 58 requires now. The only worry for me is the time. And the new ball. Will they take a new ball? I think Tim Southey is preparing himself to take a new ball, and that's the only last hope, I would say. Take a new ball and put some fielders in the catching position and try to take wickets rather than just being defensive. And the way Sarfraz is playing, he will enjoy that new ball. He will have fun.
And a measure of that, since Salman has come in, is the fact that this partnership is now 64 from just 72 deliveries. Salman now 27 from 31, not afraid to play his shots, and he was allowed to settle in quite easily. Vakar, you're right, but it's the light and it's a time in the game that puts that Pakistan win slightly in jeopardy, maybe.
Thinking back, though, there hasn't been any time lost yet in this test match to light. Usually what happens is, let's say on day one, players lose 5 overs to bad light. The umpires will take a reading on their light meter, and then that's the baseline for the rest of the test match. If it ever goes worse than that at any stage, that's the line they use. But there is no baseline, and it will take a brave decision to pull the players off.
Well, they might have not come out because of the light in this game, but the previous game, remember when Babar declared and it was only 6-7 overs were bowled and and the light came into play, and the umpires decided to go off. 52. There's not too many. Will Tim Southee take a risk of taking new ball and trying to pick up 1 wicket? Because after this is Hassan Ali, don't forget.
It's good bowling, Matt Henry. Still though, 6 runs from the over. 267 for 6. Sarfraz, 111 not out. He is guiding this Pakistan side to potentially a famous victory. It has been nip and tuck all the way through in this match. Both sides have get their noses in front, and then the opposition will fight back and show a lot of character and heart. And still there won't be any Ish Sodhi. It'll be back to Tim Southee himself.
I think he's overbowled himself, you know, because playing in Karachi on this pitch where you think or you expect the spinners to bowl more overs, I don't think the spinners had enough impact.
Well, I never thought a fast bowler would say that a captain's used the fast bowlers too much.
I myself did it in my own time. But it's different when you're out there and you're a captain. You're dealing with things differently. Sitting here watching the game is a totally different ball game, and it's been what, 25 years since that happened.
I still agree.
Game has changed.
I do agree with you though. We have seen a lot of overs from the fast bowlers.
Hats off to this man. What a series he's having. He's still out there. He still want to win this game. He looks tired, but he's not done yet. What a comeback. He just needed a one opportunity which was provided, and he's made the most of it. 109.67 average in the last 2 games. Never seen him play with such determination. Maybe have issues a little bit with the wicket keeping, and I'm sure that he'll work on it going forward and he'll get that right. But very mature. He can come in the team as a batsman if he wants.
And that might be something they look at. Shan Masood has had a few issues. Rizwan, the way he performs with the gloves. The issues, Sarfraz certainly had a few issues with the gloves. I think you have to be honest enough about that in this test match. But batting wise, you also got to say to the selectors, they made a great decision bringing him back. This will be in the air. Sodhi will have work to do. Not a natural mover, so does well.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. It's been a remarkable comeback for Sarfaraz, and the way he's played throughout this innings, he has looked so determined in a Pakistan win, towards a Pakistan win. He's stood separate from everyone else. He's played with intent, and it's courtesy his innings of 112 still in there from 150. That is Pakistan still in with a chance.
The odd ball has misbehaved a little bit, but nothing at the stump. Cross seam delivery might have hit the cracker or something, but didn't go where he wanted the ball to go.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's almost time to roll the dice and take the new ball. The reason for that, I believe, is the new ball's the one that tends to show the variable bounce. And you now got a soft old ball where it just stays low. You won't get a lot of bounce. However, a brand new ball, yes, it will come onto the bat, so it'll be good for the batsman as well. Acknowledge that. You get the variable opportunities. Good delivery. 270 for 6. Just talking about they're the two fast bowlers for New Zealand. Don't often see on day 5 of a test match in Pakistan, the two bowlers who've bowled the most are the two fast bowlers. And Henry's had a big workload in the last hour and a bit. He's bowled 8 overs. This will be his 9th in that time. A testament to his fitness, no question about it. But 5 wickets of these 6 have fallen to the spinners, and yet they have been anonymous at the crease for the last hour.
I think it's purely because the fast bowlers have been a bit more economical. So Saudi is more worried about leaking runs. And he's got, I don't think he's got that much confidence in his spinners, although all the breakthroughs, every time they've come, yes, they've given the odd boundary, but it's the new ball on with the spinners has damaged more.
They've bowled their heart out, there's no question about it. But that last delivery was 129 from Matt Henry. He's been up around 140. Now, of course, you expect the bowlers to be a little tired at the back end, but he's had big spells. He's been on the money, but Salman's playing his part as well. Now, you've got to give a lot of praise to these two. 69-run partnership.
I don't want to be mean to Saud Shakil, but it's kind of blessing that you know, when he got out, Salman Agha came in, the scoring rate sort of just moved. Saud Shakil getting 100 in the first inning, brilliant 100, maybe taken a little bit too long, but 100 is 100. But yeah, momentum has come since Salman has been on the crease. And that's what Pakistan was searching for, that momentum, putting New Zealand under pressure. And I think that over straight after tea, when Sarfraz hit 6 and 4 to Bracewell, that momentum came with those two boundaries. And then, of course, a bit of Tim Saudi pushing the fielders back on the boundary, pushing the fielders back. Even in the circle, easy singles were given. Look at that, the session. 19.3, 94 runs, 4.82 on a 5th day pitch. That really shows and tells a story.
Got him! Cross the line, brilliant! Is this match still on?
It's number 7. It's a number 7 wicket for Pakistan. He goes back, Salman. New Zealand, well, they've smashed the door open, have they? They will surely feel they have. There's the one that nips back in. He's looking for the big hit. And it's through the gate. Celebrations on top. New Zealand, well, they're in with a big chance here. Salman goes for 30. Pakistan now 273 for 7.
Team is watch New Zealand for the last hour and a half. It's the best of the point, right?
Hassan Ali in at number 9. The man with some talent with the bat. That average doesn't really reflect it, but a good performer on the domestic circuit. And the lion-hearted Matt Henry gets the breakthrough for New Zealand.
Yeah, twist in the tail. I'm not sure what was the need of this sort of shot. He was playing so well. You don't really need to going for a big slog, hitting the middle timber, and Sarfraz on the other end was very angry with that shot. Wasn't really pleased at all.
273 for 7.
Tension building. Watch the Sarfraz on the other end. Yeah, rightly so, rightly so. What are you doing? We brought the game so close. No need to play that shot. Different emotions. If you look to the right, Henry was all pumped up. They see this as an opportunity.
That reaction, I think, is justified as well. Pakistan need 4 runs and over, and they'd picked up 3 singles at the time of the wicket. Now does Sarfraz, how does he play it? He has to think back to the first innings where Pakistan lost their last 5 wickets for 23 runs. But a lot of those fell to the spinners. So decisions for both captains. By captain, I'm talking Sarfraz, due to he's the captain in the middle at the moment for Pakistan. How they go about playing this, and now Saudi makes adjustments. Field comes in on the offside. So gets the edge. Pick up a couple. Well fielded, Ajaz Patel.
Yep, and those emotions justified from Sarfraz, because with him and Salman, there's more of an assured batting pair out there. Hassan Ali, well, it is a completely different ball game. Yes, he can bat, but Test cricket, win, draw, loss, all on the line here for both teams.
Plenty of encouragement there for Naseem Shah, who's all padded up, helmet on, gloves on. He's ready to come in. Hands on the head. They want Sarfraz to stay out there. And that's the biggest hope Pakistan have got of winning this game.
How the game changes. You look at session 2, 24 was just the 54 runs. Now you look at session 3, just about 21 overs coming to a 96 runs, and you just feel if Pakistan would have added maybe 15 more runs to that session in terms of risk-free cricket. Still very much doable and gettable, but just imagine 30 now instead of 44.
Yeah, it's good running. A little bit of cramp, maybe.
I hope it's not a hamstring. Hope it's just a cramp. Normally cramps have a pickle juice, it'll go away, but if it is a pull or a tear, that's when the problem starts. It ran very, very quickly. There. Oopsie. Doesn't look like that it's a cramp. But he's not going to give up, that's for sure. He had that hip issue in the previous game. He had it stretched. Right now, he doesn't have time to even stretch because the light's going too.
He'll take the single there, or will he keep the strike? He's going to have to move. He'll take the single off the last ball, 277 for 7.
In the process.
10 overs left, but first we may see the medical side of the thing of Pakistan's team coming out. And by the looks as well, Ish Sodhi has been brought into the attack, but the light meter is also out. All the conditions play their part.
It'll be sad if the light comes into play and then we have to see game being drawn. I think there's something wrong with the ball. They're not taking a new ball. They might be just bringing in the older ball. Where are you going to get the 80 overalls ball?
Well, what we've seen, Wakar, in this test match is when they have changed the ball, the reverse swing has stopped. So now that New Zealand have picked up a wicket, it would be a good opportunity to go to that new ball. See if they can get the variable bounce. It might just rip out of the foot marks. We saw Sodhi do that last night when he picked up the night watchman, Mir Hamza. Pakistan, on the other hand, you've got to always beware the injured batsman.
I think the best bet for New Zealand right now is to give the ball to this man, Ish Sodhi, and take a new ball. Yes, you might lose a game, but your chance of winning this game is a new ball. He's done damage last night. He's done damage this morning. Few of the deliveries, he was unplayable. So take the risk. Ten overs remaining. 42 runs required. There's not much in it. It's just the light. And they're moving very, very slowly. That's also an issue. Both teams are just taking their time. There's no way we're going to get all these 10 overs in the way things are moving. Batsmen's ready. Now fielders are having a discussion. It's all happening. And it's all happening very, very slowly. Yeah, good to see some crowd in, isn't it? You know, they came late, but they've come.
Yeah, they've come at the best time possible. They've got their money's worth, well, time's worth. It was free entry. But they're seeing some good cricket here.
It's short as well. There is a man out there, but it will be a boundary.
Maybe that was the reason why Tim Southee wasn't giving the ball to his Sodhi.
Well, it is a loose nut, but this is also the first time Ish Sodhi has bowled from this end. And this innings, and we're still checking about the first innings as well.
There's no time for looseness, mate.
Well, the footmarks are actually at the end he's bowling at.
Shadows are getting longer. The lights dying. The tower lights are on.
And you see in the crowd those tense faces in the dressing room.
The commentary box.
Waqar.
Yeah, Buzzard's about to come in. You should see him right now. Nervous.
Buzzard always looks like that.
Well, I am tense because there might not be a result. That's my tension. You want to see a result. You don't want to see a draw game. That is my tension. 38 required, 9.3 overs. Good crowd. I like that. Hassan Ali likes to play big shots. He's got first class 100. In no time, he's in one of the hundreds. He's got in 50 deliveries. So it is coming somewhere soon.
Yes, Ish, lovely boy.
You just wait. He's aggressive by nature. Not really sure what's going in his mind at the moment. He doesn't take that long. He likes to play big shots.
3 men on the boundary on the leg side. And he's just brought one under the lid, short leg. Probably the wrong one into his stumps. And if he does go for the big hit, there are boundary riders on that leg side.
Behind that Sodhi one.
Oh, it's going to be close. Is there an inside edge? Little bit of bat. Good decision, Alim Dar. 281 for 7.
It's the 18.
Sodhi with a great delivery. Last ball of the previous over is a big inside edge onto Hassan Ali's pads. Confirmation on ultra edge.
A matter of 38 runs. Southee with the decision to make. It seems as if the new ball is being brought out. This is interesting. The last over, bowled by Sodhi, bowled by spin. Southee now with the new ball. New Zealand think that maybe this is a chance to knock Pakistan over. The new ball will come on to the bat slightly better.
more opportunity to score runs. New Zealand think that the opportunity lies with the variation of bounce. Starts off leg side-ish.
Yeah, that new ball certainly creates an opportunity. Oh, bit of dew out there maybe.
Tension all around.
Yeah, I think that new ball creates an opportunity for New Zealand with the variation and bounce, but what it also creates is coming off the bat a lot faster.
Sarfraz very solid.
Well, the other thing that works in New Zealand's favour right now is, while yes, the ball will come off the bat, but they can afford to put boundary riders, and they have done.
I'll tell you what, Rouge, if you look at the ground behind us, the academy ground, it is all lit up. It's only the stadium where the light's fading. He wants a single. But even so, I still think that it's not bad light at all. The sun is still peeking through.
It looks fairly good at the moment. It can change very quickly. We're in that part of the year where it does die down quite quickly. But you also see the artificial lights haven't taken full effect. You can tell by the four-way prominent shadow on every player. You can barely pick it up at the moment. So still looks good.
Appeal, that is pretty plumb. The new ball works for Saudi. Full length delivery. Hassan Ali has missed it, he reviews.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Keep rolling nice and slow. Nice and slow. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm ultra edge, please.
Oh no, I think it's going to hit me.
Just keep rolling. Keep rolling. I can see gap between ball and bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please.
No, going to get 9 down.
Original decision out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wicket sitting. Can you go back on field, please? Alex, I recommend you to stay with your original out decision. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
There are 3 reds. Saudi with the wicket. A very full delivery, which Hassan Ali misses. That is the 8th wicket down. Another twist to the situation. Hassan Ali out for 5. Pakistan 8 down. 282.
Just the way he wasn't looking for one, but then all his run.
New Zealand 2 wickets away. Pakistan 37 runs away. Naseem Shah can strike the long ball. Discussion with Sarfraz as he walks to the striker's end.
Do Pakistan shut up shop? Do they still believe that they can get over the line? Saudi, couple of slips, couple of catches in front. Everybody closing in. Leg slip. Catcher in front, offside, a short leg. Saudi with the new ball. Forward defense, solid.
They're starting to spiral down for Pakistan. Missed a straight one, hit him plumb in front, and crashing into leg stump. Now for New Zealand, 2 wickets to get. As shadows continue to cast down here at the National Bank Cricket Arena, and we are in for some finish. 37 for Pakistan. That's what they require to win.
Forward, and that's gone away. Outside edge found, but it skipped away to the fence. And boundary for Pakistan. They are now 33 runs away. Saudi got a wicket with the new ball. Last night he gave the new ball to Sodi after a couple of overs. Now he's going to share the new ball with Sodi. This will be a bit of bait for Sarfraz. Leg spin, maybe you can take him on. And also the harder, newer ball has reacted better for the spinners on this pitch. Mid-off, mid-on in the circle. Or the circle, you'd say, in one-day cricket. Mid-off, mid-on are pretty close. There is protection square, where Sarfraz is very good square. Will he chance his arm and go down the track or hit straight over the top? First ball suggests no. Full toss into the offside. Doesn't take a run.
Yeah, I think it's fairly clear what Pakistan are wanting now. For the last, say, 10 odd deliveries, there hasn't been much intent in terms of getting at least as many on offer.
I think New Zealand to pick that up as well, because another man comes under the lid.
Still no single. The other aspect here is that maybe Sarfraz, when the field does come in, say the 4th delivery, he's got the opportunity to hit a couple of boundaries. Maybe go that way. That remains to be seen. Because 33, Sarfraz will fancy that couple of overs he can do that, and Pakistan in the shout. Short ball, back foot.
Yeah, the boundary riders, all 4 of them on square either side of the wicket, now come up. Catches around the bat have disappeared. And everyone now in the circle.
The opportunity for Sarfraz is getting a boundary. He's patted that one away. So last delivery now. New Zealand, they don't want to concede a single. They don't want to get Sarfraz back on strike for the next over. Everybody's in saving the singles. It's almost New Zealand wanting him to hit a boundary. That's fine.
Speedon, there's a huge appeal. Huge appeal. And they've gone upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm outrage, please. Keep rolling, keep rolling. I can see gap between ball and bat. Satisfied, flat line. Can you go back on field, please? Aleem, I recommend you to stay with your original not out decision. You are on screen, make a signal, please.
No edge. The cross survives. It's 286 for 8. The discussion now is about light meter. Aleem Dar saying that if you continue with seam, this is it. All you can do is bring spin on. Light meter is out. And the discussion was Aleem Dar saying that if you bowl spinners, the light is fine. If you bowl a pacer, then that is it. So spin it will be. Bracewell's got the ball. He's bowled well in this game, but can he get New Zealand through?
I think this works in New Zealand's favour. I like this brace ball from this end. Because what he has done is he's bowled very straight, wicket to wicket. He's been very consistent, and it's going to be very tough for Naseem Shah with all the men around the bat. So we've seen with that new ball that little bit of extra bounce and purchase in the surface.
And now that option of 33 runs also goes out the window, because whenever New Zealand want to stop, they can bring the fast bowlers in. Goes on the back foot. Sarfraz wants the single. It will be a single. Good result for Pakistan.
Come on, Beastie. Come on, Beastie.
Forward and defense. It's a huge in outfield. Nobody can watch right now. New Zealand 2 wickets away. Sarfraz standing in the way. Catch! There's a huge out. Sarfraz stands around. Alex Wolf goes to Aleem Dar. It will be a check for a clean catch. So Sarfraz has hit it. Soft signal, seems as if it's out.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for fair catch. Soft signal is out. I checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Look like gloves involved. To confirm outrage, please. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Yes, satisfied. There is gloves involved. Can you roll forward? For the catch, please. Yes, your best angle. Yes, keep rolling. Fingers are under the ball. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Fingers are under the ball and the control of the ball by the fielder. I'm satisfied. My decision for big screen is
decision will be out. And this is massive. What an innings Sarfraz has played. 118 he got. He gave Pakistan hope. And he falls right when New Zealand are closing in, 9th wicket down, but just a moment for Sarfraz Ahmed. He's been simply sublime throughout that innings, but he walks back and New Zealand are just 1 wicket away. Pakistan 287 for 9. Number 11 walks in, Abrar Ahmed. New Zealand just 1 wicket away now. Goes forward into the leg side. He wants 1. Does he come back for the second? No, just the 1. It's now up to Naseem Shah. But what a wicket Bracewell has got. The one player standing in between New Zealand and victory. Glove to leg slip. Now it's a matter of getting this last wicket. 4 for 65 Bracewell, probably the pick of the spinners. Everybody around the bat. Blocks off the back foot.
Yeah, looking to turn it onto the leg side. It catches the glove on the way out, and the catch is as clean as it gets. Williamson knew it. All of New Zealand knew it. And it brought an end to quite a spectacular innings from Sarfraz Ahmed. For Pakistan now, there's 1 more ball in this over for Naseem Shah to see out.
Plays it nicely, does Naseem Shah. 6 more overs to go. Sodhi hits it offside, times it beautifully, and it's gone to the fence. They're running away just to make sure that the ball comes back quickly. But Matt Henry does a brilliant job. And smashed through the offside. It was always going to the fence. Naseem Shah just strolls back to the non-strikers then. Appeal, is that any battle? No.
Well, it's all happening out there in the middle. Abrar and Naseem look fairly comfortable in the middle. Everyone around the bat. The tensions are soaring high.
Back foot. Somehow keeps it out. Saudi with a word. Koho. He's rushing back. The googly defended somehow, yet again.
Well, New Zealand trying to win in Pakistan for only the second time in a test series. The first one came in 1969.
Off the back foot, defends. Naseem Shah won't strike, but the over negotiated. 292 for 9. Five overs remain. Have to bowl those 5 overs, light permitting though. Graceful to Naseem Shah. Off the back foot.
Yeah, you can see it's a race against time. And New Zealand rushing back between overs as well. And they are looking for 1 wicket to register the series win. Pakistan 5 more balls to fend out.
Oh, has a go at that and does it beautifully out of the ground. I'll waste some time. It's now got down to 21. Quickly back, but Naseem Shah and Abrar having a chat. Alex Wolff just tell Naseem Shah to go back. Does he have it in him to go for another one? Graceful again, round the wicket. This time defends. He seems to have this under control as Naseem Shah.
He came out with the big shot. He's got the crowd going, him and Abrar, both of them. Seems so comfortable.
Back over the wicket. Goes again. There's nobody out there, so that'll be runs. And that'll be 4 of them. It's down to 17 now. 300 brought up.
And the crowd knows it. The crowd right into this game, because those 2 big hits have now brought it down to 17. Everyone on the edge of their seats, edge of the balcony, and he's having some fun. He looks very confident out there. Just 2 men now being pushed back.
It's down to 17. 1 more big hit and no defense. Overdone, but few runs got there. Now do New Zealand bring on left arm spin? It's 302 for 9. Umpires have a chat. It's still good. It's going to be Ishodi. Ishodi will continue. That last over has just put a bit more on this test match. 17 to win. Ishodi. And it is this ground that Pakistan have won twice with 1 wicket remaining. They won once with Inzamam and Mushtaq Ahmed against Australia. Ishodi honing in on the pads. Is this time for left arm spin now?
Well, it'll be seen whether the umpires allow more play every time. Rashid Riaz on the fourth umpire. They haven't called for the right light meter out. 3 more overs after this.
He goes back, defends.
I have a feeling this is the last over for New Zealand. I think it's their last chance. I have a feeling that the umpires, well, if Pakistan get through this over, I think the umpires will get together, and that could be it.
Down the ground. He'll come back for the second, and they'll get it. So it's down to 15 now.
Oh, 15 to get. Naseem Shah can hit the ball. Yes, 1 wicket for New Zealand. And with the light going down very quickly, this over is probably it.
Appeal struck outside the line. If they review, they waste time. Does he think it's worth it? Oh, he's gone upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I checked front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm outrage, please. Just keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Flat line, roll up to the pad, please. Satisfied? No bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision not out. Pitching outside off. Impact outside. Can you go back on field, please? Alim, I recommend you to stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
A review lost. Also precious moments. Precious time lost. Sodi again. Onto the stumps. Defended. Pakistan defend well. 304 for 9. Umpires will come together yet again. Alex Wolf, Aleem Dar. Is this the moment? They're still having a chat.
Now you look at the shadows of the players. Full effect of artificial lights. Those shadows also now deepening, and I think that is it.
That is it. What a dramatic end to a fabulous test match. Pakistan hang on. They were 15 runs away, but in the end, it's a series that has been drawn. The 5th day provided a lot of fluctuations, but just ran out of time. It has been a hard-fought test match. Pakistan will be happy that they survived in the end, but the moments where it seemed that Pakistan might chase this down. Naseem Shah, Abrar, well, they'll go back into the dressing room knowing that they've done a job. 21 deliveries they survived. Babar relieved of a series that has ended up in a drawn series. The fifth day turned out to be quite a day to witness cricket.
He had promised to be an intriguing day of Test cricket and has surely lived up to that. Pakistan now only the second time they've drawn a Test with 1 wicket remaining. They can surely be proud of the way they've now saved this Test match, courtesy of Abrar and Naseem Shah out there.
Well, it just feels amazing that with 3 overs to go, either team could still win, it could still be a draw. And we have to go off a bad light, even though the lights are on. Both teams seem reasonably happy. It's been a keenly fought Test series.
It's been a series for Sarfraz Ahmed, the comeback series for him. He's been exceptional with the bat. He threatened today to take the game away from New Zealand, and it's because of his mammoth effort, his 100, that Pakistan scraped through in the end with a draw. The Test match that went along slowly, but the 5th day couldn't take eyes off that. Babar pretty pleased in the end that number 10 and 11 were able to clock out 21 deliveries. Sarfraz, well, it's a series for him to remember. First time he's played in Pakistan, first time he's played in his home ground, and he's made it count. Made it count and more. 350s and 100, and to get 100 on the 5th day and give Pakistan a hope of winning the Test match. I think this will probably stay with him for the rest of his career. 35 Shan, 27 Babar, but the standout Sarfraz Ahmed, 118 of 176 deliveries. 32 from Saud Shakil, 30 for Salman. Pakistan batted 90 overs. They got close, got within 15 runs, but ended up 304 for 9 and saving the Test match. Bracewell, the best of the bowlers, 4 for 75. Saudi and Henry bowled exceedingly well. A couple for Saudi, 1 for Henry. Saudi with a couple of wickets. Sarfraz with the big sweep shot. Got away to the fence, and then a huge hit that went over the fence. Him being able to get runs at will, it thought Pakistan would get there. Saud Shakil, trying his luck with the late dab, got brilliantly at slave, but Sarfraz carried on and took the attack to New Zealand. This was his 100. Just let the emotions pour. His 4th Test match century and his first on home soil. This partnership between Salman Agha and Sarfraz, it threatened a lot. That was a brilliant shot over extra cover, and that partnership almost made Pakistan believe. But Matt Henry had his say, the ball coming back in, and that wicket got New Zealand back in the game. Hassan Ali, he got out as soon as that new ball was taken. Saudi wrapped him in front. And then the outside edge went to the fence, but this was a big moment. The cross caught down leg side, leg slip, a clean catch. And then Abrar and Naseem Shah in between those forward defensive. Naseem Shah hit a couple of big hits. And he got a 6 and a 4. And then in the end, bad light had its say, and the series finished with a draw, and the series drawn 0-0. .449 played 408. New Zealand then got to 277 for 5 declared. Pakistan got to 304, requiring 319 on the last day, and in the end they managed to salvage a draw. We'll take a short break, and after that we'll be back with the post-match presentation.
Yeah, welcome back to the National Bank Cricket Arena, where 2 test matches have resulted in draws. The series drawn, and the match summary: 449 from New Zealand played 408 from Pakistan. 2 centurions, Conway and Shakil, and New Zealand 277-5 declared. Pakistan in looking for a win in the end, 304 for 9, and the match was drawn, and so was the series. The wickets fell for Pakistan, 2 of them overnight, yesterday before the session closed out. An absolute beauty that didn't get too high. 2 Abdullah Shafiq from Tim Southee, and his poor run of form continued. New Zealand skipper making the impact, and have a look at this. What a beauty from the leg spinner Ish Sodhi to clean up Mir Hamza, who was sent out as a night watchman. Through the gate, plenty of turn on that, and New Zealand ended the day on day 4, not for 2 for Pakistan. Came out in the morning, and Imamullah had a big stroke at that in-spinning leg spinner again, was bowled through the gate.
Yeah, the perfect start for New Zealand. Manal Haque have been in terrific form throughout the series. Chances arm, one too many time out of the rub from Sodhi. And that started, and this was a big one for New Zealand. Bubba Azam, very unlucky to be caught down the leg side. Wonderful hands from Tom Latham. He looked in good touch. Unfortunately, a little tickle. He was on his way back for 27. This was the turning of the match, we thought, for New Zealand. And then Sean Masood played really nicely till 35. Played aggressively and then came down the wicket. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball and just continued to go through with the shot. Perhaps the second time we've seen that shot in this series. The ball was in the air for a long time, but Kane Williamson, solid. And this was a big one after a big partnership between Shaquille and Sarfraz. Michael Bracewell, wonderful hands from Errol Mitchell. Was going very quickly, moved well to his left, took the rebound.
Yeah, Salman Agha and Sarfraz kept the show continuing until Salman Agha hit one through the line, bowled through the gate, and Matt Henry was amongst the wickets as well. It was a point where New Zealand thought they could break through the tail, which was due to come in next. It was Hassan Ali who then walked out to join Sarfaraz Ahmed. It didn't take long. It was a straight one that he missed completely from Saudi. And he reviewed the decision only to show 3 reds. The ball crashing into leg stump. It was Hassan Ali. Then walked back, not too many. Then it was the Centurion. He clipped one in an aim to turn it down the leg side. It clipped the glove on the way out, and it was a clean catch as deemed by the third umpire on review. Kane Williamson took it low and took it quite cleanly. Family was disappointed, but Sarfaraz can hold his head high. He has achieved quite an extraordinary feat. That was the end of the Pakistan wickets. The match summary once again: 449 for 408. An excellent declaration by New Zealand, setting Pakistan up. And in the end, the match was drawn. 15 runs is what Pakistan needed in the end, and the 1 wicket. All remain in search. Yeah, he surely has made hay while the sun has shone down here at the National Bank Cricket Arena. 350s and the 100, and it's come after a very long time for the former skipper. First Test series in Pakistan, first on his home ground, and emotions were high, and rightly so. His experience shone through when it mattered most for Pakistan. Well, we've had a fantastic viewing. It's now time to go down to Sikandar, who's ready with the post-match presentation.
Thank you, Rouge. And what a test match we've had. Went down to the wire. Eventually, it was a draw. The series is a draw, but I'm pretty sure everyone sitting in front of their television sets and here in the ground enjoyed every moment of it, where the momentum just carried on. In the final session, a great fight put up by the 2 teams, and eventually we have a draw in our hands. Now, before I call upon the individual awards, let me introduce you to our presentation party. We start off with Mr. Zakir Khan, Director International Cricket Operations, Pakistan Cricket Board. Thank you for joining us. Next to him, Mr. Mohammad Noor Alam, Chief Marketing Officer, KFC Pakistan. And next to him is Mr. Muhammad Akram Swaleh, Company Secretary and Group Head Legal, Bank Al Falah. Quite a few awards to be given away. For that, I'll request Mr. Zakir Khan to please step forward. He will be presenting the Kingdom Valley Best Bowler of the Match cash award of 100,000 rupees, and that goes to the man who's got 5 for 154, Ish Sodhi. Superb performance with the ball. He's got 13 wickets in the series, and once again he receives his award, and well deserved, as the best bowler of the match. I'll now request Mr. Muhammad Akram Saleh to please present the Bank Al-Falah Outstanding Performance Cash Award of 100,000 rupees, and that goes to Michael Bracewell. Michael Bracewell's 74 with the bat and the 4 important wickets. He got Babar Azam, Shan Masood, Saud Shakil, and then Sarfaraz. Now I'll request Mr. Muhammad Noor Alam. He'll be presenting the KFC Player of the Match trophy and cash award of 100,000 rupees, and that goes to the homeboy Sarfaraz Ahmed for 335 runs in the series. He's got an 86, 53, 78 and 118. $118 in this match. Sarfaraz, don't go far away, because Mr. Noor Alam will now present you the KFC Player of the Series trophy and cash award for 300,000 rupees. Sarfaraz Ahmed scored 86, 53, 78 and 118. He's the highest scorer from either side. 335 runs. Sarfaraz, we'll have a word with you, please. सरफराज बहुत ही शानदार परफॉर्मेंस रही, लग रहा है ये जितना अरसा वेट किया था सारे रन भर के रखे हुए थे आपने अपने पास।
नहीं सिकंदर भाई, सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह ताला का शुक्र अदा करूंगा कि अल्लाह का शुक्र है कि बेहतरीन कमबैक हुआ, और उसका जितना भी शुक्र अदा कीजिए कम में। और जहाँ तक ये बात देखें, ऑब्वियसली आप ये था कि 4 सालों में ये कि टीम के साथ ज़रूर मौजूद था, अनफॉर्चुनेटली मौका नहीं मिल पा रहा था, लेकिन जो भी क्रिकेट मिली कोशिश यही की कि अपना खेलते रहूँ, बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस देते रहूँ, और अल्लाह ने चाहा तो एक मौका मिलेगा, और अल्लाह ने मौका दिया, और अल्लाह ताला ने असर खलूक किया।
अपने होम ग्राउंड पे पहले अपीयरेंस थी, वो कैफियत कैसी थी जब पिछला मैच खेला और फिर आज?
देखिए बिल्कुल कैफियत बहुत अच्छी नहीं थी। जब पहली इनिंग में बैटिंग करने आया था बहुत ज़्यादा टेंस था, नर्व्स बहुत ज़्यादा थी, लेकिन ये कि कैप्टन ने उस पर कॉन्फिडेंस दिया, उसके अलावा टीम के साथ जो लड़के थे उन्होंने बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस दिया, और ये अल्लाह का शुक्र है कि फॉर्म थी डोमेस्टिक में और उसको बैक किया और अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस हुई।
अपनी इनिंग्स के बारे में बताएं, जो आखिरी सेशन था वहाँ थोड़ा डिफरेंट अप्रोच नजर आया आपका और सऊद का, वो प्लानिंग क्या थी, और फिर जब सलमान के साथ आपने बैटिंग की?
बस देखिए कोशिश यही थी कि जब 140 रन रह गए थे तो सऊद से बाहर भी ड्रेसिंग रूम से ये बात हुई टीम मैनेजमेंट की तरफ से, कैप्टन की तरफ से, कि आपने कोशिश करनी है कि जहाँ आपको बॉल मिले वहाँ बॉल की तरफ जाए, तो बस यही था। लेकिन ये कि वो 2 जो विकटें गिरी उसकी वजह से थोड़ा सा बैकफुट पे आना पड़ा, अदरवाइज देखिए अगर हमारी वो विकटें वहाँ पे नहीं गिरती तो शायद हम रिजल्ट और बेहतर भी हो सकता था।
4 सेंचुरीज हैं टेस्ट में आपकी, 22 50s हैं, इस 100 को कहाँ प्लेस करेंगे अपने करियर में?
देखिए डेफिनेटली 100 तो और भी है, लेकिन ये 100 एक ऐसा था कि एक चौथी इनिंग का 100 था, और चौथी इनिंग पे कहीं भी बैटिंग करना जो है वो आसान नहीं होता है, तो मैं समझता हूँ ये 300 का अभी तक का सबसे मेरा बेस्ट 100 है।
लोगों ने टीवी पे आपको बैटिंग करते देख लिया फाइनल डे पे, तो इतने ज़्यादा तादाद में यहाँ पहुँच गए, इनके लिए कुछ कहेंगे?
नहीं देखें, कराची का क्राउड ने हमेशा मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया, और जिस तरीके से ग्राउंड पे आज यहाँ पर आए, मौजूद किए हैं, सपोर्ट किया, पूरी टीम को सपोर्ट किया है, और मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि अभी वनडे की सीरीज़ आ रही है तो आएँ और दोनों टीमों को भरपूर सपोर्ट करें। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
सरफराज, बहुत इंजॉय किया आपकी इनिंग्स को, आपको बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो, शानदार इनिंग्स।
थैंक यू।
Sarfaraz Ahmed, the player of the match and the player of the series. Now I'll request the Pakistan captain Babar Azam to please come and have a word with us. बाबर, फाइनल सेशन में तो बिल्कुल ही सिचुएशन चेंज हो गई, थोड़ी जान आ गई गेम के अंदर, आप बार बार इंस्ट्रक्शंस भी भेज रहे थे, कहाँ पे आपने सोचा था कि रन पे चेस पे जाते हैं?
डेफिनेटली जिस तरह मेरे ख्याल से जिस तरह हमारा प्लान था प्रॉपर खेलने का, और उसके बाद टी के बाद हमें लगा कि हम अच्छी सिचुएशन में खड़े हैं तो हमें चेस की तरफ जाना चाहिए, और उसके बाद सैफी भाई ने एक्रिलेट किया और साउथ ने भी चांस लिया, तो उसके बाद हमारा था कि हम चेस की तरफ जा सकते हैं।
ओवरऑल टेस्ट मैच में 318-19 मुश्किल होता है किसी 3 सेशन में इसको पूरा करना, सर्वाइवल भी काफ़ी होता है, उस वक्त क्या आपकी प्लानिंग थी एज अ टीम?
टू बी ऑनेस्ट हमारा प्लान यही था कि हम चीज़ों को सिंपल रखेंगे, एंड में जाके देखेंगे आखिरी सेशन में हम कहाँ स्टैंड करते हैं, और उसके बीच में मेरे ख्याल से हमारी पार्टनरशिप अगर बिल्ड होती है वहाँ पे बड़ी पार्टनरशिप हमारी मिडल ऑर्डर, तो में भी डिफरेंट सिचुएशन होती है। लेकिन जिस तरह साउद और सैफी भाई खेले और उसके बाद शो पे मेरे ख्याल से 4 आउट हो गए, उसके बाद वो जो पार्टनरशिप बिल्ड हुई उसने काफ़ी बूस्ट दिया, और उसके बाद टी के बाद हमने जो प्लान किया था उसी से एग्जीक्यूट किया, और उसके बाद आगा और सैफी भाई ने भी चार्ज किया था। मेरे ख्याल से थोड़ा सा आगा आउट हुआ, तो उसके बाद गेम थोड़ा सा चेंज हुआ।
2023 का ये पहला और आखिरी टेस्ट मैच था होम पर। ओवरऑल सीजन को देखते हैं, आपकी कैप्टनसी काफ़ी टेस्ट भी हुई डिफरेंट सीरीज़ में, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, इंग्लैंड। एज अ इंडिविजुअल, एज अ कैप्टन, आप अपने आप को और थोड़ा पॉलिश पा रहे हैं कि अब जो है किसी भी सिचुएशन के सामने आ सकते?
डेफिनेटली मेरे ख्याल से एज अ टेस्ट जो हमारा सीज़न था, जो लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशन थी, हम वैसा परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाए और वैसे मैचेस नहीं खेल पाए, लेकिन काफ़ी पॉजिटिव चीज़ें थी, और उसमें हमने कोशिश की है कि अपने उसको और पॉलिश करें, और जो हमारी नेगेटिव चीज़ें हैं उसको हम ओवरकम करें। डेफिनेटली हर रोज़ आप कुछ ना कुछ सीखते हैं और कोशिश करते हैं उसी चीज़ को आप कंटिन्यू करें और आगे जो आने वाले मैचेस में उसमें अप्लाई करें।
मुझे पता है प्लेयर्स सारे ही आपके लिए इक्वल हैं, लेकिन आपने सरफराज को मौका दिया, उनकी परफॉर्मेंस जो आज की इनिंग्स रही और ओवरऑल इस सीरीज़ में जो आपने देखी, कैसा रहा आपके लिए?
हाँ, मेरे ख्याल से ड्रीम कम बैक था, और मेरे ख्याल से सैफी भाई ने जो लास्ट 4 साल जो अपनी होप वो ख़त्म नहीं की, और जब भी उनको मौका मिलता था वो अपने आप को बैक करते थे, और जो उनका वर्क एक्टिव था वो उसको कंटिन्यू रखते थे और अपने अपॉर्चुनिटी का वेट करते थे, और जिस तरह उनको अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली, जिस तरह उन्होंने देख लें मैच निकाला और ड्रॉ हुआ, और एक सिचुएशन में ऐसा भी था कि हम जीत भी सकते थे। मेरे ख्याल से सारी ये बिलीव की बात है, और हमेशा उनका कॉन्फिडेंस और बिलीव ऊपर ही रहता है।
Well, thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck to you for the ODIs.
Thank you, thank you.
Babar Azam mentioned a lot of things, of course praising Sarfaraz and his knock, also saying that they felt that they're in the chase once they had 140 runs required on the board, but after the wicket of Salman, they decided, let's save it up. Now, I'll request the captain of New Zealand, Tim Southee, who is already here, in fact. Tim, last final grilling session, the test cap was tested.
Yeah, come down to the last moment. So yeah, a great end to what's been 10 days of pretty tough toil.
Overall in the test match, you've always been in the leading position as a side, but this last session did come about. Did you feel that it might slip away at any stage, or you were pretty confident that we can save it?
Yeah, I guess you come into every test match to try and win, and we've got ourselves in a position throughout the test match to push for that. But I think the way that Sarfaraz played came out and with a positive intent, it probably sort of took the game away from us a little bit in that second session. But then it's a funny game. We saw towards the end there it was still up for grabs as well.
Overall, as a bowling unit, this series has been a bit of a test for the fast bowler and spinners because not much has been available. How did you see that with the resources available? Of course, Sodhi getting 2 Best Bowler awards in 2 test matches in the fast bowling unit.
Yeah, for Ish to come back, having not played Test cricket for such a long period of time, yeah, we're all thrilled for him to come back and have the impact he's had. Great for him, and also Michael Brace will keep developing as a spin bowler as well. But I think the toil from all the guys to pretty tough surface at times, and to keep coming and keep asking questions and keep trying for the side is all we can ask.
Nobody's happy with the draw, but did you feel that moment anywhere in the test match that slipped away that could have been a victory could have come your way?
We knew the nature of the surface, things could happen late, and they did kind of happen late in the day. But I think the way that, touched on it earlier, the way that Sarfaraz batted came out, and he was very busy, and yeah, I think here's probably the difference between taking the game as late as it did, then it could have gone other way if we were able to get him earlier.
The ODI is coming up, but hope you've enjoyed the 2 test match series. Not many people out here, but as a captain, it was a good outing for you.
Yeah, I guess like I said earlier, you approach every test match to try and win it. Pretty tough toil for 10 days in the same ground, but yeah, it's exciting change, shift into some one-day cricket.
Good luck to you, Syed, for the ODIs.
Thank you.
Tim Southee, the captain of New Zealand, and that also sums up the presentation down here.
The trophy will be shared as this 2-match series has resulted in a series draw And both proud captains with a smile on their face. The result in a draw. Babar Azam and Tim Southee will share the trophy. It has been a wonderful and enthralling test series, and that has been wrapped up. Only to move our attention to the ODI series. 3 of them, Pakistan versus New Zealand, all in Karachi, 9th, 11th and 13th of January. It's been a fascinating test series, and we look forward to catching you for the ODI one. Till then, it's goodbye.
Pakistan versus New Zealand test series. It is day 1. Oh, God, yeah, beautiful bowling.
It's the big shot, and it's the big 100. It's Babar, and he's been absolutely brilliant. It is the coming of age for Salman Awa as he goes to glory with another boundary. It's his first century in his test career.
And Tom Latham will pick up another test match century.
With a 4, which will bring up Ish Sodhi's 50.
He has picked up another 5-wicket bag in a test match. Yet another test match double century for this genius of a batter from New Zealand, Kane Williamson. It'll be a half century for Imam Ul Haq. Another test match half century for Sarfaraz. He goes back to back in this test.
Oh, he's missed it. He's missed everything.
And terrific from Ish Sodhi for the first time in his test career.
That is magnificent. That is superb. That's it, handshakes all around. It's been a draw.
It is test number 2 and day 1. Always excitement brewing on the morning of day 1.
There it is. Conway moves to 4th test match 100. Brilliant knock from Conway.
The edge this time found, and it's that man again, the same shot.
Bowled him straight back through the gate.
And he gets in. It's been an innings of patience and resilience. And it's an innings that gets him to his maiden test 100.
It is 9th 50, and Blundell an important innings.
Got him! Picked him up, it's not bounced. And Southee takes the off stump, and New Zealand have struck early.
We've got him.
Timed perfectly for 4.
They've gone up, and he's given right away.
Sarfaraz with his 4th test match 100. What a dream comeback this has been. Is this the most important 100 he's made for Pakistan?
Got him! Cross the line, brilliant.
What a memorable innings and a knock from Sarfaraz Ahmed on home ground. Almost took Pakistan home in a draw. 118 for him, and what a series he's had. 335 runs. Absolutely entertaining. Quick look at this great test match, which everyone I'm sure enjoyed. Ended in a draw, but went down to the wire. Pakistan eventually 304 for 9. That is when bad light was called in and match was drawn. Overall, the two sides fought hard. New Zealand was looking for that last wicket. Wasn't to be. It was, again, as I said, entertaining. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you, and there's so many questions, I'm sure, with you sitting at home asking why the match was stopped at this stage, why not earlier, why not later. I've got Bazid Khan and Scott Starris alongside me. Firstly, thoroughly entertaining, wasn't it, the last session?
Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant, and you thought Pakistan were in with a chance, and then you thought maybe they weren't, and even in the last few overs where Naseem Shah hit a 6 and a 4, and you thought, well, there's still something in there, and it was fascinating. It was a slow burner, the test match, but the fifth day with that weight, it made it all worthwhile.
Back in the day, the umpires would, offer the light to the batters, but now it's up to them. And since the light wasn't measured on the first day of the test match, so it was just entirely up to them when they feel the light goes off. But does that really, as a cricketer, put a question in your mind? 1 wicket or 15 runs?
Yeah, I think I feel a little deflated from this more than anything, to be honest. I feel disappointed and frustrated for the players who fought incredibly hard for 5 days to try and get a result. Naseem Shah hit an off-spinner out of the rough over extra cover for 6 in the previous over. That is arguably the hardest shot in cricket, and therefore they can't stay out there for 3 overs. We saw what Naseem Shah did at the Asia Cup. 2 sixes to win the game. He had the ability to finish the game in the next over. Both teams had the opportunity to go out there and win a famous victory for their country, and then we come off like that. I feel frustrated about it, to be perfectly honest.
Well, there's so much to talk about, but you can't miss out. You should begin with how Sarfaraz created that interest in the game and got Pakistan into it. So top performer, well, without doubt, has to be him. So let's have a look at his knock, and we'll get Bazid to tell us more. Top performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
He made it look easy. It was 5th day pitch. Yes, it hadn't deteriorated as most pitches in Pakistan do, but it was his ability. We know his ability against spin, and it make it look so simple with these big hits, but also with the rotation of strike. And he couldn't have written down a better script for his first test series in Pakistan. First time he's played here, man of the series, player of the series.
What a knock, Scott. Look at the series which he's had. He's got 335 with a 78, 86, 53 and 118.
Yeah, what I liked the most about it was he looked in total control all the way through. When he wanted to be aggressive, he could go through the gears and start looking for boundaries. And while he was there, I thought Pakistan could pull off the victory. I know we saw the reaction when Salman got out. That changed everything, but he was just sensational. What a comeback to the side after a couple of years. To then perform like this and almost get his country home, it's huge credit to him, and I thought he deserved the player of the series.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Eventful day, so we got to look at the wickets, and why not look at all the 9 wickets that Pakistan lost. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Yeah, this was last evening where the ball just kept low. New Zealand just declared, and that was a terrific delivery to get. Nightmare for the opener. Nips back, stays a little low, hits base of off stump, halfway up off stump. Then Sodhi round the wicket, the night watchman. Perfectly picked leg spinner in the rough. I don't think he could have done much more. Just that little bit of gap between batter pad, and that was found. And New Zealand with the perfect declaration, Pakistan 2 without scoring. And then Imam this morning trying to hit over extra cover against the spin. Yet again the angle from round the wicket and the excessive spin that Sodhi was getting, that got the better of Imam. And at that stage, that morning session, Barber then went, strangled down the leg side. It was a terrific catch from Tom Latham. This was a huge wicket for New Zealand, and they were in big time at the moment. That morning session where they got 3 wickets, it went all their way. And then this probably was a poor shot. He'd be done over, but a couple of deliveries that beat his bat, then just popped it up in the air. It was a good catch by Kane Williamson, but Shan Masood will look back at it and think that was pretty poor.
Well, at 80 for 5, we all thought perhaps this was going to be over by not long after tea, and it needed a good partnership from Pakistan. I thought Saud Shakil along with Sarfraz, they did a really good job of dragging Pakistan out of trouble, and it almost felt like this came out of nowhere. It was this stunning catch from Daryl Mitchell, and Saud Shakil, who had played really well in this whole test match. He'd been composed, he was a little slow, you could argue, but he never gave his wicket away and fought right till the end. It was a terrific performance for him and one he should be proud of. That was the moment, I thought, where this game changed. Pakistan were in control. They needed 4 runs and over. And there was a shot we showed where Sarfraz at the non-striker's end was devastated with the way he just swung across the line, and therefore put the pressure back on Sarfraz. He was batting with the tail, and he only had the bowlers to come. And some of those didn't last long. Simple decision. Tim Southee, nice and full, hitting leg stump. Good decision from umpire Alex Wolf. And we were still wondering, could they pull this off? Sarfraz was still at the crease until this. Down the leg side, much like Babar Azam, the key man for Pakistan. And the off spinner had picked up the key man. They were 9 down, and it was all to play for from this moment forward.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Well, so now we've spoken about Sarfraz, spoken about Pakistan having an opportunity. I would like to ask you, Scott, how did you read Tim Southee as captain, especially in that final session, first outing as captain for him in a series, and probably tested properly?
Yeah, I thought he did a pretty good job throughout this series. There are times, sure, as a new captain, you know, you can perhaps question certain things, but it's easy for us sitting up in the commentary box and looking at things from afar. You know, there were times perhaps where I felt he bowled bowler's spells a little too long. That was something Waqar Younis picked up from a fast bowler's perspective. And then he went quite defensive at the end there. But, you know, by and large, I thought Tim Southee, as the new captain of New Zealand, did a really good job in conditions he's not used to.
Well, 2 test matches, both of them a draw, and series is shared. Now we'll shift our focus to the ODIs in a couple of days. But for that, we'll have to take a break and we'll come back. Before that, don't forget, you can buy your tickets and you can go online and check them out. And you got 3 ODIs starting from the 9th to the 13th. This is where you go, pcb.bookme.pk, and buy your e-tickets. Don't miss out, especially after this test match. You will have some nice fireworks and it'll be a good clash. Time for a break. When we come back, we will talk about the ODIs. Welcome back once again to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. This is the schedule for the 3 ODIs starting in a couple of days. 9th is the 1st, and the 11th, and then the 13th. Well, the test series is done, it's shared, it's drawn. Now, in Have Your Say, people want to know from Bazid and Scott Styris, what do they expect the 11 could be? Maybe not 11, just the usual suspects. You feel that these guys have to play. So let's have your say. Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Okay, so let's start with you, Scott Styris, and we'll show you the New Zealand squad that's available for the ODI series.
A few new names from the test matches that you're likely to see. New Zealand doesn't mix too much differently from their ODI side to the T20s, so we will see Finn Allen, the blazing opening batsman, in the side, I'm sure. Along with someone who's brand new in the name that is Henry Shipley from Canterbury. It's his first tour away with the New Zealand side. The fast bowling Lockie Ferguson and the left arm spinner Mitchell Santner will play as well. I maybe expect Tim Southee and Matt Henry, with all the overs that we've seen in this test match and the short turnaround to the ODI series. They may miss the first game just to give them a break. There are other fast bowlers in that squad like Tickner and Lockie Ferguson. And
let's talk about Pakistan squad, and Bazid would tell us what's his expectation the 11 could be.
Yeah, a few new names. Taif Tahir, Kamran Ghulam, Osama Mir come into the squad. Osama Mir comes in place of Shadab, who's not fully fit. He's injured his finger, so I expect him to play because of the fact that he's the only leg spinner. Now, the fact of the matter is that I'm not too sure who'll bat 5-6. You've got Imam, Fakhr, Babar, Rizwan. Does Shan Masood play? Does Shan Masood play number 3? That's something that they'll decide. Does he play number 4? Babar plays number 3 now, and then you go into 5, 6, and 7, and I think you've got to play Nawaz. You've got to play Nawaz because of left arm spin and his power hitting. Does Salman Agha then get a look in? Because the only thing that I look at that squad, and you think you're missing some power hitter in that middle order, and that's been a problem for Pakistan. And I don't see many names who can do that job. You've got a lot of players who can build an innings, but to actually have somebody who can finish off the innings, that's the problem. You've got Haris Rauf coming back. I expect him to play. Now, will they rotate Naseem Shah? That remains to be seen. Mohammad Wasim's also there. He's also playing. But there's a few places up for grabs. I think 5 or 6, those 2 places, and maybe a fast bowler in there, because I don't think that Naseem Shah should play all 3 games.
Okay. So you guys heard it. It's Have Your Say from the 2 gentlemen. Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Okay, so here we are. Enjoyed the test series, and we'll wait in a couple of days. We'll have the ODIs. Are you going and coming back with a quick round trip Islamabad? 2 days off?
I'd hope that this test match would be over in 4 days, but you didn't make it happen.
In some other ground.
Scotty was so happy with the way that they played slow and steady and dragged it out 5 days.
Well, it's going to give me a couple of days to get around the beautiful city of Karachi. I haven't been here for 20 years, so Bazid has told me that he's going to take me around and show me the lovely sight.
He will show you Karachi.
Don't look at
you guys will be lost. Okay, here we are. Well, hope you've enjoyed our coverage for the test series. Gear yourself up, because the ODIs are not far away. Once again, a quick look. 9th is when they start, and the 11th is the second game. 13th is the final match. So we'll see you guys here. Okay, so from the Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio, Scott Styris, Bazid Khan, and myself, Sikandar Buffy, signing off, and we'll see you in 2 days. Goodbye.
Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. It is day 1. Oh, God, yeah, beautiful bowling.
It's a big shot, and it's a big 100. It's Babar, and he's been absolutely brilliant. It is the coming of age for Salman Agha as he goes to glory with another boundary. It's his first century in his Test career.
And Tom Latham will pick up another Test match century.
With a 4 to bring up Ish Sodhi's 50.
He has picked up another 5-wicket bag in a Test match. Yet another test match double century for this genius of a batter from New Zealand, Kane Williamson. It'll be a half century for Imam Ul Haq. Another test match half century for Sarfaraz. He goes back to back in this test.
Oh, he's missed it. He's missed everything.
And terrific from Ish Sodhi for the first time in his test career.
That is magnificent. That is superb. That's it, handshakes all around. It's been a draw.
It is test number 2 of day 1. Always excitement brewing on the morning of day 1.
There it is. Conway moves to 4th test match 100. Brilliant knock from Conway.
The edge this time found, and it's that man again, the same shot.
Bowled him straight back through the gate.
And he gets in. It's been an innings of patience and resilience. And it's an innings that gets him to his maiden test 100.
It is 9th 50 and Blundell an important innings.
Got him! Picked him up, it's not bounced. And Southey takes the off stump, and New Zealand have struck early.
We've got him!
Timed perfectly for 4.
They've gone up, and he's given right away.
Sarfaraz with his 4th test match 100. What a dream comeback this has been. Is this the most important 100 he's made for Pakistan?
Got him! Crossed the line, brilliant.